Republican Congressman Adam.
We're back. It's Friday, so you know what time it is. It's time for What the Fitness.
John D., congratulations. You are indeed first.
Let's get him. This week, we have back on the show, Eddie Abu. Eddie is one of the more surly individuals that we've had on the show. Well, you don't really have a great education in, but that's okay. We can help you. Let's see what he had to say this week about breakfast.
If you're trying to lose body fat, stop eating breakfast. The breakfast idea, breakfast is the most important meal of the day. I used to come out with the same as well because they were giving the wrong information about food. I wear a glucose monitor sometimes. When I wake up in the morning, my blood sugar level is high.
Okay. He's diabetic. Eddie Abu is diabetic. If you're waking up in the morning and your blood sugar's high, you have diabetes.
I've got a lot of energy. In fact, I feel very energetic.
Well, hold up. Stop the press. Don't these same people say you don't want to spike your glucose because it's going to make you feel tired and lethargic? But didn't he just say he had a lot of energy when he woke up in the morning and his blood glucose was high? Make this math. It doesn't math. Math doesn't math. It's like they pull out this when it makes sense to fit their narrative, but then they forget that they've used it elsewhere, but in the opposite direction.
What you want to do is to inject a lot of insulin into your body.
Injecting insulin is what you used to do when you competed in the IFBB. Sorry. Couldn't help it. Everyone, please forgive me. Please forgive. I know. Eddie used to take a lot of performance-enhancing drugs, and that was okay then, but now he's all about natural health. Okay, cool.
Because when you eat, especially cereal, like something like Cocoa Pops, when you eat that, your insulin level goes up. And then what happens is your body...
All right.
asks you for some more. So instead of spending that energy, there's too much insulin. And insulin just wants to store energy for a rainy day. And then you start feeling tired.
Insulin is not an energy storage hormone. It's a hormone that's required for...
Nice and early start time. How are you feeling? When was this debate? New Frank material to watch.
This isn't a debate. This is just Lane Norton reacting to Eddie Abu. There is, in fact, a new Frank vid to watch. We can watch that, like, right now. Pretty much. But thanks for the donation, Charmers. Appreciate it. Yeah, so insulin isn't just an energy storage hormone. It's required to metabolize both carbohydrate and protein. So for a guy who's a bodybuilder who claims you need a lot of protein, it's kind of retarded how these people talk about insulin, because you need insulin to metabolize protein.
You start feeling hungry, you start craving, and you start making the wrong food choices. What I tell my clients is this: when you wake up in the morning, don't eat anything. Eat between 12 and 1 o'clock.
Doesn't matter if they woke up at 10:30, 6 a.m., eat between 12 and 1. Got it.
And with that, make sure you eat foods that are not going to raise your blood sugar. We talk about eat eggs, avocado, cheese, olives.
Should somebody tell Eddie that steak raises insulin as much as white bread? I tell him. Do you want to tell him? We should tell him. Yeah, here's a human randomized control trial, Eddie.
Yep. They don't, none of these people know this. It's pretty funny. And it shows they don't do any research whatsoever on nutrition, because everybody, like, knows glucose stimulates insulin, but most people don't know protein stimulates insulin. Fuck?
React to this.
Alright, I shall do that for you, Dodo. Thanks for the donation, dude.
This fight, as you know, is much bigger than me and my opponents, much bigger than Virginia in the 5th District. This is not only the template, as you said, for the election on November 5, but it also is represented. It's the swamp versus the Freedom Caucus. Are we going to allow this seat to be bought by the McCarthy revenge tour? We're going to make sure that to the best of our ability, every legal and legitimate vote is counted, and only every legal and legitimate vote. We're going to pursue every suspicion of malfeasance. We're going to investigating that, and we're going to have some extra time to do it during the recount process.
Well, good luck with that. You just heard from Republican Congressman Bob Good. He is the chair of the far-right House Freedom Caucus, and he's locked in a too close to call race, a primary battle with the state senator, John McGuire, who Donald Trump and many of his lackeys endorsed. And now some of Good's colleagues in the House are calling him out and brutally mocking him for claiming that there were irregularities in the election that need to be investigated. Now, to be fair to Good, the race is extremely tight. So let's take a look at the results as they stand. So as of right now, McGuire leads by just 371 votes. So it's very likely that they're going to have a recount, and that's totally fine. They should have a recount. The preemptive allegation, though, that there were irregularities in the election process, obviously very Trumpian, which is hilarious because in this race, Trump ended up endorsing McGuire, who was the opponent to Bob Good in this primary. But Good is going beyond calling for this recount. He's entering that Trumpian territory. He has demanded a do-over in one county and said that he'll try to block certification of the results until investigations are conducted. He is sharing conspiracies about election irregularities from Rumble, including this one with this headline saying, shocking new video reveals ballot drop box left open for days, mail-in ballots collected after election, and no security cameras present in Lynchburg, Virginia. And he also suggested that fire alarms going off at 3 precincts was part of this coordinated effort to hurt him, posting on X, quote, "We had 3 fires on election day in 3 precincts, all requiring the precincts to be evacuated for 20 minutes. Albemarle County, Hanover County, and Lynchburg City. What is the probability? Does anyone recall even one fire at a precinct on election day?" So, he's floating. Most of them are doing so.
They're all learning from Trump. If you lose the election, just claim it was rigged and do everything you can to fucking cheat. Let me see.
What's a
Real reason Wheat Waffles quit YouTube. This word will get you laid on Tinder.
Yes, you read the title correctly. We Waffles is really quitting YouTube. He released a video about a day ago announcing it, and we're going to take a look at that. But make sure you watch until the very end, because I'm going to reveal what I think is the real reason why he's quitting YouTube, and it's quite different than what he says. So first, let's take a look at what he claims the reasons are.
This is genuinely the last video, and there won't be any more. It's been a good run. I've enjoyed these last 3 years, but it can't go on anymore. However, I still need to communicate to you a lot of information, including the 3 main reasons I'm stopping uploading, and I also need to say the biggest announcement on this channel, which is worth more to me than all of the videos I've ever uploaded combined.
Just right away, going off his body language and his tonality, he looks pretty pissed off in this video, right? Just an important thing to observe.
So here goes. Getting straight to the point, the 3 reasons I'm stopping uploading are: 1, a desire to focus on other aspects of life; 2, a lack of compelling ideas; 3, a decrease in the ROI of making videos. Starting with number 1.
Happy last day of Pride Month.
Well, thank you, Dodo. Appreciate it. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I'm bored. I can't be bothered to sit in this room all day working on scripts and PowerPoint presentations anymore. I've been doing it for 3 years now. 60-hour weeks, back to back to back, working on Christmas, weekends, New Year's. Do any of you guys realize how long the videos on the main channel take? There's a reason why so many of you comment.
Bro, you have your own business. You can have your own schedule. You don't need to work 60 hours a week. You don't need to work on Christmas. Unlike working for someone where your hours are dictated to you, you can work where the fuck you want.
Yeah, Wheat Waffles is lying. Basically what happened was he was getting kicked out of his university. His parents also threatened to disown him if he didn't stop uploading. And since his face got revealed, he's had a lot of, like, personal issues with people recognizing him, and he's also being, like, disowned from the incel community because everybody thinks he's too good looking to be an incel, so they think he's lying and, like, clout chasing.
Is there a minimum amount of natural sugar for someone that's active should aim for?
You mean unprocessed sugar? No.
Sometimes I'll take a...
There's no minimum amount of, like, fruit sugar you should be consuming. The only thing you should be worried about is just your macronutrient breakdown, so the breakdown of carbohydrate, fat, and protein. But it really doesn't matter what the source of the carbohydrate is. You don't need to eat a certain amount of sugar, like a certain amount of glucose, fructose, or like starchy carbohydrates.
React to this.
Thanks for the donation, though, Sean. Matthew donated $3. Let me see.
Average Olympic hopeful Dylan Beard has gained widespread attention as one of the best hurdlers right now, but he is unsponsored and has to work full-time at Walmart to support his Olympic dreams. To tell us all about his journey, Dylan joins us live. Yes. What an honor, Dylan! Yes.
Yeah, the reason he's working at Walmart is because he's no good. Like...
Well,
what's good, everybody?
He wouldn't have issues getting sponsors if he was any good. VG, I watch your stream more than anything. Lol, Biden's performance was a couple standard deviations from his mean, an outlier for sure. Biden did good in the debate. The only thing people are focusing on is his demeanor. He had a hoarse voice, he was talking kind of slow and stuff like that, but his actual arguments were good. He did good in the debate. Everyone saying it was a disaster and he looked like an idiot, like, they're fucking stupid. The whole political commentary community is just fucked-hearted, dude. Like, I was confused because apparently they're planning for another debate, and everybody was talking about how poorly Biden did, so I was like, why the fuck would Biden want another debate when he did so poorly? He did great. The reason why he wants a second debate is because it's another opportunity for him to make Trump look stupid. Trump was a fucking deranged lunatic. He couldn't answer basic questions. He was very unclear with his policy positions, and everything just came back to immigrants. He could get a question about fucking literally anything, and he'd just blame immigrants for everything. It was retarded. So Biden did great in the debate.
It's the GOAT, Aaron Brown, and I'm just here to say that it's over for that man, Dylan Beard. He ran fast at one indoor meet. He beat a few people, and all of a sudden, so many people hyped it up like real dogs run indoor. He ran 7.4 in the 60 hurdles, which is a pretty respectable time. But despite none of the real dogs running indoor, he failed to make the indoor USA team, where he showed up and got like 6th place, despite him running that super fast time at that New York meet that meant nothing. And then he told his story how he worked at Walmart. He had no sponsor, but he run like fast times. So he went on TV shows, like he got invited to Sherry.
Just a second. I'm setting up a debate with playing with fire and shit. I just have to message him back.
Why would she do that?
Let me take a look, Pierre Trudeau.
When I heard he was coming on, I was so happy. I just adore dogs, but I'm especially happy to meet you after your story yesterday.
That's a good dog.
What? He's a mastiff, right?
He's a Dogo Argentine.
Oh, okay.
So he's an Argentinian mastiff.
Okay,
yes.
okay.
Dude, she's clearly annoying that dog.
You're gorgeous. You're gorgeous. Oh, I'm so glad you're okay. You too. You too. Thank goodness for you.
Yeah.
Gosh, have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Oh.
Yeah, what a fucking idiot. Look, she put her face right up to that dog, stared directly in its eyes. You're obviously going to get a dog to act aggressively if you do that.
Happy Valentine's Day. Oh. Oh my God. Gary, yeah.
Okay.
What a fucking moron.
In this video, we're gonna
Yeah, you put your face right into a dog's face and stare directly into its eyes. That's a sign of aggression. Like, what a fucking idiot.
And Good Morning America and all of these shows, and he started a GoFundMe where he raised $55,000, almost $56,000 after going on today on the Today Show. And so many people was believing, oh yeah, he's gonna make the Olympic team and he don't have nobody supporting him, so we're gonna support him. Hell, I even donated to the GoFundMe. Granted, I knew that more than likely he wouldn't make the team. Hell, more than likely he wouldn't even make the finals at USA's, in which he didn't. He showed up, didn't make it out the semifinals. But it just made for a good story. So yeah, Unc showed up. He had the stress of working at Walmart, and I just feel like a guy who's working at Walmart isn't hungry enough to make a team in the United States. Now, if he would have ran for any other country in the world, he would be going to the Olympics running 13-1. But here in the United States, unfortunately, 13-0 didn't even make the team. So he stood no chance to begin with. And then he showed up, and then he didn't even run like clean races. So he was cooked when he first got off the plane in Eugene. So he already just stood no chance. But now, since that's over with and everybody see that Unc ain't going to the Olympics, in which I already knew when he even said that back in March that he wasn't going. Yeah. Back to Walmart Unc go. He works in a deli and he cutting up meat, ham, pepperoni, turkey, things of that nature, and making sandwiches. So yeah, if y'all ever need a ham sandwich or bacon, egg, and cheese, need some cold cuts, summer sausage or something, Unc is the person to tap into with Dylan Beard, Walmart, North Carolina. And I feel like, honestly, he should give this track shit up. Like, granted, you're fast in track, but you're not going to ever make no money from it. Like, you done got a master's degree, especially if you're not running for another country. If you go represent another country, of course, you will be an Olympian. But here in the United States, you will never do it. So, therefore, I say fuck this track shit. You're losing way more than you're winning. You're spending way more than you're...
What's
Oh, I see. Give me a second. Cam Tellers, watched your stream from yesterday, and you mentioned depression is at least somewhat a choice, and changing your mindset really helped you. Since this change, will you be getting off antidepressants? I've been off antidepressants for at least a month now. Sorry, I didn't mean for this to sound rude. Yeah, I haven't been taking antidepressants for at least a month now. Thanks for the donation, Cam.
You're earning. And I just feel like it's highly unfortunate for people, especially in the United States, who's reached these points in their life where they have 2 degrees and already working jobs. Why not just start you a career? Like, granted, you like track. Go represent another country. If not, you're doing it at a financial loss, which is stupid. Motherfuckers rather cut meat at Walmart all day and go run track on the side rather than full-time go fall back on whatever they got they 2-3 degrees in initially. I feel like it makes no sense. And I have a lot of respect for dude for going after his dreams and taking a risk on himself. Hell, I even donated to his GoFundMe. But he tried, he failed. It's time to give it up and move on in life. And that's just what it is. That's the reality of it.
What about, what's the situation with the Walmart and the work there? Are you stepping back at all?
Oh yeah, so I stepped away to obviously be here. Took a few days prior to this as well to, get my mind right, get my body right, make sure I'm getting enough sleep and recovery. And after the trials, I plan on being right back there the first week in July. So nothing's just changed except I'm out here in Eugene and just stepping away from work for a little bit.
Yeah, the guy's just not good enough to do anything. I don't know why he'd bother.
A week or 2 off. It's my business. I can do whatever I want. Now, look, you can't take months and months off because then you have a hard time recovering. But this whole 60 hours a week is just nonsense. He gets to pick his own hours like we all do.
How I've got the best and most thorough videos on this platform regarding looks and dating. It's because I put a lot of
wheat waffles. The fuck is this nigga talking about? He was barely fucking uploading. Yeah, he's full of shit. Yeah, dude, Wheat Waffles is totally full of shit. He wasn't putting in fucking 60 hours per week. His videos are fucking garbage, by the way. He does no research and doesn't fucking understand any of the research he even references. Yeah, when I debated him, I made him look like a complete fucktard. Christopher Hatch donated $2. Who's at fault?
The semi-driver is accused of causing that crash. Rogel Aguilera Maderos was in court over the weekend on vehicular...
Well, what are you talking about? Is this the guy who,
moving to the left and forcing a pickup off the road.
He should have...
Is this the guy who killed a bunch of people?
Over the weekend on vehicular homicide charges. Witnesses reported seeing him speeding down I-70 before impact. He told investigators the truck's brakes failed. Well, our investigator, Rick Sala...
103 out of Houston, Texas. His command of the English language, someone who definitely was. If anyone knows how to drive an 18-wheeler, it's Harold Trent. He's director of the United States Truck Driving School in Wheat Ridge. He took us down Lookout Mountain to show us how this is supposed to be driven. The yellow sign warns steep grade, sharp curves ahead.
Meaning that be in a gear low enough that will keep you in control.
He says that will make it less necessary to use the brakes. We found there were uphill stretches where the out-of-control driver could have slowed. And here comes the well-marked runaway truck ramp. The suspect truck barreled on past it, instead moving to the left and forcing a pickup off the road.
He should have exited right here and followed that truck ramp around.
By now, the chance to move into a lower gear appears to have passed.
It's near to impossible for down here.
Yeah, I've already, this is an old fucking news story, dude. I don't know why you're sending me this. Yeah, the guy was a fucking idiot. He didn't know how to drive the truck, and rather than going into the truck lane, he just, killed a bunch of people. He's totally at fault.
It's a freaking time and effort into making them. Never forget, I'm not one of the shit-shoveling channels that can churn out video after video like a meat grinder, and just rehash the same tripe in slightly different ways over and over and over. I tried hard for 3 years to come up with unique ideas, my own experiences, and my own research to produce high-quality videos. And that's why 10 of my videos are over 500k views, 2 of them being over 1 million, which is massive for a channel my size. The way I see my channel is I've grinded extremely hard for 3 years to provide as much value to you, the audience, as possible, telling you the truth about how women care about looks in dating. I've spent a tremendous amount of time and effort making these videos, trying to explain concepts in an easy to understand manner, and I've been paid bloody well for doing so. But now, I feel I want to move on to other aspects of life, namely focusing on—
Also, here's an update on former vegan gains chatter Jalen Slade.
What's good, everybody? It's the GOAT Aaron Brown, and before this video starts, be sure to follow me on Instagram. It's linked down below in the description. In this video, I will be talking about how 2021 senior in high school Jalen Slade robbed Adidas and practically took the money and never ran again. So we seen Jalen Slade burst onto the scene during the indoor season of his senior year of high school in 2021. We see him make big improvements his senior year of high school. In the 100, he went from 10.5 his junior year to 10.09 his senior year. The 200, he went from 21.1 his junior year to 20.2, almost 19 his senior year. And then indoor, he went from 21.1 to 20.6 from junior year to senior year. So we see him make big strides his junior to senior year. And a lot of shoe companies say that they don't sign people based off potential, but that's exactly what they seen here. They seen a trajectory, and Adidas offered him a deal. And most deals are for 3 years and option year, so 4 years. They have the option to re-sign you on that 3rd year. If I had to take a guess, I'll say he signed from about 50 to 75K a year. And it was like we seen him running. The last time really was at the Olympic trials in 2021, where he ran the 100 and he was in the semifinals. Then we seen this happen.
Get pleased, Addo, that this young man is back up on his feet.
Yeah, he's just 17 years old from Douglasville, Georgia. He looked just fine.
He looks really awkward when he's running.
Here. I'm just trying to see what happened with his footing.
Yeah.
No, something caused him to pull up. Something caused him to pull up, and that's why the fall happened. And he lost his glasses in the process as well, yeah. So something went wrong, and it forced him to pull out. But let's look again.
And from that day on, we really haven't seen Jalen Slade. He's only ran 1 meet since then, and he's ran almost 10.6. He ran 10.59. I'm not sure if he was just too embarrassed to show his face in public, if he was hurt, or what. But it's been 4 years or 3 years now, going on a 4th year, and he still ain't touched the track since then. But we see him training all the time, and it makes me wonder, like, what the hell is he training for? He was entered into a few meets this year that he ended up not showing up to, like the Adidas meet in Atlanta. We were supposed to run the straightaway 150 or the straightaway 100. I can't remember either one. But, so yeah, like I often say, at the end of the day is going to end. And on that day when it ended in 2021, I just felt like Jalen Slade would never be the same. And 3 years later, we've yet to see him run again. We see him practice all the time. I don't know if he's like a practice demon or what it is, but he's been entered into meets. He's pulled out all of them. I was never really a big fan of him, but he did run those fast times his senior year of high school. So he had that 1 year where he was sliding. He ran 10.0 and 20.2. The year before, we seen the kid Arian Knighton. He was in 10th grade. He ran 10.2 and 20.2, went pro. Next year was running 19 consistently. Things of that nature.
This nigga didn't do nothing. How many nothings did a dindu do if a dindu didn't do nothing?
I would say 1-0, because he didn't do nothing. Thanks for the donation, bitch tits.
So I'm pretty sure they expected Slade to be on the same trajectory, if not on a better one. Bunch of time. I feel like
Dr. Disrespect used to be.
All right.
On my running career, which you'll be able to follow more so on my Instagram if you're interested.
Oh, come on, real talk. Does he expect to make money being a professional runner? There's no fucking way he actually believes that.
I want to purchase a house in the not so distant future, which will take a lot of time to work on. And I also want to enjoy myself a bit.
You know what will help with purchasing a house? YouTube money.
More. Better path compared to the one I instead wanted to take. This is confirmation bias at its finest. Whereas a solution-based video such as 50 choosing signals showing she likes you gets half as many views. Because many guys read that and think, oh.
Buddy, the only people watching your channel are fucking incels, so no shit.
How do you take nicotine? Does nicotine itself cause any negative long-term health effects?
I take nicotine lozenges. Depending on how you take nicotine, it can, but the nicotine itself? No. So it is a vasoconstrictor. So it will transiently increase your blood pressure. So if you're taking it constantly all day long, that increase in blood pressure can be a problem. I only take nicotine when I'm streaming, or if I'm doing something that's like really boring but requires like a lot of focus. So like if I'm on, if I have to take a long road trip, I'll take nicotine. But yeah, if you're not taking it all day long, that shouldn't be a problem. Zins, which are these nicotine pouches that you put on your gums, because nicotine is a vasoconstrictor. If you put nicotine on your gums, again, constantly all day, you can get gum recession. But again, nicotine itself isn't necessarily bad for you, and it actually has some benefits. It's very effective for treating depression and ADHD. It prevents Parkinson's disease. It does improve cognitive capabilities. It just allows you to kind of relax and, again, like thoughts kind of just come to your head a lot smoother. You don't have to think as hard. A lot of writers really like taking nicotine because it just helps with the creative process. So there definitely are cognitive benefits to taking nicotine, and I would say if Parkinson's disease runs in your family, you might actually seriously want to consider taking nicotine to prevent getting Parkinson's. Nicotine actually massively reduces the risk of Parkinson's disease. But thanks for the donation, Jessica. I wouldn't recommend ever vaping. Vaping is fucking stupid. There's a very high risk of getting severe lung damage and dying, or just having permanent lung damage and like wheezing for the rest of your life. So vaping is fucking stupid. If you are going to take nicotine, I'd recommend either taking patches or lozenges. Thanks for the donation.
50 choosing signals. That sounds make videos for the next couple years. I could quite comfortably do this for an
interviewed in the British. I kind of empathize with that sentiment. A lot of black pillars seem to think that anyone who has any kind of business is a scammer. They just tie capitalism with scamming. Like, those two things are always tied in their head, at least when it comes to YouTube. And I can empathize with that point. And then he talks about how he's going to release a book. But I don't think any of these are the actual real reasons why he's quitting YouTube. First of all, take a look at his body language and tonality. He is really, really fucking pissed off, right? So if he was quitting YouTube by his own volition, right, he'd probably be, relieved. He'd be like, hey guys, listen, this is the end. But he seems like he's really wound up tight and he's really fucking pissed off. And here's what I think the real reason is. And it's definitely a bit darker than what you see in the video. So about 2 or 3 weeks before the whole I'm quitting YouTube video came out.
Bro, Wheat Waffles fucking radicalized a guy into committing a mass shooting. One of his fans was an incel who watched his channel, and the guy lost his fucking mind, grabbed a shotgun, and murdered his mother and I think like 3 or 4 other innocent people. So, good fucking riddance, dude. Wheat Waffles is fucking cancer, and he encouraged a mass shooting.
Wheat Waffles' parents were interviewed in a British newspaper, and the title is literally, "My son is a dangerous online incel spewing out vile misogyny just like Andrew Tate."
Your birthday present.
Well, thank you, Thee Then Thou. Really appreciate that. Let me see.
Why are you so cute?
Oh my god. Whoa. Look at him. That's a good chonko boy.
Why, Joey?
Oh my god.
Birthday. No.
This is my Joey. He is mine. I am going to take him and he is mine now.
Joey, let's sing happy birthday to Richard. Me. Happy birthday to you.
Wow.
Happy birthday to you.
Oh my god.
Happy birthday from Joey. It's been almost near impossible to get good sentient video of Joey.
Oh my god, look how sentient.
Sam Hyde on my Dan Evans podcast.
I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation type shit. Oh my god. Whoa, look how sentient. Oh my god, you can see the sentience right in his eyes. That's amazing.
But it happened.
Oh my god.
Happy birthday, Richard.
Whoa. So sentient. Oh my god. What? Holy shit, Joey is so handsome. Look at him. Oh my god, that's a good cat. Oh my god, look at his little kitty paws. Oh my god. Oh my god. Whoa, he's so sentient.
Joey.
Oh my god. That's a really good cat. Whoa. Well, thank you for the big donation, Thee Then Thou, and that was an amazing Joey video. Really appreciate that.
I'll sit there.
No, you have to sit here.
I have to sit here.
We're not ready to go yet.
We're not even filming.
No, I know. You guys have to stand there, and then I'm gonna introduce you guys.
I have to sit here.
You have to sit there.
I have to sit here.
You have to be in the middle one.
You don't understand.
You can sit close to me, but your mic is there.
I'm a camera left guy.
It's not possible.
It's how it is.
It's how it is. You have to be in the middle. The guest gets the nicest seat. We'll flip the angle. You need to sit there.
We're not flipping any angles. They're not even rolling.
No, I know. That's why. I'm saying when we film it, we'll flip it.
Now this guy with the fucking bug eye,
That's my manager.
That's not your manager.
His name's Viral Flooring. It's my manager.
No, Viral Flooring is this guy that doesn't talk with this sort of.
Yeah, that's Viral Flooring.
Hawaiian.
Oh, you're asking about Mike?
Hawaiian Stonehead. Yeah, Mike. Is that the guy with the curly hair?
Hummer.
Yes, it's Hulk Hogan's old Hummer.
Hulk Hogan? Okay, one sec. Let me check something.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to bring something real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Stand here.
I want to bring something and then whispering.
Stupid Candace is slowly becoming a Muslim lover.
After 9/11, I think about it now, the propaganda to make me afraid of Muslims. I can't even imagine being a Muslim growing up after 9/11 in America because I know how I felt about them. And I was young, I was 11 years old. But that beating every day in our heads that every Muslim was a terrorist was the idea that you got.
Yeah, buddy. Just wait. If you get enough Muslims in the United States, all of these people are coming from shithole countries like Pakistan, Syria, crap like that. If you get enough of Muslims coming from those countries over to here, certain proportion of them are going to be terrorists. They're going to start communicating with each other and organizing. And we'll see how Candace feels about Muslims after she gets fucking stabbed or her kids' arms and legs get fucking blown up. It's fucking retarded.
Jokes about it, but like, you don't understand. Like, I had to shave my face to go to the airports. My mom would make me shave my face.
Yeah.
Like, I realized that I myself, as a Middle Eastern, was racist too. I was like, oh, it's not us, it's them. And so I would point my finger out of fear and be like, no, they did it. But then I went to Saudi Arabia, and I don't think I've ever been to a country that was more hospitable to me.
Oh my god. Saudi Arabia is like where the fucking 9/11 attackers were from.
I am sorry on behalf of America.
Yeah, I'm sorry
for the way
too.
that you were treated.
Dude, it's so fucking retarded. That's so stupid. Thanks for that donation, vegan linguist.
Can you scoot over to that side? Or start it like this. You can sit down while we start it. Okay.
Guys, we're here with
OVG, but don't tell that to the SJWS. They will try to cancel you for saying that.
Well, again, wait until a pride parade is attacked by Muslim extremists. You will see a huge fucking change in the LGBTQ community's attitude towards Muslims. It's bound to happen. Muslims fucking hate gay and trans people. Like, again, given enough time, you're gonna see a pride parade get fucking bombed. People's body parts are gonna be strewn all over the fucking place. And we'll see what they fucking have to say after that happens. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Vinyl flooring. We're here in the cut, here in the fuck house. Playboy, guess what? We got the two smiling. Cut it gracefully, keep it a little bit realistic.
No, we try to keep the whole thing.
Ever touch me?
I would have got you again.
You can sit on his lap with questions on it in front of you.
But you're not
losing
answering them,
track.
so I'm
trying my best.
Yeah, this isn't particularly funny.
Hello vegan gains, can you react to this video? It's quite pumping, and don't worry, the baby part doesn't last long.
Oh, gross. Ew, fuck, gross. I don't know why there's these Mao Zedong fucking, what is it, not alpha, but sigma videos. Thanks for the donation, nipple clamps.
What were the lies that Trump made on his debate? So I can look more into it.
He literally lied about fucking everything. Almost every direct question he was asked about, he lied. The January 6th insurrection questions, he lied. His environmental policies, he lied. His position on Russia, Ukraine, he lied about. He lied about the quote where he called dead American soldiers suckers and losers. He lied about that. He, like, literally every question he was asked about, he, like, fucking lied. His environmental stance, he said, oh, we had the best environmental figures when I was in office. He literally repealed a number of EPA regulations, and in every objectable metric, like air quality, water quality, it all went down. He was severely against environmental protection. So, like, he literally lied about fucking everything. Thanks for the donation, though, Will Mage. Hyrax Junkie donated $2. Let me see.
In this video, we're breaking down.
That's pretty good.
Y'all don't believe me. Look, check this out. Yes. Cereal with water, baby. And it tastes so great.
Yeah, low tier god's a bit of a tard. Somebody said this is how therapists really feel.
You serve no purpose in life. Your purpose in life is to be in my stream sucking on my dick daily. Your purpose in life is to be in that chat blowing a dick daily. Your life is nothing. You serve zero purpose. You should kill yourself now and give somebody else a piece of that oxygen, ozone layer, that's covered up so that we can breathe inside this blue trap bubble.
Don't think that's how every therapist feels, but thanks for the donation, Hyrax. Nipple clamps and tellers react to this, it's epic.
There is not an educated person on earth that does not recognize what lies in wait at the end of these railroad lines, or who doesn't recognize this gate.
Alright, well, take a look at that. Thanks for the donation, man. Small PP donate tellers rate these singing and lyrics.
I'll count down every day, waiting for my great escape.
Gay. That's gay out of gay.
This is a fun song.
Midnight at the oasis, send your camel to bed. Shadows painted on faces, slip off to a sand.
Well, she's terrible at singing, but she's kind of a sexy old lady.
Happy birthday, Michael. Quit playing with your carrots. Mist across the window hides the lines, but nothing hides the color of the light. It's that night into the pink and blue, just like a child.
He's probably the best singer out of all of them. He kind of reminds me of the Joker. Thanks for the donation, Small Peepee.
Yeah, it's so annoying that Muslims get away with murder, slavery, homophobia, xenophobia, anti-Semitism and everything in between. It's almost like ethics and morals are applicable to everyone except them. The worst are these SJWs simping for the Quran.
Yeah. They will do some of the most fucked up shit any human being has ever done, and then they'll act like fucking victims when people retaliate. It's retarded. And then you have these fucking dumb fucks simping for them. Like, the fucking queers for Palestine. Like, they're just fucked in the head. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Linguist. Grey Knight donated $2. That communist kid, Eddie, is denying the American indigenous genocide law.
I think settler...
What? Really?
Colonialism is fine as a concept. I think it's a concept that applies to America during the indigenous genocide, but that was over 200 years ago.
Yeah, so according to Eddie, the Native American genocide ended over 200 years ago. And the US straight up operated schools that under the Genocide Convention qualified as genocide. The thing is, this wasn't 200 years ago. This literally ended almost in 1980 when Eddie's parents were already grown-ass people. When hundreds of thousands of indigenous kids were removed from their community with the intention of eradicating their culture, where thousands of them also died. And in Canada, the last school was closed in 1997 when you were alive, Eddie. You're literally doing what I've been telling you for years that you do, which is spreading misinformation about genocides. And you're spreading this to kids, and the worst part is you're charging them to miseducate them. Surely, since George cares so much about education and Native Americans, he's gonna call out his friend. Because he's not...
Yeah, that guy is, just deranged. I remember when he debated Destiny and he, like, just completely shat the bed and didn't even have an argument. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
I decided to trick myself into being productive by giving myself a little reward ice cream sandwich, Jolly Rancher etc., for doing something important. I just finished lifting and I feel so much better. It's only day one, but hopefully this works long term.
Well, it is a strategy. You should just ask yourself this, dude. What do you want out of life? What do you want to do? What's your end goal? And that's a difficult question for a lot of people to answer, but I'll answer it for you. You want to have fun, you want to be happy, and you want to enjoy yourself. That's it. The only reason we exist on this planet and we continue to exist is because we are looking for happiness and enjoyment. So don't try to overcomplicate your life and find ways to fool yourself. All you have to do is find enjoyment, man. You know, there are things that we have to do that aren't necessarily the most fun. Like, there's a maintenance kind of schedule to this life. We gotta brush our teeth, wipe our ass, shower. But, if what you're doing is actually getting you to that goal of being happy and enjoying yourself and having fun, then, you know, you can't appreciate all of these little things you're doing that go towards that goal. Nobody wants, you know, rotten teeth. Nobody wants to feel severe pain every time they eat. Nobody wants to get staph infections and die from necrotizing fasciitis. So even though some of the things you do that are maintenance that aren't necessarily the most fun things to do, and that includes work, if this is all leading towards that goal of a better, happy life you enjoy, you don't need to fool yourself and like, I don't know, give yourself some sort of reward for doing things you don't like. You're getting that reward out of what you're doing if it's, you know, fulfilling that goal of just being happy and enjoying yourself. Thanks for the donation, though, Dreamsation. Hope that helps.
Richard, why aren't you at the parade with a cock in your mouth? Are you not an ally? You must suck a dick or you are not in support of us. Suck my dick.
I kind of slept all day, so that's why I'm not at the parade, but I'll suck some dick later. Thanks for the donation, Fag King.
Oh my god, is this real? What the fuck is wrong with this generation?
I don't know, Dodo. Thanks for the donation, dude. Kid Boo donated $2 just to ruin your day. Is this gonna be like a... Yeah, okay, I'm not gonna watch that. Okay, thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
A couple times a year I take a really bloody shit, hoping it's just a fissure toe and not colitis or cancer or something severe. That would probably cause more regular issues, right? Don't really want to go to the doctor and have them examine my asshole.
A lot of people have hemorrhoids, but they're internal hemorrhoids. So occasionally you might get irritation that causes bloody stool. So a lot of different things can trigger a hemorrhoid sort of flare-up, so stress can do it. If you have a particularly, like, hard shit that's kind of big, so, like, really mild constipation. Sometimes certain, like, physical activities can trigger hemorrhoid flare-up, so, like, if you squat really heavy, that might do it. So, if you're noticing bloody stools just occasionally, like maybe a few times a year, that's probably what it is. Thanks for the donation, though, TMK.
I've been coining some new terms for meat consumers: cocknivore, heart failure-ivore, cancer-ivore, die-early-avore. Any others?
Retardivore, dumbassivore, selfish cuntivore, holocaustivore. Those are some good ones. Thanks for the donation, vegan linguist.
Hot or not? Jim babe. Tattoos. Her nose looks a little big. And yes, she has an OnlyFans. And she announced her subscription is free.
Wouldn't say she has a big nose. I dig the tattoos. She's definitely on steroids. Nice butt. Wonder what her asshole looks like. Yeah, damn. Imagine wedging your face up in there. Yeah, she is definitely on some Anavar. Can fucking tell you that. Oh, I've seen her. She's from Brazil, right? I actually thought she had eye tattoos because I've seen her with these like black eyes before. But yeah, I'm pretty sure she's from Brazil. She has a really fucking deep voice. She's actually... I can guarantee you she actually takes testosterone. I've never seen a chick get a voice as deep as hers with just taking Anavar. Let me take a look if I can see some of her OnlyFans shit. Yeah, she actually has a nice asshole. Pretty nice titties, too. They're, cute little itty-bitty titties. Yeah, I like her asshole. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. Well, thank you for that. Appreciate the donation, Will Mage. Let's take a look at her YouTube channel, actually. Small PP donated $2. Yo, why is she a gilf, though? Would you fuck?
My little Ellie Mae look.
Yeah, I'd fuck her. She's a cute old lady. I also like how older women, like, they're a little jaded kind of with sex, so whenever they have sex it's a little freakier. So they're much more willing to do like butt play, get pissed on, stuff like that. So yeah, she's cute. Yeah, she's cute. Thanks for the donation, Small PP.
Do you think there are a lot of black people in the US? Are there a lot of Asians in Canada?
There are a lot of black people in the US. I have seen them. What do they... Don't black people make up like 10% or 15% of the population? Something like that? And yeah, there's a lot of Asians in Canada. They're mostly in BC or the Midwest. huge Asian communities in BC and in like Edmonton. There is a big Asian community in Ontario, in Agent Court. Everybody calls it Asian Court because it's all Asians there. Thanks for the donation though, Trump.
All I want in life is to eat men's ass, feed Richard my cock meat sandwich and deep throat Aaron P's micro penis. By the way, you should Control Alt Delete and check your RAM speed. I found out that unless you turn on XMP or Expo in the BIOS it limits speed.
Yeah, I already know that. I always turn on XMP. AMD has their own thing that's similar to XMP. It tends not to work as well, and I've had a lot of instability issues. And I think it has to do with their board partners. But yeah, I always turn on XMP. You're a fucking retard if you don't. Thanks for the donation, though. Check your RAM speed. Have you heard of Dr. Umar Johnson? He is against blacks dating outside race for economic reasons. My Dr. Sebi friend talked about him. Yeah, he's a racist whack job. Date whoever the fuck you want. But yeah, that Umar guy is a retarded, like, racist whack job. Thanks for the donation, though. Or wait, you didn't donate. Never mind.
Today is gonna be a little bit different. I'm not in the gym. I'm not gonna talk about working out today. I'm gonna talk about my tattoos. The meaning, why I got them, when I got them, and just sense.
Yeah, so this chick is taking testosterone. She is not just on Anavar. There's no way she'd get a deep-ass voice like that just from taking Anavar. I think she's from Brazil. I think. There's a really good chance she's taking, what's the fucking steroid called?
Yes, contrary to what white Nantelsites say, whites are not the majority of the population. Pulse the fact the most of the world's population is not white. Whites in fact are a minority in the global world population, if anything.
Okay, thanks for the info, Dodo. Appreciate the donation. What's the fucking shit called? I think it's dihydrotestosterone based. Winstrol. She likely takes Winstrol. I know in Brazil there's a big company that makes it locally, and all the fucking female bodybuilders and figure chicks there, they're all on Winstrol because they can get it locally.
I'm so horny today, I think it's from all the gayness in the air. Wanna fuck everything that moves and some things that don't. I wanna paint the town white and skeet 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 all over the walls. Fuck yeah, baby. Just give me a hole or I'll make one.
Okay, that's good to know. Thanks for the donation, Big Gay Boner. This music is fucking terrible. Her ass is nice, though.
One, two. I know you don't want that too, okay? So stop ego lifting. I squat really deep, literally ass to grass.
You guys who you want to see, because it's been, I think, like 11 months since I have published an Only Friends video, because there has been
No, this chick doesn't have a massive clit. I checked. I've seen her nudes.
an 11-month period where girls may have become jobless, maybe were looking for a source of revenue, and stumbled across OnlyFriends. Person that rang in that #1 about it, and then people did go here, to be honest, right away. Whatever your heart desires, except the good stuff.
Except nudes. So did she just randomly post nudes online? I searched her. And she has nudes online.
Stuff. As you scroll down on OnlyFriends, you get the most recent posts at the top, just like any other social media platform. You guys aren't new to the game, you know how this. Really, the whole spectrum has been covered. So Bakhar's most recent post is Happy Saturday with, I mean, you can assume with Bakhar and her Instagram what majority of the content is going to relate to. So a lot of it is glute related. Unfortunately for you individuals out there that are looking for some glute training advice, this is probably not the site you want. Smiling emoji. I mean, it's definitely, before I even push that subscribe button, of all time. I don't know if Bakhar's done that whole watermelon popping challenge, but I mean, individuals out there, this is your cup of tea. Her quads, no, I don't know if it's the position or what. And once again, you have basically the bottom piece just really tucked in there into the crevice.
I approve.
So finally, I'm doing the video where you can hear my voice. Check those piernas out.
Yeah, she has a nice rear end.
Auschwitz, which became operational in 1940, is burned into our collective unconscious.
Have you seen the game The First Descendant? No. Let me see.
What's good, folks? It's not much similar to what or consume the content that can be the tank gun.
Yeah, this game is fucking garbage. Never playing that shit. Oh shit, Destiny's on. Yo. What up, dude?
Boom, boom, boom. That guy's perma-banned from the server. And I put a note in your account to never unban. So good luck. What do you want? Make it relevant and make it fast.
Yeah, sure. I wanted to talk about the Biden debate.
Nah, do it tomorrow or the day after, maybe. I'm going
Okay. Well, I just want to say I actually think Biden did really well. I think the only reason people say that debate's a disaster is because they're not actually listening to what was said in the debate, and they're just looking at Biden as, like, an old man and shit. Yeah, he seemed less healthy in general, but he was definitely a lot fucking smarter than Trump. Trump was like an unhinged fucking lunatic who was just spewing nonsense the whole time. The moderators had to, like, ask him multiple times to answer these fucking questions. At one point, they had to ask him 3 times in a row to answer the question, and each time, he just started rambling about how he hates fucking immigrants.
Okay.
But, yeah, if you have a differing opinion to that, then, maybe we can talk about it tomorrow.
All right.
All right. Take care, dude. Also, feed your cats vegan. Vegan.
Gotcha. U.S. intervention in Yemen.
All right.
and spec king of white nationalists.
Coming out here on a scorching day to see the former president, what excites you about him?
Well, every goddamn thing, and I appreciate Trump being president. I want him to be goddamn president because I think that he can fix this motherfucker. And not only that, I'm my own motherfucking person, and I appreciate the man for everything he goddamn do.
Let me ask you one thing. Could you try and keep the language clean?
Oh, yeah, I can do that. Yeah. But anyway,
Listen to me when you're talking.
Can I hold that microphone?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I appreciate everybody here. Yeah. And on that, I'm a wonderful person. I'm a handsome man at that. And on that, Trump, he speak his mind, and he say what he need to say, and I appreciate everything he does and everything he do. And on that, I love him.
All right. And
I love everybody here.
You love Joe Biden?
Joe Biden? God damn it. Well, things been going through.
Shit, this is fucking boring.
We have new reporting that President Biden's family is encouraging the president to stay in the 2024 race, defying calls for him to step aside following his alarming performance.
Post-debate, we can compare it to the pre-debate numbers. And the bottom line, Al, it's not...
Mental health to be president. I don't know what these polls are from. YouGov? CBS YouGov? 72% of registered voters say Biden does not have cognitive health to serve as president. They're fucking retarded. He clearly has adequate cognitive health to be president. Dude, no one has the ability to, like, listen to what somebody else is saying. If you listen to what Joe Biden was saying, he was giving very smart, poignant, cogent answers that were perfectly sensible, and Trump was just rambling like a fucking lunatic. Like, the only thing people are fucking looking at is, oh, he was talking kind of slow and he didn't have much energy. Oh, he shouldn't be like, oh my god, everyone's a fucking idiot.
Time to watch Frank now?
Yeah, we'll watch Frank now. Thanks for the donation, James. The Only Path donated $2. She's really nice to look at.
You look so beautiful right now.
Thank you. What do you need?
I want to marry you.
Oh, my darling, you're too young for
No,
me.
I'm not.
Yes, you are. No, seriously.
What's your name?
What can I do for you?
I want you to be the love of my life.
Oh,
Please.
honey, what is your name?
You would make my night,
Would I?
my life,
I'm still
the
wondering,
rest
like, what?
of the 80 years of my life. If you just...
You only have 8 years left?
No, I said 80 years.
Oh, 80? Yeah, I was going to be like, if you only have 8 years left, then
78,
I'm going to have to. You're going to turn
I want you. I want to marry you.
I can't do it.
I want you to...
I can't even. What possessed
What's your name?
to come up here to?
You're hot. I'm Saeed. Where are you from? I'm Saeed. Where are you from?
Diana.
Where are you from?
Lovely to meet you. It's a long story.
What's your ethnic background?
Yes.
Oh, you look European. Are you European?
I am, yeah.
What part in Europe?
Croatia.
Hey.
She was a good sport.
Я маю знати. Ні?
Okay, that's a weird interaction. Wildlife camera trap captures an orangutan having fun with nobody watching. Orangutans are based. I think they might be my favorite great ape. Oh my god. Look at that little chonko. Oh my goodness, I want him. How do you get a chonko like this? That's amazing. Oh my goodness, that is so amazing. Oh. That sheep has a little itch. I really like sheep. Sheep are nice. Oh my god, that's a good sheep. Jesus Christ. Thanks for the donation, Thy Only Path.
Yo VG, it's been a minute. I picked up a new motorcycle yesterday. 23 Tiger 1200 GT Pro. I still have my Husky 701 SM, but it was kicking my ass at freeway and highway speeds. Got the Tiger to do long distance rides. The 701 SM will still be my street weapon.
Dude, that is a nice fucking bike. That is a seriously, seriously nice bike. Yeah, the ADV bikes are perfect for long distance and touring. I don't know why fucking, I don't know why sport tours are even still a thing. You get really the same speed and oftentimes like more torque with an ADV bike. They can store as much, if not more, if you get panniers and a top case, and they have better suspension, so they're just a more comfortable ride. But that's a nice fucking bike, dude. And you have a Husky 701. That's fucking dope, dude. I like your taste in motorcycles. Thanks for the donation, Chris.
The only reason people think Biden lost and Trump won is because they'd rather hear fast answers instead of correct answers. I do think Biden lost his train of thought a couple times, but I'm way happier with someone slow versus someone insane.
Yeah, I think he only lost his train of thought one time early on in the debate, but otherwise... And you could chalk that up to being a little nervous on stage and everything, but Biden did fantastic, and Trump is just an insane fucking moron. Like, everything he said was so fucking stupid and delusional. I don't know why you'd want a stupid fucking delusional idiot to be president. Thanks for the donation, though, Adam. So Big Bug Boy donated $2. Let me see. The fuck? Did the Cobra... Oh, that sucks. Too bad that mongoose didn't kill the Cobra. Wow. That wild boar is quick. Jesus. Yikes. Oh my god.
Oh, girl. Is he, do you, oh. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. You see, if you had the food, you will take it. Oh, the little girl. Ooh, it's grabbing her clothes. Yeah. He'll leave. All right, carry the food, go around this for me, please. Take the food there. Gotcha. He's trying to...
That's a really nice bear. That's a nice bear.
Oh my god.
Jesus. Oh no, that poor sea lion. Jesus fuck.
This lizard can last more than 15 minutes underwater thanks to air bubbles. The water anole has the ability to create air bubbles, which it uses to breathe by exhaling and then sucking in air, repeatedly until all the oxygen in the bubble is gone. Although some insects and spiders were previously known to also have the ability to create air bubbles, that of anoles was only recently discovered. The fact that they can go
That's interesting. Thanks for the donation, so big bug boy.
Do you think white people will always be the sort of default race in the US even as the white race population declines into the 21st century?
This great replacement theory thing is complete bullshit. As a proportion of the population, there are less white people, but white people are having kids. So you might see demographic changes where whites make up a smaller portion of the population as a percentage, but there are more white people. So I think right now white people make up 70% or maybe slightly more of the population. So if we use simple numbers, out of a population of 100, you have 70 white people and you have 30 like black people, let's say. You might have a demographic change where you might have, say, 50 black people, but you're going to have like 90 white people. So the percentage change is going to mean, as a percentage, there's fewer white people, but there's more total white people. So yeah, for the foreseeable future, for a very, very long time, white people are going to be the predominant demographic, and the idea that the white race is shrinking, that's just not true. Thanks for the donation, though, Sterling Thames. Grey Knight donated $2, scare prank, not blackface.
Ain't no way, bro. Alright.
Hey, y'all see what he doing? Y'all see it? Hey, stop. Don't make me bite your hand off. Stop.
Fake and gay. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
What's up, guys? It's Wednesday, June 26th. Gonna do a little freezer situation update, and I'm mainly recording this for insurance purposes. So I don't know if I'm gonna put this in the vlog or a standoff video. However, as you can see, it's scarily quiet in here. The freezer units are not running. It's still 25 degrees in here right now, but I think it's gonna go up about 5-10 degrees an hour. We are no meat in here, all the meat's out. I'll show you the reefer trailers later. Guy's gonna come and clean the whole freezer tomorrow, spray everything, and then he's gonna come on Friday and do the foam, and then we can turn the freezer back on, hopefully with better insulation, and be okay. Thankfully, the insurance is covering the freezer replacement unit cost. The only issue is it's gonna take me a little while to get that money. I can put everything on the credit card. The bigger problem is all the HVAC guys are really busy, and I'm gonna have to see what happens. So I'm trying to shop around, get the best price, not go crazy. Even though it's covered by insurance, you know, this first half of the insurance payment I already have to spend to pay back all the repairs I just did. So we're still not in a great spot, but at least the insurance is covering most of it. So we have the freezer all emptied out. I would say a good 2 days of work for like 5 guys. It took us to get all that meat organized and get it ready to take out. Yeah, that was all we really did today. We sent the rest of the orders Wednesday morning, got all of them ready, and we're gonna try to do this kind of seamlessly so anyone placing an order doesn't even know what happened. Well, you guys know what happened because you're watching the video, but we rented a forklift. It's like $1,000 a month, which in the context of how much money I hemorrhage on my business.
You should be a therapist to help people cure depression. Just tell everyone it's a choice. Well, it's not just simply telling people it's a choice. It's getting people to understand the truth of nihilism. That's the big thing. Once you understand the truth of nihilism, you have a choice to make. you can either choose to be miserable or you can choose to be happy, but you have to internalize nihilism first.
Sorry to keep going back to motorcycles, but I did get the panniers and top case for it when I picked it up. I love the fact that it's shaft drive too, so no more chain maintenance. Can't ride it until I get it registered, which will be this week. Can't wait.
Yeah, I'm eventually probably going to replace my V-Strom for that reason alone. Shaft drives are just so much fucking better. Especially for long distance touring. Chain maintenance is so fucking stupid. I hate it. My Ural Sidecar's shaft drive, I like just having to replace the oil in it, you know, like every 5,000 kilometers, rather than having to, like, regularly inspect the chain, oil it, loosen the wheel, tighten it slightly, and everything. It's so stupid. So yeah, it's a pretty sick bike. I don't think I'd go with a Triumph. I'd probably just get a BMW. As far as I can tell, the BMW has a better reliability record, and they're about the same cost. So I would just go with BMW. Maybe for replacement parts, BMW would be more expensive, but they're really, really fucking reliable. On top of that, valve adjustments are super fucking easy because it's a opposed twin. So you have the valves right there. You don't have to take the tank off or anything to access the valves. So that's also a big deal for me. Thanks for the donation though, Chris.
Not that big of a deal. We had to get this to load the reefer trailers up with the meat. So this is the second one that we got.
No, haven't fixed the Ural yet. When the shop opens, I'm gonna order a new ignition coil, and then hopefully that fixes it. If that doesn't fix it, I'm gonna bring in the ECU and get them to take a look at it. I think it's either the ignition coil or the ECU that's bad.
0 degrees is what I like to see. I'm actually paying my guys to check on it every 3-4 hours because they live right up the street. So I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? So they're gonna come every 3 or 4 hours and just make sure the engines are running on the reefers, and if there is an issue, they can call up the service company, 24-hour truck service. This is a swing door, so you know if you have to open the doors away from the dock to back it up to the loading dock, because you can't open the doors of the truck while it's against the building. So what we did here was we opened up the doors and I took the pallets from that dock with the forklift and put them on this truck. I mean, there were like 15 pallets. I was driving that thing for an hour and it's like 90 degrees out, so I was not having any fun. So I'm hoping that when we have to put the meat back in the freezer on Saturday or whenever, that we can get the guy to back this up to the dock so we can just wheel the pallets out, but I'm not sure if that's gonna happen. This is the second reefer that we've had since last week. This one is at 4 degrees, so still cooling off a little bit, but today was really hot, so.
Would you trust Frank to properly operate a forklift? Assuming those are new fork trucks, Frank must be rolling in the dough.
Those are not new forklifts, and I think he rents them. I'm pretty sure, or no, I think he got. I think the forklift came with the property. They yeah, I think they left the forklifts there, and they just came with the warehouse. I would not trust Frank to operate a forklift. I don't think he's forklift certified, and he's also a fucking retard. So I'd be very nervous around Frank with a, like, you know, 3-4 ton fucking forklift. Thanks for the donation, James.
Both reefers are running. Both appear to be operating good. This one is backed right up to the building, so we can actually take meat in and out of there if we wanted to. Now we're renting 2 of these, which is $100 a day in rental fees, probably $100 in gas, maybe more, and then probably he charges me for the engine hours too, and they're on continuous, so I think it's probably $300 to $400 a day just for renting these. So, oh, and that doesn't include the fee for getting them here and back is $400 each. So it's a lot of money. Hopefully after all this is, after we resolve all this, maybe I send this bill to the insurance company and they'll cover that too. But since they cover so much, I'm not really as worried about whether they're paying for this or not. So because I have, like, you know, we have an oil company coming every to fill this up with diesel. It's super, super expensive.
Please, for the love of fuck, I hope these refrigerator units break down in like a heat wave. All his meat goes bad, and bye-bye Frank's fucking meat business. That'd be great.
That's what we have to do. So hopefully when we get this spray foamed and we turn those other freezer units back on, the problem is, like, I'm not going to be okay in there until we get another unit installed. And I don't know when that's going to happen, because as I was saying earlier, all these HVAC guys in this heat wave are so busy, they don't really have time to do new installations because they're busy saving their current customers, like, you know, oh, my freezer went down, oh, this, oh, that. They have a lot of emergency situations, whereas I guess I'm okay, you know. It's not like, you know, we have reefers here, the meat's on the reefer. If hypothetically speaking, I'm 100% perfectly fine. The meat is on a reefer, it's safe. Granted, my luck is the reefer fails, but that's the thing. Like, we hypothetically have perfectly operating systems to keep the meat cold, aka the reefer trucks. So compared to someone that has an emergency that doesn't have a reefer truck or didn't rent a reefer truck, that's probably what these HVAC guys are focusing on. So first goal, get this spray foamed. And honestly, you know, the freezer panels are old. My guy is telling me I'm losing a lot of cold air because of that. So we'll see if the $13,000 to spray foam this is worth it. Because
did Frank even do a walkthrough before signing the lease?
I'm not sure if he did. Yeah, I'm really not sure. It's kind of weird. I don't even know if he's signing a lease, honestly. I think he might have actually bought the building. I can't even remember. But it is kind of weird how he got this building with all faulty HVAC units. Thanks for that.
Last one,
James.
I promise. I agree with everything you said about the BMW. Reason I went with the Triumph is because I got it for $9,800 off. Too good a deal to pass up. Love the BMW Gs though. Hopefully the Triumph holds up. Heard of shaft failures at 70k miles.
That's a really fucking good deal. Holy shit. How the fuck did you get it for like 10 grand off? That's a really fucking good deal. But thanks for the donation, Chris. Ancient Sanctuary donated $2. Supporter since 2015 and donating for 3 years now, but I'm officially unsubbing and never viewing your content. Fact-checked everything you told me about Musk yesterday, and most statements are inaccurate and speculative. Stop hating on successful people. Okay, dude, whatever. Musk is a fucking retard. Again, you can look at the evaluation of Tesla, their per share price versus their actual productivity. Their share price is something like 4 times higher than BMW, even though BMW makes way more fucking cars, and they have a much larger share of the total car market. It doesn't make any sense. Tesla is massively, massively overvalued. That's even after their stock price went down by like what, 20% or something. And again, Musk's fucking wealth is nowhere near, what was it, like 500 billion or something? What people were fucking claiming. Again, his wealth is based off of monopoly money. In terms of actual liquid assets that he has, his wealth is probably somewhere in the neighborhood of like around 40 billion. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but if you're looking at fucking Musk fanboys who suck his dick, you know, over everything, great. Be a fucking Musk fanboy, but whatever. Thanks for the donation, Ancient Sanctuary.
Because most other companies wanted 30,000. This was, if it was more than 20, I would not have done it, 100%. But we're in this building for now. I don't know how long I'm going to be here, probably at least a few years, who knows. And then even if I do resell the building, everything's going to be like up and functioning. So
what was the peak? 202, it's 197 right now. What's the yeah, it peaked at 371, and now it's at 197. It's a huge, huge dip. Went as low as 123. Jesus. I'm assuming the Cybertruck brought the share price up a little bit, but that's not going to last for too long.
Is that store a fire trap? I would be curious to know the state of his electrical system.
I think when he moved in, he got a loan from the bank to like fix up the store, so clean everything, fix some of the electrical stuff. But I don't know. I would love to see Frank burnt alive in that building. I'd love to see it. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
once we get this spray foamed, we got to get another freezer unit installed, probably evaporators on that wall. These two units have to be fixed. We have to put new heating coils in the evaporator on the left. This is the old reliable one that I might replace later this year, just to get a new one in. And these are the broken evaporators, and this is kind of, it's difficult to know what to do. And I'll get a little technical and not as entertaining here, but that the compressor is a unit, the most expensive unit inside the condenser. The condenser is the name for the entire outdoor freezer unit box thing. That big metal box that has everything in it, the fans and the compressor, it's called a condenser. So that condenser outside is so old that the replacement.
So, Frank does own the store.
I think so. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he does. Thanks for the donation, James.
Replacement compressor is like 12 or 13,000 because they don't really have them anymore. So there's no real point of replacing the compressor because the condensing the whole unit is cheaper. It's the same price. It'd be the same price to put a new unit in outside as it would to be to swap the compressor. So we know what to do outside. The problem is that condenser that you put in has to match these. They're called evaporators. So one of those is older, one of those is actually newer. The old.
I'm pretty sure the condenser does not need to match the evaporator. They're just, it's literally just like a fluid pipe. So I don't think they need to match.
The one on the right has a slight leak on the top of it. So then the question is, okay, well, you have all this line work in place. I guess you should just take out everything and put in all new stuff. However, those evaporators right now are hooked up to another condensing unit on the roof that was used for that glass walk-in door. I told you guys about this last week. So it's kind of saving our freezer. So I'm not really sure how we're going to transition this. I don't know how we're going to do it, because if I spray foam this and I get the meat back in the freezer on Saturday to resume business operate, because I can't operate the business out of a reefer trailer. I can't. If I had 3 reefer trailers, maybe I could. Like if I had another reefer trailer with a rolling door and I put it on the dock and we organized the meat better in the reefer trailers, maybe I.
Let me see. Does a evaporator need to I don't know. Wait. Evaporator condenser compatibility. Most manufacturers specify that if you replace either the evaporator coil or condenser coil, it must be the same size. Okay, that's just the coil. Because manufacturers specifically designed both coils to work synergistically. So apparently the coils have to be the same size, but you can mismatch, you can mismatch brands.
I could operate the business, but that's not feasible. So we're just gonna have to put the meat back in here on Saturday, hope it gets to cold temperature, and then from an install perspective, I guess we just try to get everything installed and then do a swap over as quickly as possible. But once this is foamed and we have a brand new unit.
I had a mini debate with a co-worker this morning, and he literally bit the bullet saying hiring a hitman to murder somebody is okay because you're not the one doing it. For fuck's sake. I feel like ramming my head into some drywall after that bullshit.
Yeah, he debate broed you. There's no way he believes that. He just bit the bullet on that because he's like, checkmate, vegans. I think it's okay for you to pay somebody to kill someone else. Like, no one actually holds that opinion. So yeah, that guy's a dipshit. Thanks for the donation, Tyler.
In here, then basically nothing can go wrong, you know? So the purpose of me filming this for insurance is, hey, we got the reefers, we got all the meat in the reefers, we're spray foaming this to re-insulate it so that the current situation, when we put the meat back in, is safer. We're trying to get everything fixed, and we're gonna try to get a new unit as soon as possible. But I'll say it again, until we get a new condensing unit installed and new evaporators installed, I mean, honestly, that one new unit is would probably do more chilling than all three of these units combined. So that's kind of what we need to do to be in a safe spot. And then once that happens, then I can worry about, oh, do I want to replace this? Do I want to replace that? Probably not. Just let it go. That's the minimum. Just get the new unit in, have the freezer spray foamed. Should be good for all of the rest of the duration I need to be here. That's basically it. And one other thing we're going to do that I guess isn't as, not really a priority, but on this wall here, we're going to move.
My home HVAC system is a Daikin communicating system. Should be available commercially. If I had been Frank, I would have had that system completely replaced.
Well, it sounds like they're replacing the his refrigeration system completely. Sounds like that's what he's doing. Thanks for that donation, James.
So we have the new hood for the kitchen vent. That fan next to it, which is not being used right now, was the old vent. So we're going to take that fan that's not being used, put it on the wall here, and then we can have this meat room chilled, because the coolers for this meat room.
Okay, I guess that wasn't the last one. The dealership I bought it from a dealership that went out of business. They had like 5 GT Pros and 3 or 4 GT Explorers. Too many electronics on the Explorer, so I snagged a Pro, which has a lot too.
Yeah, I don't like having too many electronics on a bike, because when they go bad, you have so many weird electrical gremlins, and it's hard to actually pinpoint down what the problem is. So, it's kind of a pain in the ass. Thanks for the donation, though, Chris.
What does an evaporator look like?
He showed the evaporators in the fridge. Those are the evaporators. Thanks for the donation, James.
Have this meat room chilled, because the coolers for this meat room here are hooked up to like this old refrigeration rack that requires about $6,000-7,000 worth of gas in it to operate. and it's way too big to operate anyway. It'd probably kill my electric bill. So instead of having to spend, you know, $6,000-7,000 in gas and $500 a month on the electric bill just to cool this room, spend just a few $100 to move that fan over there and the wall, and then turn it on and off, and then we have cold air coming from the freezer to chill this room. But of course, you know, the freezer has to be safe and running, and know we have plenty of cold air in there to even do that. It's out of the question right now. So we're gonna get this set up a little nicer for what we want to do, and that should be that. So these next few weeks are gonna be I guess a little frustrating, and I'll say it probably. I know I sound like a broken record repeating myself, but this is, you know, it's the work with these heat waves and not having these HVAC guys do this. I'm just in a really bad spot. You know, those guys really took their time to help me try to get that second unit out there up and running, and they didn't really have the time to commit to it to really troubleshoot it and fix it. And by the time we found out that the compressor needed to be swapped, you know, I was like, you know, let me shop around a few weeks, let me explore my options. And as I was exploring my options, I actually filed the insurance claim at that point. I was like, all right, this needs to be replaced. We need to fix this. I'm screwed. I can't afford this. Then, because I already filed the insurance claim, and I knew that the unit had to be replaced before the emergency even happened. Before the other freezer units failed, I already had the insurance claim filed because I knew it was broken and needed to be replaced. Unfortunately, the heat waves came and we had all these issues. So, yeah, this freezer, all these glass doors here, you guys like the little flip, doing acrobatics with my phone. That condensing unit that was used for this freezer is piped over to that freezer to kind of save it. So we'll see what happens.
That reroute could be expensive.
Yeah, well, Frank says his insurance company is covering the bill. Thanks for the donation, James.
I'm just trying to just save as much money as possible, and because if I don't, like, my goal is to provide you guys with affordable stuff and help as many people as possible. So unfortunately, the grim reality of what I have to do is basically get as much money as possible and make sure it's being used for the right things. So a little hard to do when you try to sell your products as cheap as possible, but you know, there's different degrees of it. You know, a lot when you have limited access to these HVAC people and they're all charging you out the ass and they're scamming you for parts and they're not even really fixing stuff. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. It's not good. So we'll see how the next few weeks goes. The only thing to really focus on now is let this guy spray foam this. Hopefully, when we turn those freezer units back on, we're at a really good temperature, and we can kind of skate by for a few weeks before we get this new unit installed.
So it is now Saturday. The first part of this video was filmed on Wednesday. So we got everything out of here, put it all on the reefers. There's like these smoke alarms. I paid this guy just to change them. Oh, but we have a scissor lift, so I should actually use it to change the smoke alarms real quick, because this guy was using the scissor lift to spray foam. So he came Thursday, cleaned everything. Yesterday, Friday, he did all the spray foam. So as you guys can see, we got 2 inches of foam all in the freezer. It actually looks like cleaner and newer now too. So we just gotta let the foam cure for Saturday. I might let it cure all day Sunday too, because we can't turn the freezer on tonight because it might compromise the foam. So we could turn the freezer on Sunday morning, but even if we turn the freezer on Sunday morning, it's not gonna be a temperature until Monday, so we can't do anything until Monday. Therefore, I might just wait until Sunday night to turn the freezer on, give the foam a full 48 hours to cure. This was like $13,600 to spray.
Where does Frank get all his money that he wasted on botched surgeries and failing businesses?
Apparently, he took out a bank loan for his cosmetic surgery, but I don't know where he's getting the money for all this other shit. It really doesn't make any sense. I don't know why or how he could take out a $30,000 loan for cosmetic surgery. It's really fucking weird. So I have no idea, dude. Nothing adds up. Thanks for the donation, though, Kratos.
Spray foam this whole freezer, which is like, this guy gave me half the price of any other company. Otherwise, I would not have done it. So now, when we turn these freezer units back on, even though they're broken and old, we should be safe at good temperature to operate until we get the new unit installed, which thankfully the insurance did cover. Take another quick look inside for you guys. So we got ceiling, walls, everything completely spray foamed with 2 inches of foam. So yeah, the freezer panels are 40 years old. This was kind of the best use of the funds. I'm not sure if, well, the best use of like funds from a return perspective. So, you know, those panels are so old and the freezer is so large that we kind of need to spray foam it. Now, if we're talking about like the refrigerator, which is a little smaller, which doesn't have to be as cold, then it's probably not worth spending the $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 to spray foam it. But this freezer will have a very quick return. We got everything out here. I'm gonna have my guys, we're gonna pressure wash everything, clean it all down before we put it back in. And even though we cleaned the freezer before we moved in, I'm gonna make sure to keep it really, really, really clean now, and get in there with vacuums and stuff, make sure everything's good. So I have the warehouse door open here. We got to air it out. Oh, dude, yesterday, these spray foam chemicals, even though I wasn't in the room, they were kind of like dissipating throughout the building. Dude, I was so out of it. Like, I came in feeling pretty good yesterday, and after just inhaling that stuff for like like the residual fumes for like an hour or two, I was just so out of it. You know, it's pretty dangerous, it's pretty toxic, so we're trying to air out the building as much as possible today, and then turn the freezer back on, we should be good. So we got that one reefer still out here. I've been paying my guys because they live up the street, to come down and check the reefer temperature every few hours. Yeah, so this one's at -2 degrees, so that's good. And then we got this other reefer. I bought all new pallets. These were $5 each, which is actually kind of cheap. Like they're new, they're clean, they're pretty clean. They're pretty good condition pallets compared to a lot of the pallets we get in. So I wanted to just put like all new pallets on the.
Frank using a scissor lift sounds scary. Has he ever discussed inventory control?
I don't think he ever has, but thanks for that donation, James.
For that freezer, so they're nice and clean, and we're not just using like random old broken pallets. So that was, I mean, only $150. It's not that big of a deal. The reefer's got plenty of fuel in it. This one is at -1. So reefers have been holding up. I'm gonna just hop on this forklift, get those pallets on the dock, and I got a few other things to do today. So that's gonna be it for this kind of freezer update vlog video. The reason I wanted to make this was to show you guys, hey, we're not gonna get the meat really back in the freezer until Monday, and it's 4th of July week. So I'm gonna try my best to get all the orders out to you guys as soon as possible. I think what we're gonna do is hopefully the freezer is at temperature by Monday morning after we turn it on Sunday night. We'll put all the meat in the freezer real quick. It shouldn't take too long, maybe an hour or two. And then after we get the meat in the freezer, we'll get all the extra ice orders and the express orders ready that we should be able to ship out on Monday. So we should be able to get the express and extra ice orders out on Monday, and then we'll ship the remaining orders on Tuesday. And we should be seamless. You know, we should be able to not have to delay the orders, because the worst case scenario would have kind of been like, oh, you know, we're gonna have to wait until next week to send you guys the rest of your orders that were placed. But I think we should be fine. So I don't know if we're gonna be filming well, I probably will film a meat vlog and show you guys the new stuff that came in this week, but it might not be until like Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. So yeah, and I said it in last week's vlog, like if you guys want stuff for 4th of July, last week was the week to order, because you're not gonna get it before 4th of July. You're not at this point. You guys gotta understand the holiday shipping, and with what's going on with the freezer here, it's even if we didn't have any freezer issues, even if we sent your order out on Monday, you still might not get it before 4th of July. So we can't guarantee stuff like that. That's why we set the order last week. But yeah, let me shit, do I have some batteries? Maybe I'll just call this guy and ask if maybe he's not. Maybe he said he was coming to get the scissor lift today, but maybe he's not. So maybe I can use it to change the smoke alarms tomorrow, or get my buddy to help me change the smoke alarms. Because I don't like going up on this stuff, and I don't really know how it works. So freezer spray foamed. Now we just have to order the new units from the refrigeration company, and then maybe the week or two after 4th of July, we'll get an entirely new freezer unit put in, and then we won't have to worry about anything else. So I'm gonna do a little work today, show my guys some stuff, but I'll see you guys for the vlog video.
All right, well, his business is failing. Good news.
I am an electrician that works in the HVAC industry. I bet Frank is a fucking nightmare of a customer. HVAC parts and labor are very expensive. I doubt they're scamming him like he says.
Yeah, probably not. Frank is kind of a stupid know-it-all, so, you know. Thanks for the donation, though, Sanderbling.
The best workout split isn't a simple one. Well, honestly, it's an unanswerable one, as the best workout split is different from person to person. We all have different goals and different lives. So what works for me and what's best for me may not be so for you. However, there are 5 main workout split pretty much everybody uses. Each of them has their strengths and unfortunately their weaknesses too. With my time as a coach and actually doing these workout splits, I have noticed these weaknesses, but I've also fixed them as well. I know you're definitely doing one of these workout splits, and who knows, in the future, maybe you try all of them. So I'm gonna tell you exactly what's wrong with each of them and how to fix them. My name is Mario. I'm a certified personal trainer with a Bachelor of Science in Exercise Science. My channel is about my fitness philosophy of athletic bodybuilding, where you train like an athlete so you can look like an athlete, which I say because the athletic physique is the most aesthetic and attractive by far. However, sometimes I give lifting advice not about building muscle but improving your athletic performance, and this one isn't one of them, as this one's directed toward building muscle and an aesthetic physique, which makes sense because workout splits are things that bodybuilders use. Athletes use periodization or blocks of training, but I'll get into that in some other video. The first workout split I'm going to talk about is the most notorious one, the bro split. The science-based optimal bodybuilding community hate on this workout split so much, so the sheep of the fitness community just listen to them, because they do what they're told. However, I can agree with them here because the bro split is hated for good reason. I am a huge fan of this workout split for beginners, but when you're past that stage, the bro split just ain't it. The bro split is a 4 or 5 day workout split where you train one muscle group per day, and you train each muscle group once per week, which is exactly where the problems of this workout split lie. The exercise science guidelines for maximizing muscle hypertrophy is to train each muscle group 2 to 3 times per week with 48 to 72 hours to recover between each session. And when I say session, that's each session for a given muscle group. Muscle growth is pretty much dependent on 2 factors, which is volume and intensity. Volume meaning sets and reps of your workout. Due to the fitness community sheep that I was mentioning earlier, this trend of super low volume, high intensity.
You ever heard of him?
Heard of who? Mario Rios? Yeah, he's annoying as shit. He's annoying as shit and makes a lot of dumb content. Well, that one might be kind of interesting. Thanks for the donation though, James.
Training has gone way too far, when science proved it wrong long ago. I mean, if one of the leaders of the science-based community, Dr. Mike, says they suck, they probably do.
It was Mike Menser being like, people always ask me, you just do one set. Why wouldn't you do another? That's like the stupidest idea in the world. And it's like, multiple set programs were proven more effective, definitively, in the early 2000s. Since then, it's not even up for debate. There are 52 set per week programs, 45 set per week programs, 27 set per week programs, 18 set per week programs that all outperform the smaller set per week programs that were compared in those studies directly.
If you're a fan of the channel, you probably know that I'm not always with the science-based community because they like to overcomplicate training just to gain 0.001% more muscle. But with my strength and conditioning education and experience, I can attest to this. Low volume, high intensity training sounds great, but it isn't the best. However, like all the other workout splits I'm going to mention in this video, I have a solution to this one. The solution to the bro split and fixing the bro split.
Did August the Duck shy away? Let me check my emails, actually. Yeah, he hasn't messaged me back.
But it's to capitalize on its advantages, which are recovery and muscle focus. The bro split overkills recovery, which to be honest isn't the worst thing in the world, as you have an entire week till you hit a given muscle group again. And because of that, one part of the solution is to train super hard, like hard as, and you do more volume for that muscle group. I typically recommend 8 to 12 sets for a muscle in a given workout. But with this particular workout split, I recommend 10 to 15 sets per muscle group, with 12 being the sweet spot. That'll fix some of the issues regarding low volume, but you also need to capitalize on muscle focus. As this workout split, you're only hitting one muscle group per day, so you can get laser focused on that. You can really fatigue that muscle and obviously get a great pump at the gym. So the solution to the bro split is to capitalize on training one muscle group for a given workout and the insane recovery period after. But one other solution that people don't utilize that's super effective is a quality skincare routine, which I'm excited to announce that Teach Hanley is sponsoring me. You won't regret it. They're trying to fit your entire
Yeah, this video is boring.
arm muscle isn't your triceps or even your biceps, but it's actually your forearms. You can define your arm aesthetics by the tone and vascularity your forearms have, especially considering it's the only arm muscle that shows when you're wearing a sleeved shirt. As a former skinny hard gainer, forearm training seems so complex. In every workout split, whether it's push-pull legs or full body, there was no forearm segment. So forearms, to many, is treated as an extra muscle that you train when you have time for it. It's like the calves of the arms. Except unlike the calves, forearms actually have an important role in the aesthetics of your physique. And through my years of training, I found the best way to grow your forearms that not only breaks through the barriers of training them, but makes them aesthetic as hell. In fact, my training method is so successful, my most complimented muscle are my forearms, which is so strange because I don't have a specific day for them, nor do I train them with a ton of volume. So yeah, my method is pretty overpowered. My name is Mario. I'm a certified personal trainer with a bachelor of sexy forearms that attractive women that live with any other muscle. If you're not training hard enough, 90-day aesthetic body fat, you lose my house, and I'm sure you've been doing the same. You may be thinking about how 30 per US and extensors. Or the easiest way to think of it is the anterior or the front side and the posterior or the back side. But lucky for you, you don't need to memorize any of this because the basically just like little muscles, but a bunch of little muscles. But the brachioradialis is this big chunk of meat here. That's what you work. You want to work with your forearm exercises mainly just because it's the biggest muscle. And if you want to do wrist curls,
You're not really going to be able to increase the size of your brachioradialis really all that much. Beyond doing some hammer curls, it's not a muscle that's really going to grow all that much. You're better off, again, just doing, like making sure you do some sets of hammer curls. At least then you're also getting a lot of bicep training in. And just doing a lot of forearm curls. You're not going to be able to increase the size of your brachioradialis that much. Like, you can even look at pro arm wrestlers, like Devin Larratt. They do a lot of volume for the brachioradialis, and it's still not that big.
Lift up the little muscles, you won't get very far. I went over it a little bit, but the main way I train my brachioradialis is with a variation of a hammer curl, whether it's your normal dumbbell one or a cross body hammer curl. But there's a last one, which is a reverse curl, which is a little different than the hammer curl.
Yeah, reverse curls are pretty much a waste of time. You're going to get about the same amount of activation of the brachioradialis from doing hammer curls.
Funny how people think Trump supports guns rights. He literally banned bump stocks and says anti-2A rhetoric. Also, I hate Biden, but he won the debate on a factual basis. I fact-checked them and Trump lied every time he talked. Even TYT said he lost. Biden.
Yeah, TYT is fucking stupid. Like, I think everybody's take on that debate was fucking stupid. Yeah, Joe Biden talked kind of slow. Apparently he had a cold, that's why his voice was like really hoarse and shit, but he was giving very smart, poignant answers that made a lot of sense. He had very clear, good policy positions. Trump just lied and said the most insane horseshit I've ever heard him say. And yeah, Trump is not a supporter of 2A rights. Thanks for the donation, though, Dick on the Moon. So like I was saying, if you do hammer curls, you're going to get about the same activation of your brachioradialis, and on top of that, you're getting more actual bicep activation as well. So doing reverse curls is just a fucking waste of time. Just do hammer curls.
Reverse curls are going to target your brachialis more than a hammer curl would, which will do more to widen your biceps, which...
Yeah, that's not true.
Some of us actually need, like myself, who has naturally narrow biceps, but won't do as much to build your forearm size, so consider that. However, there are some blocks of training while I do reverse curls instead of a hammer curl variation.
That's not going to widen your biceps. Your brachialis sits beneath your bicep. So by training your brachialis, what it will do is it'll help build a bigger peak to your bicep and make your bicep just look larger because it sits underneath your bicep. Let me see if I can find, yeah. So there's your brachialis. Your brachialis sits beneath the bicep. Now, it's very, very debatable whether you can even target your brachialis specifically. I don't think you really can. You're probably getting about as much brachialis activation out of any elbow flexion exercise, whether it be bicep curls, hammer curls, or reverse curls. But what training your brachialis is going to do is it's just going to make your bicep peak appear bigger because that muscle sits beneath your bicep. It's not going to make your bicep like actually wider.
When it comes to developing your brachioradialis, or the biggest muscle in your forearm, the hammer curl will be the best. Now you know how to build the biggest muscle in your forearm, which is just step one. But how about the rest of the muscles in the forearm? I touched on it a little bit, but wrist curls aren't going to get you very far. In college, during my gross anatomy course, I did so bad on the hand and forearm tests because there's so much going on in there. And you'll understand why I did so bad when you look at all the little muscles that are involved in the forearm and the hands. So to hit those little bitty muscles and isolate all those muscles in the forearm, yeah, that's pretty much impossible. Even if you're a dorky bodybuilder who wants to spend an extra hour on their back and biceps.
I don't know what he's saying. You can get like really fucking big, thick forearm muscles. Like your forearms are pretty prone to getting larger. Like I do a lot of I do a fair bit of forearm training. Not quite as much as I was doing before because I'm not doing grip training right now. But I do a lot of forearm training. My forearms have grown massively. So him saying these are little itty bitty muscles, they can grow a lot. They have a lot of growth potential.
Biceps day doing forearms at the end, just for them to look a little bit bigger, even though mine will look more toned and vascular than theirs. The only way to hit all the little muscles in the forearm is to use the forearms in the most functional way, as a stabilizer, or in this case, to use them to grip.
No, that is stupid. So, a few stupid things he said here. One, the most functional way. What the fuck do you mean, the most functional way? That is a buzzword. Any type of training you do to make a muscle larger and stronger is functional. Strength and hypertrophy are extremely general. Any kind of strength increase is going to be functional for anything. So if you do a lot of forearm curls and you make your forearm muscles bigger and stronger, that is going to translate to being able to grip things better, have a stronger grip. Doing like static holds with a heavy weight is not more functional than directly isolating your forearms and doing like wrist curls and shit. Secondly, just gripping onto something is not going to cause as much hypertrophy as actually going through a wide range of motion and training the muscle in lengthened positions. Like, this is pretty, like, the nail in the coffin. It has really already been there with the lengthened partial research. You build more muscle training a muscle in weighted lengthened positions than you do in contracted positions. So the idea that you're going to build more muscle when you contract the forearm and hold it in a single static position versus doing like forearm curls where you extend your fingers out and lengthen those forearm muscles, like, it's just stupid. I have Truth donated $2, thinking a lot about religion lately, and it would be logical and strongly conclude heaven and hell do exist and people's fate would be influenced on their actions and morality, not practicing a certain religion. Thoughts on fortune-telling spiritual people? I don't think that was even a proper sentence. I don't know why it's logical to assume heaven and hell exist. Fortune-telling is bullshit, and I don't know what you mean by spiritual people. Usually people who call themselves spiritual are just selfish, self-indulgent twats who only care about themselves. Thanks for the donation, I have Truth.
All my vascularity and tone in my forearms to one exercise, which is the farmer.
Vascularity is dependent on like 3 things: how lean you are, your genetics, and blood pressure. If you increase your blood pressure, you're going to have more vascularity. Some people, for whatever reason, their veins are just more prominent and they're closer towards the skin. And how lean you are is going to determine vascularity. The type of training you do is not going to influence vascularity.
Carry. All right, so this is the only superset or 2 exercises you need to develop toned and vascular form. So you can do any...
There is no type of training you can do that will increase vascularity.
Forearm exercise that I listed earlier in the video, but for right now we're going to be doing hammer curls. So you'll do a set of hammer curls first, then farmer carries, which I'm going to show you guys right now.
Farmer carries are not going to be as good for building your forearms as, again, isolation exercises like forearm curls.
So I'm starting to get close to failure here, but I keep going because that's when the set really starts. They got 1 or 2 left. I'll go 1 more. All right. So some of you guys can go directly into the farmer carries. I like taking like a 10 to 15 second break. So normally that means for me, getting a sip of water, which I'll need. So with the farmer carry, I'll give you guys some tips, but you want to be doing it for 20 to 60 seconds and you're fighting the burn here. So when I get the farmer carry weight, I set up like I'm doing a deadlift. Make sure the weight is in the palm of your hands and not your fingers when you're trying to.
When you're doing a deadlift, the weight should be in your fingers, not in the palm of your hand. So this is bad advice already.
Keep it in the palm of your hands. So I'll grab it with the palm, deadlift it up, keep your neck up. You'll get some neck gains. All of my neck gains are because of this exercise. Get your shoulder blades back, arms.
He has a very thin neck. He's saying all of his neck gains are from farmer's carries. He has a really thin neck. So usually if people get a bigger neck, without doing any sort of direct neck exercises, it's usually from deadlifts. And some of that has to do with posture. Some of it has to do with just your body proportions. So usually people who tend to keep a more upright neck posture, and they also have like a shorter neck, like their head is closer to their shoulders. I've noticed people tend to get a thicker neck from doing things like deadlifts, but yeah, you're probably not going to develop a thick neck from doing farmer's carries.
To your side, and you just walk. So literally right now I'm just walking around, still no burn yet, so I'll keep going. Still no burn yet, but you can see my whole body's working here. I'm gonna go another lap. Okay, now it's burning. So here's where you really mentally push yourself. This is where you get all the gains. Every second you're fighting the burn, this is where you get all those forearm bane gains, all that tone. Now it's really burning. Okay, so now I'm very tired. I'll take normally at least 2 minutes break here, but
yeah, this is not particularly good forearm training advice.
you can see that my forearms really work there, and I'm very exhausted, but that's how you get the forearm bane gains, not this wrist curl guard.
You know training will get you veins. I don't know why he keeps saying that.
Garbage. It's just using your forearms.
Like, he's saying forearm curl garbage. Like, dude, my forearms are more built than yours. Like, there's probably a reason for that. Again, if you do isolation exercises to train your fucking forearms, they're going to get bigger. This guy is telling you doing less volume and less directed work towards a certain muscle group is going to get you more gains. That is completely and utterly contradictory to all strength and hypertrophy research. Why would doing less volume lead to more gains? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
The functional way, which is just gripping.
This exercise has so many.
I don't know what that word functional means. What the fuck do you mean by functional? If you do isolation work to increase the size and strength of a targeted muscle, that is going to make that muscle stronger. It's all functional. All strength training is going to be functional. Like what the fuck do you mean by that?
The athletic benefits. It improves trunk stiffness and bracing, improves core strength by training the deep stabilizer muscles, improves joint angle specific strength, improves postural strength and endurance, and improves full body conditioning. But what's funny is I don't even do them for the athletic benefits, I do them for the bodybuilding benefits. or the aesthetic looks benefits. Although it's mostly bro science, isometric exercises like the farmer carry increase tone. This is because of the high motor unit recruitment isometric exercises demand, which will increase your muscles' rest tone or how much you're flexing at rest. So look at me here, here's my bicep. Now I'm flexing all my arm muscles. I'm not contracting them at all, but you can see there's more tone to them. When you do isometric exercises, you're basically increasing your tone like that.
Oh my god. Isometric exercises are practically useless. They are not as good as doing, like going through a range of motion and training the muscle in a lengthened position. And there is no way to tone a muscle group. You can increase the muscle size. By dieting, you will lose body fat across your entire body, and that will make you look more toned, but there are no toning exercises. You can't spot reduce body fat.
When you're at rest. In spite of all the bodybuilding aesthetic benefits I have seen from the farmer carry, every gym I go to, and I've been to a lot of gyms around the world, I've seen nobody doing the farmer carry. Except for me and my brother. We're the only ones.
Yeah, because they're kind of a waste of time. The only people who train them are strongmen. Because that's an actual event that they have to do, farmer's carries. Otherwise, why would you do farmer's carries?
That do it, and when we do it, people look at us like we're funny. Whether you're an athlete or a bodybuilder, if you're not doing a variation of a carry, you're an idiot. Plain and simple, you're an idiot. What farmer
Yeah, this guy's calling somebody an idiot.
Literally incredible. I'm not even lean right now. I went out to my rooftop, so natural lighting, which isn't ideal compared to what these
I don't know what he means. I'm not even lean right now. You know we can see you, right?
Bodybuilders are doing. And I'm just moving my hand, and you can see my forearm muscles.
Oh, look at this. You can see my forearm muscles. I'm not even lean right now. I don't have visible abs. Like, everybody is going to have, like, muscles that you can see in their forearm. Your forearm doesn't really store much fat. Like, what?
All the little ones moving around. I have never done wrist curls in my entire life, yet you're telling me this is what my forearms look like. And you get different kind of benefits too, like I don't—
Yeah, buddy, you don't have particularly large forearms. Your forearms just look proportionate. Most people are going to have their forearms hypertrophy just from doing normal training. Like every exercise requires you to grip a bar. So you're going to get bigger forearms from doing bicep curls, rows, pull downs, pull-ups. Like practically every exercise is reliant on your grip. So just by training, you're going to get larger forearms, but this guy's forearms don't look particularly large. They just look proportionate.
For all my back exercises. The farmer carry is the most underrated exercise ever, and it's not even close.
It's not underrated. It's not particularly good for anything.
I would personally say if I had one exercise to do for the rest of my life, it would be this one. Not squats, not deadlifts, not bench press.
Well, that's just plain idiotic.
Farmer carries. On my back and biceps day, that's how I hit my forearms, which I integrate into my bicep training by doing a hammer curl supersetted with.
So when people say functional in the context of strength training, they're trying to say that functional muscles are good for certain real-life sports like boxing, wrestling, etc., which is retarded because strength and specific techniques are separate.
It's retarded because strength itself is functional, and it's an extremely general skill. If you increase your strength, and like it's not even strength in a particular exercise. You can do any exercise that increases the strength of a muscle. If you do squats, hack squats, leg press, lunges, deadlifts, all of those exercises increase your strength in your lower body. That is not specific for any sport aside from like maybe powerlift. Like that sort of strength isn't specific for any sport. it's going to be useful for literally any sport, aside from, like, again, powerlifting, where you have to do certain events. So you do have to get specifically strong in, like, a squat in order to, be a good competitive powerlifter. But if you just increase your lower body strength by doing anything, deadlifts, squats, leg press, that strength that you built doing those exercises is going to be useful for literally any sport. So claiming your strength isn't functional is just fucking retarded. Strength itself is functional, and it's a very general skill that can be applied to anything. It's like just being smart. Like, if you're smarter, you're going to be better at literally anything. You're going to be better at math. You're going to be better at writing. You're going to be better at learning anything. That's basically what strength is in the sports world. It's just being smarter. If you're smarter, you're better at everything. If you're stronger, you're better at everything. Strength isn't a specific skill, so saying your strength isn't functional is basically an oxymoron. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
With the farmer carry.
Yeah, this guy Mario Rios is a little bit of a dum-dum.
But just beyond this puny, unmarked, unknown, unremembered little gate lies the Butovo shooting range. And here, beginning on August 8th of 1937, 3 years before Auschwitz, operations began at the world's first death camp. 91 people were shot in the back of the head that first day, kneeling in front of an open grave. From that day forward, there was hardly ever a day when fewer than 100 people were executed here. At its peak, on February 28th of 1938, 562 individual human beings were executed here at Butovo, a place unknown to anyone who has not gone looking for it with persistence and determination. In his book, It Was a Long Time Ago and It Never Happened Anyway, historian David Satter tells of Comrade A.V. Sadovsky, who had been the head of the Administrative Economic Department of the NKVD, one of the direct successors to Iron Felix's Czech and a direct antecedent to the KGB and the current FSB. Speaking of the beginning of the Great Terror in 1936, Sadovsky said, all of the execution chambers in Moscow were working at full capacity, yet there were more and more people to shoot. It became difficult to remove the bodies of those who'd been executed without being noticed by people in the area. There began to be bad rumors, and the executioners, meanwhile, were pushed to the limit. What went on? What went on? There was no time to wash away the blood in the basements. There were brains on the walls. But people kept coming, and it seemed like the shooting would never end. I did not know where to send the corpses. Everything was filled, everything. So Butovo not only became a mass grave, it became a killing field as well. Here's David Satter again. At first, the local people did not pay much attention to the shots from the Butovo firing range. They assumed that exercises were being conducted. Soon, however, an atmosphere of fear settled over the area. People on their way home were passed by black prison vans. They began to hear strange sounds. A muffled woman's voice shouted, "Don't do it, don't touch me, I have children." Sometimes there were distant screams. There was the singing of the Internationale, interrupted by shots. Cars raced down neglected forest roads, sometimes a dozen at a time. People stopped speaking of their foreboding even to one another. Children were forbidden to walk past the firing range, which was surrounded by barbed wire. And all of that happened right here, right at this gate, right here. The buses from the Lubyanka and Lefortovo usually arrived between 1 and 2 a.m. The terrified, confused faces were checked against files containing their photographs. They then had their hands tied behind their backs, were read their sentences, and were led to the edge of a pit. Now, in the early days, these pits had been made by a small bulldozer, but before long, giant excavators would be called in. The executioners had been waiting in a small stone house where they had been given their daily barrel of vodka and invited to drink as much as they liked. This was not particularly difficult work, and at point-blank range, even an unsteady hand would still do the job. The victims were forced to their knees, shot in the back of the head, and then kicked into the ditch, while more screaming or crying or stoic or uncomprehending men and women were brought forward. One of those people was Mikhail Shimonin, seen here. He was 13 years old when he was shot in the back of the head right here in this open field that looks no different today than any park or open field that you and I have ever stood in. But then again, Moscow is not an American city. In addition to Mikhail Shimonin, we have the names of an additional 20,760 people who lie buried beneath this small patch of ground. Some estimates run to 60,000. A still relatively new President Vladimir Putin came to the site in 2007 to mark the 70th anniversary of the world's first extermination center. In his remarks, he attributed these deaths and the 20 million others murdered by their own government during the Soviet era as being attributable to, quote, excesses of the political conflict, unquote. And so proving that while you can take the man out of the secret police, you can't take the secret police out of the man. So when we say that something like 100,000 people were murdered in Moscow alone during a half-century of terror, does it help for me to say that that number, 100,000 people, is Burbank, California? That it's Lansing, Michigan? That it's Springfield, Illinois? It's the entire population of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, or Boulder, Colorado, or Green Bay, or every man, woman, and child in Provo, Utah, or South Bend, Indiana. All of those bodies, all of those people, just in that one city alone. Does that help? Or is the magnitude of the murder simply too big to grasp? I'm Bill Whittle, and this is an Empire of Terror.
Yeah, that's fucked, man.
How long is too long?
It's crazy how people can just be so easily manipulated by these crazy ideologies and do this insane horrific shit. This is why I don't like most people. Most people, when you look at these crazy totalitarian regimes like the Nazis, Soviet Russians with Stalin, Mao, Pol Pot, everyone you know, if they were to have grown up under these regimes, they very likely would become Nazis, or they would become Soviets, or communists, or any of these stupid fucking things. Everybody you know is potentially a fucking genocidal Nazi. People are so easily controlled and manipulated by ideology. And you can't trust other people. And I mean, we see this all the fucking time as vegans. We're currently fighting the worst injustice ever committed against, any marginalized group. There's a Holocaust against animals, and when you fucking talk to people about it, they're all Nazis. They all try to justify it with some retarded fucking bullshit. So, yeah, you just can't trust your fellow human. They're almost everyone is just an unhinged fucking piece of shit.
You mentioned from personal experience being aware of the dark side of anabolic use. What is that?
How long do you have? Anxiety like you would not believe. Every day that I'm on high doses, I wake up in the morning afraid of the rest of my day. Intrusive thoughts. I think about violence all the time. Well, if your testosterone is 25 times what it's supposed to be, what the hell do you think it's going to make you think about? Another one is a marked proximate reduction of IQ. Like right now, as I talk to you, I'm on contest prep. I'm on a considerable dose of anabolics. I'm not as smart right now, and I can feel it. It's this fog, an inability to perceive a broad spectrum of positive human emotion. I live in a really beautiful area in Michigan, and I walk out and there's this pond and these trees, and I know that I like looking at them, but it's a memory to me. I go work out every morning and I look at the pond and the trees and I'm like
like all I feel is rage and frustration and anger and anxiety. That's my daily life.
Welcome to another episode.
Why in the hell would he take drugs if that's how they make him feel? Mike is not a good bodybuilder, by the way. What were his last contest photos? Here we go.
Speaking of totalitarianism, have you seen The Boys? If not, I definitely recommend it. An interesting documentary for sure.
Yeah, I watched The Boys. I'm waiting for all of season 4 to come out before I start watching season 4. It's great. The Boys is another really good example of like mass hysteria and how totalitarianism rises. Thanks for the donation though, Tyler. Like, yeah, so Mike Israetel is not a very good bodybuilder. He'll look really thick and full and everything and looks great when he's not in not about to compete. So let me see if I can find comparable photos. So like here he is lean and everything, and here he is like actually in competition. And when he's in competition, like he flattens the fuck out. Like you can see his biceps look big and thick. And then here they look like really flattened, and his whole physique just looks way flatter than when he's not in a competition prep. And Mike's talked about this a bit. He says he stores like a really ridiculously large amount of body water. I think he has to take so many drugs to remove the excess water from his system that it makes his muscles like flatten out and shit. I don't see him getting a pro card with this kind of physique. So I just don't know why he's putting himself through this when he's not going to get a fucking pro card. It's weird to me that he makes this seem so horrible, but he like keeps doing it.
Of the Checkup Podcast with Dr. Mike. Today, I, Dr. Mike, am excited to welcome Dr. Mike to the Checkup Podcast with Dr. Mike. No, I'm not inviting myself onto my own show. The reason I actually wanted to have this conversation on the podcast is because in the other room right now, we have a lawyer waiting to hit you with a cease and desist for using the Dr. Mike insignia across all of your platforms. What's that about?
As a Russian Jew,
there can only be one Dr. Mike.
I can't wait for a lawsuit. I live in this. I live in it. I love it. Russian Jew versus Russian Jew, round one fight. You know what? I think the way we would skirt out of that is insanely realistic. You are fully spelled out, Dr. Mike. I am Dr. Mike.
Oh.
Yeah.
What about all the other ones?
What other ones?
There's apparently a lot of other Dr. Mikes out there.
Oh, irrelevant people I don't care about. I consider myself the second most important Dr. Mike. You, of course, first.
You know what's funny? When I created the doctor spelled out thing, I specifically did it in the case of some trademark dispute of someone suing me because I was afraid of getting sued.
Really?
Well, because when I first started, I had no idea what I was doing in the digital landscape.
I still don't.
I mean, know a little bit more. But it's weird because now I have a trademark on Dr. Spelled Out Mike.
No way.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. We were just going to get sued if we did that with me. Oops.
But we have to protect it because people steal your course, your merch. Like if we come out with a merch design, a week later it's on websites for sale.
Whoa. Yeah. You're at a very high level of popularity. People barely know who I am. So
That's
we're
not
just
true.
we're just going to
In fact, a lot of the comments on Reddit when people mention like, oh, what are your thoughts on Dr. Mike? They're like, not the DO, right? Saying that they want to talk about you instead.
Oh, yeah. Reddit. Are those real people or robots from China and Russia?
Mix.
Nice.
I feel like that's true. It's a messy place. Do you ever go on Reddit?
God, no. No, I have real friends in real life. I'm kidding, Redditors. Don't do whatever you do on Reddit.
They might do something.
They typically do, yeah. All jokes all the way down, of course. Reddit is a combination of an interesting thing. an insanely amazing place to get crazy aggregate information about really austere topics no one would ever know anything about. And also a place where the toxicity of inceldom goes quite far.
Very far.
And you'll get a lot of people with a lot of feelings, so to speak. And you say something and they're like, this guy's wrong. I hate him. Arg. So I didn't know the whole trademark situation. I didn't even come up with Dr. Mike. People just started calling me Dr.
Are you
Mike.
also Mikhail?
I mean, my American legal name is Michael Alexandrovich Israetel.
Okay.
In Russia, it's Mikhail Alexandrovich Israetel. So it is Mikhail. I was born Mikhail.
But in America, you changed
in America, I'm Michael.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm still Mikhail.
Oh, no
on all
way.
My paperwork. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So I'm not even technically, like, some of my nurses and staff in the hospital call me Michael, but I'm like, that's not even my name.
Yeah, don't call me that.
Well, it's funny because they still do, but they don't care.
Yeah,
They're just
you
like,
got to rotate your names to preference. They're like, okay, so Mikhail, you're like, nope, that's not either. They're like, Mike, like, nope. They're like, I don't understand what to call you. Please help.
Today it's this.
Yeah. When you're famous enough, you can just rotate names.
That's true.
P. Diddy,
You could be like
Puff
Cher.
Daddy,
Well,
Puffy.
that's a bad reference right now.
We can't use him anymore.
it's
I did see that video.
Yeah, it's a bad video.
he
And he
better-
put an apology already.
I don't think you can apologize for something like that quick. He's like, my bad.
What's crazy is, I don't know if you saw that, this is so off topic, but the LAPD, not LAPD, LADA put out a statement saying they can't charge him for it because it's been over a certain number of years.
It makes sense. I mean, the law's the law.
I mean, it's on camera.
Yeah.
Find
If
a different thing to charge him with.
If I ever catch him in an elevator, he'll have more fun court cases. to
Really?
answer. Yeah, absolutely.
Would you fight him?
I wouldn't rule it out. Yeah, I think anyone
You know, it's so weird. There's a lot of strange, arbitrary rules around statute of limitation. Rick Ross, the real Rick Ross, Freeway Rick, he was in jail when the Rick Ross, the rapper, stole his identity. And he was in jail for so long that by the time he got out and found out about Rick Ross, he couldn't sue because of the statute of limitations passed. So it's really weird. Like, if somebody wronged you and you only found out about it after X amount of time, or say you were only able to prove it after, like, information came out, you know, like this video got leaked. I don't know, like, it just seems strange that you wouldn't be able to pursue legal action. Benjamin Longery donated $2. I believe in heaven and hell exists if someone is wronged. They get justice in afterlife if they didn't get it in life, just like how the criminal justice system works. So, that idea is fucking stupid because, one, you have to assume an afterlife exists. Secondly, if somebody, like, tortured you to death, let's say, what would be your compensation? So if you're going to go to heaven anyway, what's your compensation? Like, it would be the same as anybody else who goes to heaven. Apparently it's this, like, paradise that's everlasting. What compensation do you get from being wronged by somebody like that? You can't. And, what would be, like, the punishment for the person who tortured you to death? They committed a finite crime. No one lives forever. And nobody's suffering is eternal. So, like, what's the punishment for torturing somebody to death? Do they get, like, a jail sentence? Like, I don't know how you rightfully compensate or punish somebody for something like it. It just doesn't make any sense. It's stupid. What makes you not believe in it? Thoughts on spiritual Satanists who believe in curses. I don't believe in it because it's a stupid fairy tale that is not supported by any evidence whatsoever. And thoughts on spiritual Satanists who believe in curses. They're stupid. Curses don't exist. The spirit realm doesn't exist. We don't have souls. It's all stupid. Thanks for the donation, Benjamin.
Who beats women is someone who's can't complain.
But then what if
they've
you go
got
to
a
jail?
time. Yeah, I'd be all right. I'd be fine in jail.
You think so?
I mean, look at my face. Good God. Like, hello, I just want to make an announcement. I'm a Russian assassin. Everyone kind of moves back a little bit. Like, but I'm friendly. Everyone moves back a little more. Like,
Fair. All right, well, talk to me about your social media journey, because right now you're exploding. You're making jokes about my popularity. Your popularity is higher than it's ever been. What do you attribute that to?
luck. Pure luck. We did bribe the YouTube team a little bit. We're like, guys, listen, it's tough times out here. Here's $1. Okay. It was well received.
Yeah.
It's the intent that matters. That's what they said. you know, it's an interesting question of fundamental attribution in science of what are the sort of principal components responsible for increase in popularity. I have to say I do have a few hypotheses, but nothing I can set in stone. If you're interested in hearing them, yeah. I think that the humor probably goes some way. I can't help but put in bullshit jokes, as you can clearly tell. It just pops off. Half of them are dumb, the other half are like giggle worthy, and 1% of them are hilarious. But you know, it's just a law of averages at that point. I'm decently educated in sports science, so I know some things. And in the fitness industry, we have a lot of folks who say things that are just not so true, and it upsets me at a deep level. And so I have to make videos about clarifying things. I think people find that to be helpful. I walk the walk. I'm decently muscular and bald, which I think is important because you're not really seriously into bodybuilding until you lose your hair. Everyone knows that. And then the other one I think that is most responsible is, let's just be completely honest here today, I'm just really good looking. And I mean, I'm tall. People love that. So why is that funny? I don't understand.
You're smiling.
Yes, I'm just smiling at how tall I am. It's just great to be tall. I think on the good looking part, clearly I'm not. One thing my friend Menno Henselman's told me, he's a very popular exercise science guy, who's actually one of the best looking people I've ever seen. You know, I tell myself every day I'm the straightest man alive, and when I see Menno, I'm like, just don't know how to make sense of it. But he did say that I have a very unique look, which is like something you tell an ugly person to make it okay in their head. But I guess I don't look like everyone else on the street. I did walk around New York earlier, and people will recognize me and be like, oh my God, Dr. Mike. And I try to duck away and run usually. I'm scared of people. But I do have a unique look, so when you see me on a thumbnail, you're like, that guy. And you see me a couple times, you're like, all right, what does this weird meathead with this weird muscle head have to say? You get in there, you learn some things, you laugh a little bit. And I think that's kind of it. I will say, though, in all due seriousness, most of the credit for my YouTube popularity goes to my YouTube team, specifically Scott, the video guy, who accompanied here is also my bodyguard. People don't know that about him, but he's dangerous. He looks friendly. That's all nonsense. He has a work ethic that, like, I thought I worked hard at stuff, and then I lived with Scott on business trips, and I was like, I don't really do anything compared to this guy. He's systematic. It's just flawless execution, and he deeply cares about thumbnails and titles and video quality and editing. He runs a whole team of also amazing people, and it really is the team. Like, by myself, I would just be some guy in front of a computer, like, yelling at the screen, but with the team, I'm like, yeah, Dr. Mike or whatever. Not the real Dr. Mike. Dr. Mike
The
Jr.
better version, 2.0.
Nonsense. Oh, please.
The more muscular version.
I'll take you up on that. I am the 2.0, but I'm like a regression in software. Like, I like 1.0 better. This guy sucks.
If you had to succinctly, in one sentence, say what your mission is on YouTube, what would you say?
To give people the information they need to make better choices about how to become leaner, more muscular, and healthier.
The current state of social media when it comes to fitness is a disaster.
Your words, not mine. Wait a minute, am I part of that disaster? How dare you?
I very much stand by it. No, I think you're leading the way in cleaning up the disaster. In fact, I just watched your video where you discussed Dana White's human biologist.
Yes, as opposed to the non-human biologist we all know and love.
I can't wait for the next person to come out and say they're an ecology major and they can tell us about the environment, how we need to change it.
For sure.
I mean, whatever. You know what I'm about to say, that it's a very messy field with a lot of opinions out there. And usually the inaccurate ones are the ones that become very popular because they're contrarian, they're dramatic, they're extreme for all those reasons that the algorithm loves them.
Yes.
What's your take on the current state of things? Do you feel like it's a disaster as much as I do, or do you feel differently?
It's a dumpster fire, but it's a dumpster fire that is declining in magnitude, and things are getting better all the time. There is a part of the social media fitness space called the evidence-based social media fitness space. People like Menno Henselman's, Milo Wolf, Dr. Pack, Jeff Nippert, of course, Eric Helms, the list goes on. But these are the folks that they're following. So Jeff Nippert actually has an enormous following, and the followings are growing and really, really getting better and better. It's just one of these things where you look at a situation where it's 1% good, 99% bad. You're like, this is hopeless. A couple years later, it's 4% good, 96% bad, and you're like, this is hopeless. But it's a 4-time increase in the good. And so I think eventually you'll get a situation in fitness where it's much like modern medicine, where the preponderance of the information you get is pretty good. I don't know, maybe I'm stepping out of my lane on that one. You're like, that's not even true in medicine.
Dude, compared to 10 years ago, holy shit, the landscape of bullshit in the fitness industry is so much fucking better. Like, I mean, Mike Chang used to exist. like just getting Mike Chang out of the fitness industry, the amount of change that alone brought is so massive. You're seeing less of these fucking idiots promoting body part splits, these retarded weight loss scams where if you just take this pill, you'll lose weight. That kind of crap is all going by the wayside, and the people who try to do that, like, what's his name? V-Shreds. They get torn to fucking shreds by the entire fucking community. Like, everyone clowns on them. You're even seeing, like, old fucking OGs like Cali Muscle and shit. They're getting made fun of. They're being exposed for having taken steroids. And, like, Cali Muscle at this point is eating a plant-based diet and shit. Like, the amount of change that you're fucking seeing is pretty tremendous.
But it's definitely, that's how I would summarize the situation. It's pretty bad, but improving steadily. And one thing I will say is, and this is a point of, I guess, personal pride, is I'm really happy to be one of the people that If an individual wants evidence-based information about how to get leaner and healthier and more jacked, there is now a lot of it. Whereas before, 5-10 years ago, man, you would be looking through accounts all day to find that. And when you get into the YouTube community, because the algorithm is so good, once you start looking at evidence-based fitness YouTubers, they just recommend you more and more. Like, you're one of these people. And then you're just flooded with amazing information. Now, that's if you're looking for it. And one of my big contentions, and I don't mean this to offend anybody, but the vast majority of people are not looking for evidence-based things. I mean, I have close personal friends of mine, members of my family. They're only interested in quick fixes. They're only interested in one-shot deals. They're not interested in understanding physiology to any depth. And so all they want is like, with this, can I do something really simple, arguably doing almost nothing at all, get all the results, pay none of the trade-offs, no consequences, super, etc. And if you want to be fooled into BS, oh my God, get ready. It's like taking your pockets and putting $100 bills in and walking in Times Square and being like, do me up, putting your hands above your head, you'll get done. So
Since you mentioned that you're taking a dive into the philosophy side of things as of late, what's your take on why people are looking for that quick fix now more than ever?
So how pedantic can I be? I mean,
The world
this
is your
all in
oyster.
good fun. I don't think it's clear that it's worse than ever. I think in historical times, it was probably arguably much worse. The average education, intelligence, and actually as measured IQ of the average human on Earth has been steadily increasing over a long time. If you talk to the average person in the 1940s, you would a level of ignorance that you would find totally baffling. I think the way that we get maybe convinced that things are worse than ever is because social media has a reach that's now global, down to a person who has only a phone. The average person gets to talk about what they like and vote with their phone more than it used to be. So back in the 1980s, the major health dissemination of information that would occur would be from big media. And there's people there that vet who they have on. And they vet them okay. There's still charlatans get through. But now charlatans get through to people who just have no scientific filter, never had. They just never had a chance to express their preferred demand for people. So as more and more people are entering the consumer side, they're not all coming in as scientifically educated people. And they're like, oh, quick fix. The other thing is, I never fault people ever for wanting and desiring a quick fix. I mean, like, look at what ChatGPT is right now. Like, can't I just ask a super intelligent machine any question in the world to get an answer instantly? You think 5 years ago, you're like, you're an idiot. That's nonsense. Now it's like, well, of course it's a thing. It's amazing that people want quick fixes because I fully believe that, 10 to 15 years, we'll have genetically engineered most disease and most aging and everything out of the human population, period. And then it'll seem like, oh my God, what great, easy quick fix, like one shot. And then over the course of 10 weeks, you de-age back to 22. They're already doing that in animals, by the way. And it's kind of like, if people didn't look for quick fixes, innovation would be kind of stifled because if you tell people, look, there's no other way to get in shape other than hours a week of resistance training, controlling your diet. An interesting example here are the modern anorectic drugs like Ozempic and tirzepatide. People are calling them quick fixes, and they kind of are. Thank God they're around. Thank God somebody developed them. And the pharmaceutical companies, once they got wind of the fact that these drugs are effective and relatively safe, they're upping the development of them like crazy, precisely because they know people want quick fixes. And it's good that they do. But there's a very big distinction to make. There is wanting a quick fix and pretending you have one, and there's wanting a quick fix and actually getting one. The pretending's the bad part. The charlatans get in. They go, oh, you want a quick fix? Huh? Well, here's this make-believe nonsense we can give you. And you're like, hey, it's working. And then 10 weeks later, you're like, I feel and look the same. And my doctor says I'm still dying in my blood work. So that's my thoughts on quick fixes. It's great that we want them. The big thing is we have to know as consumers, what is really a quick fix? What is a more intentional fix that's going to take some time? And what is the illusory quick fixes that are supposed to be quick fixes but don't work? It's like a luxury car. You want a Bentley. I own 20 Bentleys currently.
Because of the trillions of dollars.
It's getting annoying. Like, I don't even count the money. I don't know how rich I am at this point. It's just, the numbers are, it's difficult to see a number that big because I have to read it across
Lincoln
multiple
Bio,
lines.
50%.
The trillionaire method, it's great. Yeah, well, no, it's actually 125% up because we upcharge people. That's how you make the most money. You don't get discounts and nonsense. In any case, I can tell you're not a trillionaire, but you're close.
One day.
One day, someday, maybe. Basically, the onus is to get folks to recognize, hey, look, there are people out there that will propose a quick fix to you. You got to figure out, is this really a quick fix or am I being bamboozled? And it's difficult to do that without some baseline of education, of expectation. And I think that's super important. Part of why my channel exists, a huge part, I think, why you're out there on the medical side is to get people to understand, like, here are the kind of fundamentals of how medicine works. So that when people are like, hey, like homeopathy, you drink this drink and you're good to go. Like, that's not how the body works. But if you don't know that, hey, look, why wouldn't you try?
Yeah. Do you really believe that a quick fix exists for health? And I'll preface it by saying that I don't think this exists because health, I feel like, is so unique in that the body is very difficult to trick. Even some of our most miraculous inventions that have extended life, antibiotics, vaccines, while they sound like quick fixes, they're so imperfect. They have downsides. They create new problems. So the idea of a quick fix, the idea of perfect in healthcare or even fitness, largely escapes me as someone who practices medicine. Do you feel that, or do you believe that quick fix is possible?
Is it possible in the future? Unequivocally, yes. I think genetic engineering will make all of us essentially flawless to the extent that we would like to be.
Interesting.
And before that, pharmaceutical-based interventions will get us real close. Do we have that now? No. Does everything have trade-offs? Absolutely. So, for example, Ozempic and all that related class of drugs, the main effects are unbelievable. Even the secondary effects, like insulin control, are amazing. Do they have downsides? Yeah, oh yeah. Can you misuse them? Oh my God, yeah. Is it not the right fit for everyone? Oh, good God, for sure. Now, there's a bit of a difference, I think, in terminology between a quick fix and a near panacea that requires some effort. So I would say that for most people, substantially reducing their body fat and thus body weight, substantially elevating their muscle mass, and increasing their daily physical activity comes real close to being a near panacea. I don't mean it heals and cures everything, but it's a thing that if you take any body and reduce their body fat by 20 pounds, increase their muscularity by 10 pounds, and get them from walking 3,000 steps a day to 11,000 steps a day, you're going to see across the board improvements that are quite radical. If you saw those improvements with a drug-based therapy, you'd be like, dude, call Pfizer. Holy crap, we're trillionaires now. It really is a thing. But I wouldn't call it a quick fix because it's like, well, how do I get these benefits? Like, gee whiz, you got to train with weights twice a week and you got to walk every day and you can't just throw food down your gullet that just like shows up on the news feed. So not a quick fix, but definitely a huge main effect with, I would say, few downsides. There are downsides. You can get hurt in the gym, wear and tear on your joints.
Opportunity cost.
Huge opportunity cost. That's why, again, I'm shooting myself in the foot here because I'll be arguing myself out of a job. But I think in the future, non-androgenic anabolics, eventually with genomic intervention, but first with just oral drugs and injectables, I think have such a huge potential to increase people's muscle mass and concomitantly decrease body fat that they're going to be insanely panacea-like as far as general health is concerned. And I think that is going to be a pretty quick fix. Now, of course, they're going to come with their downsides, but the thing with downsides.
Yeah, dude, they already have a thing that you can inject into yourself that it puts a muscle building gene into your body and it significantly increases muscle mass and it looks like it might actually extend life expectancy. I'm definitely going to do that when I get enough money. It's only like $20,000. It's not that much. It's like a new Toyota, basically.
And this is something I've been big on trying to say about Ozempic and the class of related substances. People take a look at a generation of drugs. Now, people think Ozempic is the first generation. It's not. It's actually a third generation GLP-1 agonist. They are now have in the approval process fifth generation drugs like retatrutide, for example. Every time they do a new generation of drugs, they purposefully turn down the negatives and turn up the positives. So I think a lot of people, when you get something like Ozempic, it comes out and people are like, well, it's got downsides. They're completely correct. Holy crap, does it have downside? But some people want to write off the whole thing as like, yep, none of this is all nonsense. You got to diet and exercise. And diet and exercise, of course, is amazing, but with further developments, you really start to crank down on the negatives. So, for example, today, and this is much more up your alley than mine, but I don't even know what generation of blood pressure drugs we're on. It's got to be like 8th or 9th gen by this point.
I mean, it depends which one specifically.
For sure, but just in terms of like when did they make the first blood
pressure
drugs?
Well, we have like the JNC 8 guidelines that we...
Yeah, the earlier generation of blood pressure medications, they were actually very dangerous. And in the MR-Fit screening studies, I think that's actually how they discovered that that generation of blood pressure meds were particularly dangerous because they were noticing men on those blood pressure meds actually had a higher risk of dying compared to men who weren't on them. Now, blood pressure meds have like no fucking side effects.
Used for blood pressure management. So it's the 8th generation.
There you go. Yeah, I guess correctly. So a lot of these drugs, if you talk about like side effects and risk profiles and visible and known trade-offs, they're starting to get pretty low. Now they're not zero, but like it's just not true that if you take lisinopril or which actually a much older drug, amlodipine, like if you talk to your doctor, like, oh, what are the big downsides? Well, like you might have a dry cough for a few weeks. Like what else? It's like that's kind of really it for most people. It's not one of those things where the drug is an awesome main effect, but disastrous side effects. Modern androgenic-based anabolics like testosterone, etc. Like one does not simply take that. Like, people talk about TRT a lot, testosterone replacement therapy. It's like, oh, it's so great. Like yeah, if you need it, but if you are a poor responder to it, your blood lipids go everywhere, psychologically it affects you. So I think, yeah, there are no panaceas for sure. There are no quick fixes, but over time we make the fixes better and better. And I think it's good to stay optimistic about that and not get a revulsive attitude to like, because some people think like it's drugs versus lifestyle change. It's an additive and often multiplicative effect where it's absolutely lifestyle change is a big deal, but there are pharmaceutical interventions that can really, really help.
What about the idea or the notion of our attention span starts dwindling because of innovation? Everyone's on social media that's short form.
Yeah, I mean the treatment that Brian Johnson got. That's how I found out about it.
Our attention span a little bit worse. Now we're overly prescribing attention deficit disorder medications. Food becomes hyper-processed and hyper-palatable. We create a medication like a GLP-1 agonist. Guys want to be stronger. They're taking anabolic medications even when their testosterone levels are within normal limits. How long until we're just taking 10 medications to hyper-optimize? Do you feel like that's an acceptable world? It's a good way to go, not good way to go? What's your take on it?
I think it's a great way to go. I'm very, very pro-pharma. I'm still waiting on the checks from Big Pharma to clear. They haven't even showed up, believe it or not. I think it's just an address thing. They just don't know where I live. They're cutting checks to random people hoping.
It's a different Dr. Mike.
You're getting the checks. Like, I don't really know I'm getting this, but Pfizer just sent me $1 billion. So I am real bullish and really pro-modernity, science, and pharmacology. Being pro-pharmacology, I think it leaves me as a person who, like, whatever, 30,000 years ago was like pro-fire. People are like, look, fire burns things. It just killed all those animals in that forest. You're saying we're using it to cook food? You must be crazy. It's like, well, yeah, it's got serious downsides, and it's something that needs to be carefully managed. But in context, if you carefully manage it, it's this huge boon. And over time, we can improve things. So I do think that to people that are interested in increasingly nuanced and effective cocktail.
I have to take a shit. I will be right back. Gotta take a poo-poo. All right. Oh. Okay. Poop completed. Oh, that was a good shit. It's exactly what I needed, dude.
That injection for muscle building gene, are they available worldwide? Or will it be in a few years from now? I'll definitely save up for that.
No, it's only available in one country. It's like some island somewhere. Brian Johnson did a video on it. But yeah, it's only $20,000, which again, it's like the cost of a new Toyota. Which isn't that bad considering you can build a lot more muscle and it might have a life extension benefit. 6 months after getting the procedure, Brian Johnson said he added 7% more muscle mass to his body, which is a huge amount. But thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Of pharmaceutical therapies can, should, and will become more and more accessible. I think that's a great thing. People who are saying like, oh, you know, like all these drugs that were taken, like all these pills, and I kind of wait for the punchline. I'm like, so what's bad about that? And typically they'll get into just total non sequiturs or fallacies, like, well, they're chemicals. Like, watch this. Just breathed in, I don't know how many moles of chemicals. You're made of chemicals. Everything's chemicals. So then they try to go, okay, that's not what I'm saying. It's artificial chemicals. Oh, God, snake bite is completely natural. Air conditioning is very artificial. Still, like, okay, that's actually called the argument from nature. It's a fallacy. So people say, you know, just something, drugs are kind of bad. And he goes, I'm totally with you because drugs have at least two downsides. One, they have negative side effects that we don't like. And two, some people who have access to these mega, huge hammer type of things like lifestyle intervention, better diet, better training, they look to these drugs, which are as yet very imperfect, and on sheer laziness, they'd be like, I don't want to exercise. I'll just take Ozempic. That's the thing I'm sure you're aware of, like Ozempic butt or whatever, where housewives who had no interest in resistance training or building muscularity, no interest in controlling their diets or eating healthier, they just take a crap load of Ozempic, and they're like, oh, I've lost a ton of weight, but now I'm sarcopenic. That's definitely a bad outcome, but I would say that's more of a slight misapplication of pharmaceutical technology, and there is such a thing as proper application, and I think in the end, we'll have a cocktail of drugs that are increasingly better at doing things.
Maybe for the therapy alone, who the hell knows how much it'll cost to travel to their facility? Well, like what, $500 for a plane ticket?
Increasingly lower risks and downsides. I think that's a world we want to live in. I'm going to say something insanely controversial to my own field here, but I very, very much stand by it. I really look forward to a world, hopefully in the next 10 or 15 years, where we no longer have to exercise. Exercise is a profound waste of time if you think about it. When I go to the gym and I physically hurt myself through pain, which has great psychological benefits, but there's other ways to hurt yourself that also teach you stuff. Like, I would much rather, I'm a competitive Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu athlete. I guess I'm not very athletic, but it's called a sport. I would much rather just do BJJ and never have to lift weights because I'd like for the muscle to come from pharmaceutical or genomic intervention purely, so I can actually spend most of my time learning how to, you know, beat up my childhood bullies. I'll show them. That's why we all do what we do. You're a boxer, correct? Yeah.
Well, pretend to be.
Pretend to be, of course.
I mean, who's not bullied?
I think some people got away with just doing the bullying. They've got to
maybe. But isn't the saying hurt people true?
You know what? I actually have looked into the literature on that, and that's actually not true. People who are bullies typically are not the people who had been bullied elsewhere. They're actually just the people that bully. And the people that are getting bullied are typically the people that get bullied in a variety of circumstances in their lives. Kind of a trippy realization. There's nuance to that, of course, but it's a very easy to say, like, oh, that's just a person who's been hurt by others. Like, nope, that guy's just a piece of crap, and he's just been hurting people his whole life. Yeah. Some people need humbling, right? Sure. But I do look forward to a world in which we don't have to spend time very artificially exercising so that we can do amazing things with our bodies, like go skiing, go hiking, play with our children, and have the health benefits of exercise endemic to our very DNA, or through really, really good pharmacology. You take 2 or 3 pills a day, you're good to go. In laboratory animals, they have already an exercise pill. It works great in rats and mice. You take the pill, and it just does everything exercise does for you, short of a few things, but almost all of them. And if you think about it, like, how's that possible? Well, what do you think exercise is doing? How is it beneficial? It's really just accessing various molecular pathways and turning them up and turning others down. You can do that with a pill. And if you did, what exactly is so wrong about that? And then people get into the philosophical part of, you should have to earn it, which I understand where that's coming from, but I wildly disagree with it. What you have to earn is your income. What you have to earn is the respect of other people. Do you have to earn a good body? If that's the case, you know, some people, I'm sure you know people that are just in damn good shape just cause. Is there something they're missing in life because they didn't have to struggle? I would say no, but in a sense it is yes, because it's like some amount of struggle is insanely healthy for your psychology. Cool, but there's so many ways to get struggle in life. I would rather spend less time exercising and more time challenging my brain with new ideas. That's real struggle. More time doing MMA and BJJ. That's also real struggle. More of an opportunity for me to have free time with my family so that I challenge myself in interpersonal relationships to be the better version of me. There are many, many ways to struggle. If you think of problems as really good things, I totally agree. But if we get rid of as many problems as possible with pharmacology, we have more bandwidth for the other problems that are left over. Because like every time I'm in the gym lifting weights, I'm not working on my familial interactions. I'm not working on my brain. There are only 24 hours in a day. If pharmacology can handle more of those things for us, I would think that's just an unbelievable, beautiful thing.
I think it's very idyllic. I think when people get more time in a day, generally speaking, they're the majority of people are not going to make the time to say, oh, well, since I'm not challenging my body now in the gym, I'm going to challenge it by reading something or pushing my knowledge. It's going to be chasing some sort of high, some sort of happiness, where exercise can give that to someone through struggle, versus if you can remove the struggle and still get the benefit, the way that you're going to seek happiness might not be as idyllic as, oh, I'm going to continue challenging myself by doing X, Y, and Z.
I think that's definitely true for a lot of people. I would posit that the vast majority of people who go and exercise are already the people that are going to seek challenge in other things in their lives. And the people that are the kinds that would just take the easy way out, they don't work out to begin with. So if you have someone who is driven enough to go to the gym and do something, when you say, hey, here's this pill, you don't have to go to the gym anymore, they're going to look around and go, how else can I challenge myself? My wife is a perfect example of this. She needs to challenge herself. She got a really extensive medical education. She's actually a board certified sports medicine doctor. And once she finished her medical education, we're doing super, super well in life. We moved to a new place, and she wasn't sure if she wanted to continue her medical stuff. And she tried like a few weeks of just being like rich dude's housewife or whatever. It just didn't work. She was like, at the end of the 2 weeks, she was like, she like took on 10 different work responsibilities to fill the void of having to push herself. I think the people that go to the gym all the time, that void isn't going to be replaced by scrolling. It's going to be replaced by other forms of challenge. Now, there's still another group of people who they're not into the challenge thing. You challenge them, they're like, is there any way I could just not do this? They're not the people you typically see in the gym, because I think in our world, we think of people as people work out, blah, 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 but well, maybe not in your world, because the medical field, you guys typically like, you should be working out, and almost no one does it. So you know very, very well that a lot of people, it's real hard to get them to challenge themselves at all. You would hope they go exercise, they're just not interested in it. So I think precisely the people that were worried about taking away their exercise and they no longer have a way to challenge themselves, I'm pretty convinced those people will find a way to challenge themselves. But still, other group of people, they're not in the gym, their health is in a real bad spot, they're not interested in challenging themselves already. So it's kind of like the two groups are rather separate.
Yeah, I feel like I function in a different world than most doctors who are on social media, medical doctors. You take someone like Dr. Peter Attia, who has a lot of knowledge from academia, from personal anecdotes, studies that he's run unofficially with his patients. And I say that because a lot of the stuff that is being recommended as protocols is experimental. Like we don't have evidence-based trials for those things yet. Cutting edge.
He also has a great haircut.
I understand why you say that. And the way he practices medicine is through a concierge model, charging over $100,000 per month, having unlimited time with patients.
How am I doing with my life?
This is not the world I function in. I work at a community health center where the medicine I prescribe to my patient could be the cheapest medicine ever, but if I prescribe capsules instead of tablets, they can't afford to get it. So the world of the person that wants to crush it in the gym and hyper-optimize, to me, is like this outlier example.
Very outlier.
That the people that are going to benefit from this pill that will then continue on challenging themselves is not even in the 10th of a decimal point percentage-wise.
Maybe.
So I wonder how it's going to impact the general population of who ultimately I end up seeing. Because something that you talked about on some of your podcasts is when a patient comes in to see a doctor, why doctors are not great at delivering information about diet, exercise, why do they run to the pill? That's like the quick example that most people say. Doctor just pushed the pill on me.
Yeah.
And some of the things you pointed out were true. Doctors don't have a lot of time. They might want to take a shortcut. There's also the idea of the patient wanting a quick fix, that pharmaceuticals work so great. I want to debunk that notion right now. Pharmaceuticals suck. Blood pressure meds, they're better than ever before. They pale in comparison to the change I can make in a patient's blood pressure with diet and exercise. Like the levels aren't even close. If I want to lower my patient who has diabetes, their hemoglobin A1C to be in a level of control, the amount of change I can make by lowering their weight, by helping them exercise, maybe changing their intake of food, certain nutrient-wise, is huge. Maybe the only way I can get that drastic amount of a change is through insulin. But anything else?
Yeah, a lot of downsides there too.
But, right, but with nothing else will come close to the amount of change. Like starting metformin, maybe I can get their hemoglobin A1C down by 1.5. And that's tiny in comparison to what most people need when they're in really like the stage of diabetes where they're having side effects, where they're having vision issues, feet issues, cardiovascular issues. So pharma is not nearly as idyllic in my world. A lot of it is very problematic. Then you get medications that are starting to show promise, like the Ozempics, the GLP-1 agonists, the Mounjaros. They are better, but then access becomes a disaster, where patients can't access them. They want them. They can't get their insurance company to approve it. They don't have good insurance to cover it. There's a huge copay that they can't afford. So then access becomes a huge problem, where it's like, initially we're talking about a medicine that can help a lot of people, but then like, can people access it? How does the world react to it? How does it change our mindset to things like diet and exercise? So I guess my question would be, if we can get to a place where these medicines work real well, do you think there's an insidious effect where it starts impacting our psyche, where we don't want to challenge ourselves and we want the computer to do the challenging thing for us, the medicine to do the challenging thing for us, where it becomes a life of comfort? And the reason I bring this up is because in society as it exists today, we are safer than ever before, which we can agree is a good thing.
Oh yeah.
But now we have these huge problems because it is so safe. We have an anxiety epidemic. Yes. We have an anxiety epidemic from social media, which was supposed to make everything interconnected and wonderful. But now we're lonelier than ever before. So the things that came with a lot of good intentions ended up creating some significant bad outcomes.
Yeah.
And absolutely, I don't want to vilify everything with a broad brush, because social media is problematic for many ways, but there's huge.
The way younger generations view social media is so much different than people my age view social media too. Like, when I was growing up, and this is still the case today, You usually use social media just to stay in contact with people who are already your friends in real life. The way a lot of kids are using social media now is they just have friends that are online. Like, that's it. Also, the way people, like, handle hate and harassment and bullying online, like, again, older generations just seem to be like, okay, well, these people are just fucking idiots, I'm gonna ignore them. Like, kids now seem to really fucking take it personally. Anything you say about them, no matter where, like, it could be in person or online.
Huge benefits. We're having this conversation. We're educating people with evidence-based medicine and health and fitness information. Sure. So there is benefit. But then there's all these like pushbacks of like the homeostasis model, that the world and the mind exists with homeostasis, that when we create these pharma meds that will be the new fountain of youth, they're going to create some sort of huge pushback effect that maybe the people you've talked to in the past can't verbalize well, that they're saying it's negative, it's chemical, it's harmful. They can't really verbalize it, but there is always a huge bounce back negative reaction to when we make a breakthrough. Do you think, or do you worry about that at all when it comes to these medications?
It's just a real thing. Whether or not I think or worry about it, you're completely correct. It's definitely a thing. It's a very interesting point you bring up that I've been giving some thought to lately, of maybe one of the proximate causes of the increase in anxiety in modern countries that are super safe and there's no real actual reason to be anxious, is because I think the human brain has a baseline level of expecting the world to suck and problems to surface. And when you don't have problems, your brain starts looking for them because it's pre-programmed to look for them. I mean, in the Paleolithic era in which we evolved, I mean, it was just terror.
It was a survival benefit to have
gigantic carnivorous birds would pull you away from the campsite and kill you. It's just a regular thing. One of the reasons that a human psychological universal is that people dream of and are scared of monsters is because monsters used to be real. Like Pleistocene megafauna. It's just like, why is a tiger that big? Why is that bird 9 feet tall and eats meat? So we're programmed for a world that's generally like orders of magnitude more terrible in every conceivable way than our modern world. And when our modern world is amazing, people almost don't accept the Matrix program, sort of. They're looking for problems. And anxiety is kind of your brain's way of being like, something's wrong, I gotta fix something. That's definitely a thing. I'd say a couple things about that. One is that's a different kind of problem and a much better problem. If you ask me, Mike, where do you want to live? A world like, do you want to live in Taiwan where everything's almost perfect, but you have an anxiety problem you got to see a therapist about? Or do you want us to send you to North Korea where you will not have anxiety? Everything will make total sense, but it's terror every day that you wake up and go to sleep. I'm going to Taiwan. Thank you so much. It's a problem. It's not a perfect fix. But now we can do this thing where we zoom in on the problem. Okay, we have fixed running water. We fixed longevity medicine, et cetera. Most people live into their 70s and 80s, short of getting hit by a bus or some other thing. Now what's the problem? Okay, we have an anxiety epidemic. Totally. How do we address that? One is therapy. One is relations. One is challenging yourself with difficult things all the time. One is going on your own journey of mindfulness and management and things like that, which are all great. Another one is drugs. And if our brains are designed for the Pleistocene time, this is a funny, controversial incoming idea, through a combination of pharmacology and eventually genomics, why don't we re-architect our brains? Why don't we genetically engineer humans to become more rational, more calm, more positive, and less anxious at face value? Just that's how you live your life. Because now that we have this amazing modern world where calm, logical things are kind of the way you do things and get results, you don't have to have a fight or flight response anymore. Why don't we genetically engineer the fight or flight response generally down significantly and genetically engineer up just a calm level of happiness all the time? I think pharmacology can do that very jadedly right now. These things are getting better. And so I think there are kind of two options. One is we try to become more primal and discard the benefits of the modern world.
Like Liver King.
Like Liver King, a known non-liar who's also not on steroids. Some people are just colored red. And, like a Dr. Seuss book. Some people are blue, some people are red. Liver King.
His nickname was polycythemia.
That's right. It's a long name.
Before
hey, Polly, get over here. So we can think of discarding the modern world and all of its beautiful things. I'm not interested in living in a discarded modern world, and actually no one is either. A lot of video games today seem to be based on like a post-apocalyptic world. You don't want to live in a post-apocalyptic world because very mundane things are very bad. It's great, you've got your beautiful woman with long hair. It's not brushed, she's in the raw, hand in hand. You're going slaying dragons with your sword. It's awesome. Then you stub your toe and get an infection. Now, where is the factory that makes antibiotics? It doesn't exist anymore. We don't have modernity. You die the most terrible gangrenous death you can't even imagine. Prehistory was awful in almost every respect, but in that awful time, we generated a consistent amount of deep meaning. We were made for that awful world. So while things are awful, they make sense. And every day you wake up with purpose. You have to have purposes. Everything's trying to kill you all the damn time. So I don't want to discard anything. I want to keep all the modernity, all the wonder, all the drugs. See the...
Veggie, you don't need tellers. Alex is doing really well. He also plans on making a What I Eat in a Day video. Also, look at the hashtags he's fully in. I'm actually really proud of him, being following him for years. Let me see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's, I think he's actually committed to being vegan, not just plant-based. It's funny how much your strength decreases when you're, like, fucking dieting. Because I think at his peak he was doing 315 for like sets of 10 or something. So that's a like 40-pound drop. And I think his best overhead press was 225. Yeah, Alex has gotten pretty goddamn jacked. I think he lives in Montreal. I've tried to fucking reach out to him to meet up. He's not too far away from me. And he hasn't, like, messaged me back or anything. I don't know why. He has commented on my post before, so I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know if he just hasn't seen my messages or what. Thanks for the donation, though, Veggie.
Problems, they're creating a secondary, tertiary, quaternary effect, and address those one at a time by improving the medicines, yes, going to genomic interventions, and also just working on the problems with therapy, exercise. Exercise is a solution to a problem. We didn't used to need exercise because you were on the farm every day. In 1880, exercise is nonsense. Exercise generally was kind of born in the late 1900s. Like almost all sports were born in like 1890. Basketball and stuff was invented then because people had leisure time for the first time ever. And it's crazy to say, generally just didn't have it. So exercise is one of those solutions. Lifting in the gym is one of those solutions. We didn't lift in the gym primordially. It's a great solution. What I'm saying is taking that next step. Yeah, the gym was great for 150 years. Now we take that next step of eventually genomic intervention such that, you take some kind of, I got in trouble with genomic people for saying viral vector because they're like, viruses actually are kind of dog shit at vectoring. Like whatever kind of vector is outside of my scope. And, after a few weeks, you notice like it was kind of getting a six pack. After a few more weeks, you just have ripped abs. You eat whatever you want and that's how it works. We know it's possible. It works in animals. Some people walk around with those genetics. That doesn't just affect the body. You can get genomic interventions that affect the mind. I mean, a vast amount of depression is hugely genetically caused. Why not engineer that out? I think we're trending towards a world which I think is going to be here much sooner than people expect because progress is exponential, in which we not only are we super, super healthy and psychologically and physically with nothing except genetic intervention that lasts forever. So once you get the fix, that's just your DNA. But we look at that problem differently and we look back on our history and go, man, people used to have to spend 12 hours at the gym a week to do this? Holy crap. I think that better world is incrementally and slowly coming in. The paranoia, in some sense, about social media is destroying us all. Social media is perhaps one of the most wonderful things that has ever occurred. I met my wife through social media. If we didn't have social media, I would have had to like marry someone from the Metro Detroit area. Like, no offense, people are great there.
Yeah, same. I met Jasmine on Facebook.
But I would have never met the love of my life. And so much good stuff happens that here's another thing that humans do. We're problem seekers because in our ancestral environment, if you weren't a problem seeker, you were dead the next day. And so we kind of, when things get good, we kind of go, yeah, okay, fine, they fixed that. But this side effect is the big crazy thing now. Dope, let's fix that too. As we fix more and more things, the world becomes better and better and better over time. And eventually we can change the very makeup that we have. Obviously, way outside the scope of the discussion, I think we're going to fuse with machine intelligence sooner or later and all that crazy Ray Kurzweil type of singularity stuff. I think it's inevitable. But on the way there, we have to, I think, admit two things. One is things used to suck. Two, things are getting better and we will continue to make things better. They are imperfect. And some of our solutions have had some side effects that sometimes rival the scope of the problem itself. But we can make that better and that better and that better. So I tend to look at it not from an optimistic perspective, I don't think, a realistic perspective. Things get better all the time anyway. I mean, what year would you want to be alive if not 2024?
You're very optimistic.
I would, so thank you so much.
That's the thing. I think you are very optimistic. And I'll point out a couple things.
Please.
Things get better. Well, what's your measuring stick for things have gotten better? Because there's certainly ways we can say certain things have gotten better, but like lifespan has been steadily rising and now has suddenly taken a downturn. Happiness, especially for kids after 2012. I just had Dr. Jonathan Haidt in the chair where you're sitting, who's pointing out a hockey stick graph that just shows the most dramatic spike in mental health illness in our children above the age of 12, 13 after puberty, especially in teen girls, where it's like, did things get better for them? Their world, like I know you're comparing, you're saying, would you like to live in a world where the anxiety is the problem or a world where you're under terror, under this terrible regime? And it's easy to downplay and say anxiety, you're physically much safer, whereas under that regime, you're actually much worse. But when you're a child with depression and anxiety, that world does not seem that great.
Yeah.
So like our perception of the problem is nearly as important as the problem itself. And currently the level of unhappiness, even with all this amazing outcomes of safety and social media connecting all of us, all those problems have gotten worse. So like the thing, like I guess it's like, what do you...
Nihilism is the solution to all of this. I'm actually thinking of writing a book on nihilism as a solution for depression. I'm definitely going to make a video essay about it. But I'm actually thinking of writing like an ebook for people to kind of share.
Benchmarking as your progress with innovation. Because if it's happiness, that's not going up. If it's length of life, that's not going up. What's the benchmark for the optimism?
I would say almost everything has been getting better over time. In very modern countries, there has been, in some metrics, a flatlining and some regression, but we're just picking these metrics randomly. So, for example, child death due to disease, like an 8-year-old who just gets leukemia and like 1982, we ain't got nothing for you. That is just dropping like crazy. So when we zoom into a problem, specifically early teenage depression, anxiety, specifically for females more than males, we're zooming into this very serious but microcosmic problem versus all of the problems we used to have. And because we're very problem-oriented, it seems like, well, look, this is bad, yes, but everything else has gotten so much better. 98% of things have gotten better. 2% of things have regressed significantly. But we have so much bandwidth to address those now. So I would say almost every metric is things are getting better over time. And for people in the developing world, things are skyrocketing, getting better. You go to India every 10 years, it's unrecognizable. In a real serious way. I mean, their environment is improving over there in a real serious way because they're just not polluting like they used to back in the day. It gets better all the time.
They also have more toilets.
So yes, there are still problems and some things are getting worse, but now we have bandwidth to address those things. And what do we have now? AI-powered drug discovery is just taking off. And they're just like the Google DeepMind has just signed contracts with all the major pharmaceutical corporations to develop drugs. And the drugs we'll have in 2030 are going to make current drugs seem like bloodletting, more or less. And then they can actually engineer out anxiety, depression. Another thing is, my libertarian side is showing through, you can always just not engage with social media. I still haven't seen a law where they make you go on Facebook and Instagram. So some people who will vociferously complain about social media on social media, it's a curious interaction.
You know, I'm actually a lot more skeptical about drugs and genetic engineering being able to treat depression. Just because I think depression isn't necessarily caused by, you know, certain genes or certain neurotransmitters. There might be an association. I think it's likely caused by something that's not technically physical. It's the way you think. There's a thought process behind things like depression where I don't think you can maybe necessarily, shouldn't say ever treat it with a drug, but it just seems like such a weird, complex problem that I think the greatest hope for treating depression is treating people's mindset and not necessarily like the physical things that are happening inside your brain, like, you know, acting on specific neurotransmitters.
You can always put your phone down and go walk around. One thing is people say they get like really addicted to their phone. That's definitely a problem. It's a one hell of an attention-inspiring device. But also people are really good at acclimatization. I mean, scrolling on TikTok is fun until it's not fun. Until the next day you scroll and you're like, it's the same dancing idiots. F this, you throw your phone away, and then you go look at the sun or whatever, enjoy nature, whatever we're supposed to be doing.
What world does that exist?
Hypothetical, right?
Who's doing that? Who's throwing away their phone and going out looking at nature?
You never would hear about them because they're not on social media to talk about it. How's that for a contradiction?
Well, I think that would be true, but if we look at statistics of like what time kids are spending screen time, it's just going up and up and up.
I like that. I'm very pro screen time.
And what we're seeing actually when the kids are going through puberty with screen time, as opposed to, Jonathan Haidt says this very well. He talks about the difference between a play-based childhood and a phone-based childhood. And he talks about when you're going through puberty and a child is on a phone, their development is heavily stunted because of the lack of interaction with risk, because the risk that you have outside playing on a I forgot the
parents engineered that away. Parents do not like risk.
Absolutely.
They ideally want zero risk.
Well, you also want a world with no exercise.
Totally.
So you want no risk either.
Oh, so I don't have, it's not the risk problem with exercise that I don't like, it's the time problem. It's just 8 hours a week of just doing this and looking in the mirror, which I like to do, but most people think it's a huge waste of time.
Sure.
Then
But
again,
writing
so
an essay, like look, writing an essay takes work, right? If you're trying to develop the ideas in your mind, and that process is really beneficial. Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
But it's a huge time waste. You could have ChatGPT write it.
Sure.
So do you go that way, say, why would you waste your time writing an essay? Just let ChatGPT do it?
I'd say the more we can offload more intellectual problems to AI, the better, because it leads to one possible world, a world in which we no longer have any intellectual problems. Because the more AI does our intellectual work for us, the more it frees us up to do other intellectual work AI is not doing. So for example, battling your own demons in your head. AI can't help you with that yet. It can get your term paper done for you, but it can't like figure out why your dad said that thing to you. You were 8 years old and you still can't make sense of it. Now you have more time for that. Then you work on that. Eventually AI can help us with that. Eventually we're in a world where AI has solved almost all of our problems. And then that's paradise, by the way. And something that we think we shouldn't take for granted is that compared to our ancestral world, today's world is nonsensically paradisical. I mean, my God, look at what we're doing. I can't even describe. Imagine Thomas Jefferson came back, not zombie version, you know, a couple zombie behaviors. He still likes to eat flesh, but he's making sense. Explain to him what you do for a living. Good luck. He's like, well, I'm on social media. He's like, what's that? You're like, oh, I got to explain network computing to him. Good God. We live in a world that's insanely amazing in such a way that's just difficult to comprehend. The world of the future is going to be even more amazing. The road to that amazing world is full of potholes. There are fewer and smaller between as we go, but they are. Here's a really good example. used to be the most proximate problem, arguably, short of getting enough water to drink, was starvation. I mean, humans are designed to get obese, almost every one of us, because like there was never a top-down limiting factor to that. We're not exposed to an environment. It's like, oh, this is too much food. Nowadays, our poorest Americans, our poorest Europeans, our poorest non-communist country Asians are the fattest people. Can you tell a king from the 1600s, like, he like sees a person in the street, he's like, that guy must be rich. Like, actually, he's not rich. Well, sorry, by your standards, he's way richer than you, Mr. King, but he's the poorest of our people. Like, how come he's fat? Well, because we've basically solved food production as a problem. Basically solved. It is I will debate this into the ground. Food insecurity has been defined into absurdity in modern literature, such that in one of the questionnaires for food insecurity, if in the last year you weren't sure where your next meal was 100% coming from, you're labeled as food insecure. But when people are both obese and food insecure, you got to wonder what the definitions look like. The solution of hunger occurred in the modern world in the last 50 years. Slow clap, everyone. Where are the ticker tape parades? They don't exist. Why? Because the solution saved billions of people from starvation, but it made a bunch of us fat. Huge downside. Exercise was born to counter that. Healthy food at supermarkets was born. YouTubers that inform people about how to access health were born. And of course, modern anorectic drugs and future other drugs that will make you healthy. These are smaller problems, but they're real problems. They will have to demand solutions of their own. But because we're not all starving to death, we got plenty of time to solve those problems. So what I'm saying is, I would not call myself an optimist, typical insane optimist, right? I would call myself a realist, again, typical insane person. In reality, things are getting objectively better over time in a grand way. But not all of them, and some of the benefits are starting to have downsides. But now we have more bandwidth to address those downsides. So for children that are having trouble growing up without sufficient challenge, now we know that. Now what do we do about it? We have one hell of an arsenal. We have data science, statistics, tons of people that want to help, psychotherapists, and perhaps a movement to be like, hey, you know what? Like, let's make sure all the bouncy surfaces on playgrounds are safe. Get the kids out of the house and get them playing around. Clearly, as our brains were supposed to develop in evolution, kids need some effing challenge for the love of God. Maybe it requires a little bit of regression in one way or another. I don't think it requires two things. I don't think it requires a regression in all of modernity, and I don't think it requires pessimism. Some people are like, social media is just terrible. No, it's not. Social media is unbelievable, but it's not perfect. Can we make it more perfect? Oh, hell yeah. And by the way, social media is going nowhere. It is universal, it is ubiquitous, and everyone wants more of it. And so the screen time thing I said earlier, I think the screen is just one of the pathways. So it used to be that we watched the real world, and that was fun enough. Then at the beginning of wealth accretion and 5,000 years ago, the rich people started to get theaters where people would simulate reality for them. Eventually we got televisions. I noticed the screen is getting closer to the face. Now then we got the iPad, the cell phone, VR goggles. I think the contacts are coming at some point in the late 2020s, early 2030s, and then just direct brain machine interface. So you get reality streamed right to you. The screen is going to go in our brains sooner or later. Amazing, because you can just get any media from any part of the world ever. Currently, there are multiple wars going on, and for the first time ever, we have real-time assessments of battle damage, of civilian casualties. I mean, back in World War II, it'd take you months to get news where you're like, man, today, U.S. troops XYZ and took Iwo Jima. Nowadays, it's just like the next hour you receive the news. It's amazing. The world is so aware. Everyone in the world is waking up to what's really going on, which, by the way, might cause a little bit of depression. In the 1950s, you could live a pretty idyllic life, having no idea what was going on in the Korean Peninsula. Now you turn on the 24-hour, not even cable news. You go to YouTube news, you go to Reddit, and you see real battle video of people getting blown up. Oh my God, you have to see the real world, but it's a real world so far away from you. Your idyllic existence is no longer possible if you're accessing social media and you want the bad stuff. But that's now, like I'm saying, a smaller problem, a more tractable problem. Eventually we can grow up as a society, we can become more intelligent, we can become more even-keeled, we can process what we see better, we can reduce rates of depression.
Tainted Wisdom donate tellers, how do you as an atheist respond / debunk the argument that heaven and hell don't exist because humans can't modify their bodies, like implanting computer chips in the brain or enhancing the heart for immortality, considering humans are created? I don't know how either of those things are related. We can modify our bodies. We've been doing that for literally thousands of years. The first known prosthetic devices were created by the Egyptians. You can find artificial limbs that Egyptians made to help people who have lost like feet or toes or legs walk better. We now currently have prosthetics that directly interface with your brain that can allow you to feel sensation. We do have artificial hearts, and they're actually developing an artificial heart right now that can be used as a permanent prosthesis for people who require heart transplants. And we're working on brain implants, again, that are going to be allow you to directly interface with machines and interface with other prosthetic devices. So just because we don't have that now, like this artificial heart or something that allows us to live forever, it doesn't mean it can't be produced. And I don't know even if that were impossible, I don't know how the hell that proves that a God exists and a heaven and hell exist. I just don't see how those two things are related. Thanks for the donation, Tainted Wisdom.
And everything will get better over time. It's a bumpy road, but what I would say is let's not reverse the course. Let's deal with the problems as they come and fix them. Social media is here to stay. It's unbelievable. Gaming, here to stay. It's unbelievable. By the way, I caught the healthy gamer interview situation with Ayurvedic medicine. I was like punching the air. I was like, get that Ayurvedic nonsense.
Yeah, so this is a 3,000-year-old prosthetic device made for somebody who was missing their big toe. It was from ancient Egypt. So we've been developing prosthetic devices for a very, very long time, but... oh yeah, there's also Guts von Scherlekamp. Or Barlican, sorry. Guts von Barlican. He had this prosthetic device. His arm was either blown off with a cannon or it was cut off by a sword, and a prosthetic hand was made for him so that he could still wield a sword. We've been making prosthetic devices for a very fucking long time.
No offense.
Well, what's funny is he actually debunks a lot of it himself.
Thank God.
So
I think
we agree more than we did.
Yeah, thank God. I was like, oh my God, is he really a proponent of this? But so I think that we want to continue progress, understanding that progress is usually imperfect, and when it's imperfect, we address the imperfection instead of rolling back the stuff.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of rolling back the stuff either. I'm also talking heavily from devil's advocate point of view.
By all means, of course.
The way the exponential rate of change that you talked about, I think is speeding up, fair to say. When newspapers came out, there were some naysayers that it would disconnect us theater, then radio, then television.
Television, oh my God.
Right, so all those negative things happen. And then the time in between each one of those intervals is becoming shorter and shorter. And that's, to me, the part of this that's the concerning part. Because when television came out, we had time to start figuring out how to regulate it, right? We would put ratings on movies and televisions. We'd give doctors recommendations to give to patients as pediatricians. Here's how many hours ideally.
No one ever listened to that anyway.
No one did. But either way, we put some checks and balances in. Movie theaters would ID, whatever. Now social media came out. Now we have even less time. Now AI is coming out. So are we truly, like the problems that you're talking about that come as a result of these new technologies, do we actually have adequate time to address those problems before the next thing is moving that quickly? Because it feels like we could easily be left behind in this modernity world where we're just like innovation above all. And I get really nervous about that because we haven't even solved like the previous problem and we're already on to the next innovation. And I'm like, oh man, we're leaving folks behind, especially when it comes to like the economic challenges of it all.
Sure. It's a very valid concern. The pace of change is exponentially quickening. So you're like, holy crap, like humans are just going to be these dumb apes that just don't understand anything sooner or later. I think that this is a very tractable problem. I think that AI is the greatest invention that ever was. It is very close to true maturation, but it also there's not really such a thing as maturation because, you know, they're talking about the idea of artificial general intelligence, something comparably intelligent to a human. So when do we break through that? It used to be, you know, you're familiar with the Turing test? Like, so Turing test was, Alan Turing is more or less the father of computing, said that's like a machine is as intelligent as a human if through like some kind of interface, maybe a type interface, if you ask it questions and you can't tell what's a machine and what's a human, ask the Turing test. So GPT-4 blew the Turing test out of the water already. You can't tell if it's a machine. You can because it's really nice to you and other people wouldn't be that nice.
No, I can still tell. Like someone asked to come on the YouTube channel, like I can be a great guest, and I even have some titles ready to go. And he sent me titles. I'm like, dude, you sent these on ChatGPT. How did you know? Because you could tell.
But you're not the average person. The Turing test was designed for the average person. And so, you know, a computer scientist could be like, ask it the following series of equations. Like, oh, it doesn't understand that because we haven't programmed it in. That's for sure. But so machine intelligence is exponentially increasing. And right now it's almost surpassing human abilities. Now, in many other ways it already has. Like computers have been better at math for God, and intractably so. Like there's no way we catch up to them. And around the year 2029 to 2030, they're just going to be better at everything than us. And then as they escalate beyond that into the 2030s, the leverage to which they can help us with problems becomes almost impossible to understand how powerful it is. To us trying to solve our problems today with our average human global IQ of 98 or 97, whatever it is, a lot of things seem really deeply troubling and deeply confusing to an AI that is 10 times smarter than us. So like the average smart person as measured on an IQ scale is like 1.5 times smarter than everyone else. But that's a lot, right? When AI is 10 times smarter than us, it's going to be able to contextualize and understand problems in a way that we can't even comprehend. About 4 years later, it'll be 100 times smarter than us. About 2 years after that, 1,000 times. About a year after that, 1,000,000 times. Its leverage to help us with problems is going to grow to what us seems like infinity. But what does that do for us? Well, the machines can help us with problems that we seem to not have bandwidth for. Its bandwidth, our bandwidth is like this. It stays about like this because we're about as smart as we were about as smart 50 years ago. And so like all these complexities are increasing and we're like, holy crap, how do we make sense of this? Don't worry. The AI is going to make sense of it for you and then give you very easy to understand, very digestible chunks. It's going to talk to you like a human being would. Like imagine like an amazing teacher talks to a 4-year-old. They're not going to throw technical terms at them. They're going to keep it real simple, but all with their best interests in mind. I think AI is going to let us do things like develop unbelievable drugs that solve entire swaths of problems, cure all disease, straight up all of it. Like pathogens are real stupid. If you're betting AI versus like bacteria, I'm betting AI is going to quash that all the way through. Think about this. let's talk about the problem of predation against humans. How big of a concern are lions and crocodiles to human subpopulations? I mean, nominal? It's a joke. We could actually kill all predators today. Like, I put out an edict, no more lions. Boom, just shoot all the lions. There are no more lions. Lions used to just terrorize the living crap out of us.
Hell yeah, exterminate all predators. He's speaking my language.
They're a solved problem with our level of intelligence. AI, because it's exponential, is going to solve swaths of problems we can't even comprehend. The deeper solutions, this is real trippy, but the deeper solutions are when AI allows us to take medicines and also starts to alter our DNA willingly, of course. It's not going to impose it on. Like, if you want the same DNA as always and you want to get psychiatric problems from an iPad, super, please continue. But it can alter your DNA such that your perception of things improves. There is no reason that human intelligence can't be altered at a genetic level. You may be able to take a pill or injection, and over the course of several days after, like, things become much clearer and easier to understand. I've personally gone through this because I was medicated for attention deficit disorder when I was a 14-year-old. I'll never forget the day that I took my first pill of Adderall, 5 milligrams, and the day before, mathematics seemed to be totally intractable to me, like just nonsense that I just wasn't smart enough to figure out. And the day I showed up for class, I looked on the board and the teacher was asking people how to solve equations, and I was like, I know the answer to that. Answer, correct. I was like, okay. I know the answer to that. Correct. I just did it. I walked up to my teacher at the end of class, a math class that I was failing. I don't mean failing like a 59%. I was getting like a 33%, like 16%, something baffling. And I was like, I'm going to be your best student. And the guy was like, okay, kid, like, really? And then I was, etc. And so I know how it feels to get an exponential boost in at least actionable intelligence. Like, I was always decently smart, but when you have enough attention deficit, like, you actually can't string enough thoughts together to make sense of the world, put your sense making onto paper. That will be accessible to all of mankind, I believe, in the 2030s. And then all of a sudden, all of the psychiatric problems you see, they just disappear because everyone is insanely well adjusted. And then total brain scans, and we all live in the cloud. Then people don't die anymore. And then when you have access to a total brain scan, you can start pulling apart various features of your personality and replacing them with others. You can re-architect human motivation. Like, for example, a little off color, but nonetheless, sex drive. Like, you know what I'm saying? I see some people that are attractive. I'm like, oh my God, why am I thinking about that? I have a wife. What am I doing? If I could just not have the eyes that do this with attractive females, wouldn't that be great? In the future, you'll be able to engineer that entirely out of your brain such that you never experience it again. Then the question becomes, what do we do then? We're not sufficiently intelligent to answer that yet, but we will be. So as a very, very extended, super, ultra, too long of an answer, AI and modern technologies are going to take all of these current pretty nasty problems that we have with this transition, and they're going to make those problems become instantly, easily solvable solutions down the line.
Wow. I'm very much more pessimistic than you are about all these things.
Sure, which is cool because, look, I could be wrong about all this, and we need to tread carefully. But I think careful treading into the direction of solving problems, I think you and I can come together on this. We want to solve problems.
Yeah, of course.
Right? And so a pessimistic side is good, optimistic side is good. Whatever intersection we have of real solutions comes out of that. Amazing.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I just think when we get overly confident that, like, with science, we have all the answers. Like the idea of getting rid of predators, right? Like, oh yeah, we can get rid of all lions and all alligators, but is that good for us? Like, oh man, we just destroyed an ecosystem that's going to destroy this ecosystem. Now we don't have functional.
Totally.
We destroyed this bacteria. Like, we were innovating, creating viruses because we want to innovate, and then the virus spread and killed millions of us. It's like there's so many of these unforeseen instances that can happen, and that's even just talking about from the general side of things. Just here in the United States, how disconnected we are from, like, to build a bathroom now in a democratic state for good reasons. Initially has now become so convoluted that it takes $2 billion to build a bathroom in California or something ridiculous. So it's like the balance of it all is really what we need to focus on, focusing on the things that we can change, but then really giving some pause before jumping to that new innovation, to that shortcut.
Oh yeah.
Because the longer we can hold off on taking the shortcut, the more reasonable we can be. Much in the same way when something miraculous comes across our social media feed, where it's like, oh, this is the miracle, this is the trick that I need. If you just pause for a second, just that pause before you share is going to help control whether or not that misinformation spreads and affects you.
Huge. Now, that's super valid. I think everyone could do with a little bit of calm reasoning about problems rather than like, oh my God, this is the worst thing ever. Oh my God, this is a panacea and it's the greatest thing ever. Totally. But I'll say another thing. AI. So one of the real big, maybe the most proximate problem we have is we're just not smart enough. AI is fixing that problem in a big way by being insanely smart. And AI can do a lot of filtering and sorting for us, such that it does the heavy lifting of being very reasonable and managed. So now I go, man, I want to take this drug to boost my XYZ. I go to ChatGPT and go, is this a good idea? It presents me with a list of trade-offs. And I'm like, holy shit, thank you. You just saved me like, I don't know, like 80 years of Google searching for that. And to quote Sam Altman, paraphrasing him, GPT-4 in several years will be laughably, embarrassingly stupid. Leveraging increasing exponential machine intelligence is going to solve problems such a rapid pace for us that, yes, it's going to create sub-problems, but then it solves those sub-problems too. I think AI is best seen as a transformative event like electricity or like the internet, but an order of magnitude more powerful. Think about what the internet did for the world. You imagine the world without the internet? I mean, holy crap.
Well, I mean, people have nostalgia for that world without the internet.
Those people are categorically delusional because they typically express that nostalgia on the internet. You won't have anybody to talk to about that if it wasn't for the internet. Now, of course, the internet has, would you? A lot of people. So loneliness. How many people are less lonely because of the internet?
More people are lonely.
Maybe. It depends on how you measure loneliness. A lot of the happiness and loneliness, there's a lot of artifact there. Our self-referential understanding of how we feel is always, because humans are always on a hedonic treadmill.
Sure.
A lot of this is questionnaire-based. How happy do you feel? You've never been to the 1950s. You go to the 1950s, you'd be like, this is terror. Where is my flushing toilet? Where is XYZ? Where is my smartphone? Google, for example. Google Now, the GPTs are just like answers in your pocket. In the 1980s, you wanted to learn something. Where did you go? The public library? There's vast swaths of things which are simply out of touch. Now, it's cool to have nostalgia about it, but nostalgia works in an interesting way. People typically remember the good things, of which there are some. Also, accessible anytime you want. If you don't want to talk to people on Facebook, you just don't. But most people don't choose that. My parents are not on social media. Look, they think it's fine not to be on social media, but it's a different structure from folks. So people don't remember the downsides.
For sure.
It's actually called pessimistic bias.
Yeah.
People have a tendency to paint the past as rosy and beautiful, and the present as terrible, and the future is just calamitous. But that is another expression of our wildly outdated instinctual idea about things are baseline bad, because they used to be. They're not. Things are baseline unbelievable now. They don't seem unbelievable to us, which is also kind of good because we use that impetus to solve problems. Unfortunately, it also causes anxiety and all these things. But I think that as we go through, we're going to solve more and more problems. We could have the next 5 years could be existentially like a little tougher for a lot of people because now so many problems are solved. It's kind of easy to lose meaning. I mean, here's another interesting prediction, hopefully ages well. We're on the cusp of the birth of what
There is no meaning. There's never been any meaning. You've just deluded yourself into thinking there was. The idea of meaning has caused more suffering than literally fucking anything. If you reject the idea of meaning and you just internalize the truth of nihilism, suffering just goes away. Take my word for it.
What I call universal robotics. Humanoid robots and robots that live in data centers, not embodied, that will do the vast majority of work for humanity. It's inevitable. It'll happen in the 2030s. It's going to be insane. For every human, there'll be 10 or 20 humanoid robots. Everyone's going to have servants. On the one hand, oh my God, the stock market's going to do that. Every single homeless person will have a caretaker robot that keeps an apartment for them, goes to work on their behalf.
What timeline are you talking about on this, by the way?
Early 2030s.
You think every homeless person is going to have a robot caretaker?
In modern Western countries? So there's a question of policy.
Watch your boyfriend get escorted off the stage by Jill. Yes, elect him another 4 years.
So because his wife loves him, that's a problem? Thanks for the donation, gay faggot.
Will that be possible? Almost categorically, yes.
Possible, like...
Technologically and economically feasible versus like will government regulation. So like to your point about the California bathroom problem, entirely invented by misapplication of regulation. Also because people aren't that smart and they fall for fallacies. Most people, for example, in government, in housing policy. So why is New York real estate so expensive? It's completely artificial. Completely artificial government policy. New York real estate has to be no more expensive than real estate anywhere else. You should be able to...
Yeah. I hate how we have this like boomer dad mindset that, oh, free market, I should be able to charge whatever I want for whatever I own. Like, why are we doing that? Like, it's just so stupid. Just put caps on housing and rent prices. The world would be a much better place. You could literally, like, nearly solve homelessness if we just enforced reasonable fucking housing prices. Why are we still doing this? It's completely made up bullshit that's causing this homelessness issue.
To buy real estate in New York in a truly properly regulated free market economy for exactly the price you could get it anywhere else, or very, very close. We would have a lot more skyscrapers to try getting a building permit in New York. Artificially caused problem. So for homeless people getting their own robots to take care of them, very tractable problem, I estimate, in about 10 years. I could be wrong by 5 or 10, but I don't think I'm wrong by 50 or 60 years. And so it's in the mid-2030s, it's totally feasible that every homeless person is not homeless anymore. By the way, as a society and as a city, we all have absolutely the resources to just flat out get rid of homelessness anytime. Entirely, again, a political problem, not a practical problem. So once we have humanoid robots and various other robots to take care of everything we need, and they go to work for us, they invest our stocks for us, they take care of every single problem. On the one hand, paradise, definitely. On the other hand, short of the genomic interventions I was talking about, or a great deal of talk therapy, or really re-examining your life and your purpose mindfully, I mean, where does your purpose come from? A lot of human purpose is derived from work. Shown time and time again, if you have a meaningful career, you're good. If you don't, man, retired people
Well, that's what we're talking about exercise. Why exercise is so psychologically healthy.
Totally. You need some damn struggle. when robotics comes in, if genomics is lagging behind, we're going to have some tough times of a very tricky problem of it's so good that it's bad. But I think that's a short-term problem, and we need to be aware that it's going to happen and maybe kind of get ready for that sort of thing. But I think in the end, all of those problems are just kind of pale in comparison, or get solved and fixed and put away, and we look forward to other problems. I mean, there are much bigger problems in the world than everything we're dealing with right now. So, for example, how many black holes are in our close to us environment that just swallow up the sun and just we're all gone? We have no idea. We are children to the universe. We know almost nothing. We desperately need AI to promise us that tomorrow is going to be a real day instead of the sun turning into a black hole. And you're like, oh, I was supposed to be a Tuesday. I was supposed to go to work. Half the sun is gone. How am I supposed to do? So all the problems are still there, but as AI expands its lever point on our world, things are going to get exponentially better, and still different problems are going to be solved. So yes, I'm optimistic in that regard, but I also think if you properly read technological advancement history, it's also inevitable. I mean, think about this. If I told you in the mid-1990s that most people would be a part of a digital economy and that the average income would be like 3 times higher, adjusted for inflation, by the way, you'd be like, all right, you're crazy. Fact. It's just a state of nature. But now we're like, okay, I know that I can Uber Eats anything I want from any global cuisine anywhere ever at all time for a nominal fee. But like my kid's 12 and she's having a lot of trouble on social media. They'd be like, what the hell is social media? You're like, oh yeah, it's this thing that's coming. It's amazing, but it's got some downsides. Let's work on getting the downsides going. And I would say not catastrophize the downsides. Yeah, it's terrible that some kids are having a hard time. No, here's the thing. Other kids who are well adjusted to social media, they're having a grandiose time. Another thing, I don't know if Jonathan Haidt mentioned, is there's a specific generational thing with children who have a problem on social media. It's kids from, I forget which generation it is.
Gen Z.
Is it Gen Z? The new generation, they're actually really well adjusted to social media because they grew up with it. Like Facebook and Instagram was a real shocker to middle school kids. I mean, can you imagine, did you have social media in middle school?
No.
I didn't. Oh my gosh. First of all, I would have canceled myself about 100,000 times. Shit I used to say on social media. And also like the popularity contests, the stalking of people. I mean, it's just a disaster. Thank God you and I didn't get social media. It would be even worse for us. So for a fraction of kids, it affected not so well on the extremes. In the aggregate, it's fine, but some problems.
Well, I don't think that's
I'd stand
borne about by the evidence.
Maybe. I'd have to take another look at that.
By the general, it's caused a lot of harm. In kids, and I'm talking specifically
Are we measuring
Gen Z.
upsides as well, or just measuring
Yeah,
harms?
the upsides are very limited, actually. And this is coming from someone who's very pro-social media and wants to figure out a way to work. But specifically for developing minds, the apps that, because like we talk about social media and this grand concept of like the internet, but really there's like 3 apps that kids spend their time on. And those apps are not as much pushing digital curiosity about learning and causing them to create formidable groups. There are people using it this way.
Shinzen, Tetsu, $22. What have you done? What would you have done if this bully stepped on you?
I'm pushing up anybody I want to. That's on blood.
Rue is a big guy. Like, his arms fill up the uniform top. Like, he is a huge guy.
Here's some funny and nice clips.
Alright, I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, gay faggot.
I mean, I'm worried about him, trying me. The next thing I know is Rue walked into a cell, took this dude's commissary, and I was like... Rue can have it. I mean, my life ain't worth $1 or $2 or whatever. Dangerous or problematic.
That nigga ain't even big. Yeah, dude, I'm literally twice the size. If I'm not like a problem starter, but if I was in prison and somebody did that shit to me, I would beat him within an inch of his life. I'd probably, if I had enough time, I'd literally break his arms, legs, and hands so that he literally wouldn't be able to even feed himself or wipe his own ass. So yeah, if somebody wants to cause problems like that, I'd literally break them, and beat them within an inch of their life. And they ain't never gonna do that shit again.
I'm pushing up anybody I want to. Monte, though. Oh, Monte, where they go, Pops?
What's going on? Why you walking up on me, bro?
Hey, don't do that. Don't do that. If I want to swing, I'm going to swing on you next time. It don't matter.
Bro, you not taking nothing from me, bro.
Bones and skin, and you... Even I knew that.
There isn't even a fight? Oh my god, that's a gay-ass clip, dude. Let's see.
Erase that. Lady, are you crazy? Whoa, whoa, lady. Erase that. Lady, are you crazy? Whoa, whoa, lady. Or I'll punch the fuck out of you. Hey, lady, you're crazy. Erase lady. Lady, fucking move, bitch.
You hit a woman! Look at her face, like she's surprised.
Fucking no, you can't hit me. Yeah, call them. You hit me. I got your...
What a dumb bitch, dude. It's so hilarious when women will try to physically attack a man that's twice their fucking size. And they do it because they think, I'm a woman, nobody can hit me. And then they get their fucking ass beat and they're like, oh! What? They're so stupid, dude. It's great that we live in a society now where we don't have the standard of never hit a woman. They should be hit. Like, women should get their fucking asses beat if they attack somebody. And they're not gonna fucking do that shit anymore if they know there's a threat of fucking violence.
Kiki, it's 7 o'clock in the morning. Silence.
That's a good parrot. It's a very nice cockatiel. That's a nice, cute butt. Yeah, that is a good butt. Thanks for the donation, gay faggot.
Right, and I want to grow that population. The majority of kids that are using social media are being harmed by the direct comparison, the bullying, the fact that
they try to stab you later. Well, I doubt it. If people know you'll go to those lengths to defend yourself, I doubt they'd try. And again, they can try, and then they'd get fucked up.
They're not connected to their friends. The fact that the filters on them create a distorted body image, like that's the real nature for the majority of kids.
I have another take on this. The harm they're currently receiving will harden them up like crazy in their 20s and 30s and make them so much more adept. Look at how we're discussing this problem. The harm of social media to children of a certain age. Just to finish my earlier point, the children growing up now, the younger ones, they seem to be way more well-adjusted to social media than that intermediate generation. There's the older people, they're already old, they're whatever, it's Facebook, no Facebook. The middle generation, tough. The very young generations are like, yeah, whatever, like social media is a thing.
Like Gen Alpha, you're saying?
Sure. We're talking about kids being harmed by social media. On the one hand, that's terrible. On the one hand, good. They need some harm. They used to be harmed by breaking their necks in the playground. You don't do that anymore. You don't heal from that. Now they're being harmed in a way.
Do.
Sometimes. Spinal fusion, maybe, etc. And if you look at it another way, having a really terrible time in middle school might be the best damn thing for you that ever happened when you're older. We're not measuring them when they're older. They're still young now. Now they're in their early 20s, and maybe they're having a better time adjusting. Some are, some aren't. But maybe in their 30s and 40s, they'll reflect back and be like, I'm glad I was in this weird Facebook, Instagram environment, which really poisoned my mind because it gave me a real nasty impetus to change. It challenged me in a big way. I was not having a good time. We said earlier that we're trying to make this idyllic world for our children and softening them up. But isn't the negative of social media another way of hardening them up? What do you think about that?
I think what you're posing as a potential thing that could happen. Could happen. I think that the current evidence points against that from happening because we're not seeing that trend bear out in the research. And the kids, the problem is when your mind is developing, your prefrontal cortex is developing, it's very susceptible to being wired in a way that is wiring you to be anxious for the rest of your life, like a lasting change. Could you change it? Are there reasonable steps to take to decrease those symptoms? Absolutely. There are proven ways.
Sure.
But the wiring that happens during childhood, much in the same way, I'll put it to you this way. You were 7 when you came? No accent. My sister was 14 or 15 when she came.
She'll always have an accent.
Why? Why is she culturally more Russian than I am? We pretty much came at the same age, 6, 14. Okay, whatever, like 6-year difference. Whatever, I can't even do math. But it's a small difference, and yet it's a huge impact because the time when you get struggle and the type of struggle, there's nuance to that. So like the idea of a child going on a playground and falling and breaking their arm versus a child being raised in an era of fully immersed anxiety develops the brain in a very different way. And that's why the concern is valid, I think, from Dr. Haidt about where this goes for that generation. And no one has the answers because it's what's going to happen.
It's definitely a concern.
Yeah, so like that's really the worry about it. But before we tackle the issues of mental health of children and everything else we discussed, I think we have to talk about some exercise talking
For the love of
points.
God.
Yeah, we have to.
Are you a trained fighter? No. I've done jiu-jitsu and kickboxing. I did it when I was fairly young, like kickboxing a little bit when I was fairly young, and I did kickboxing and jiu-jitsu for a few months, a few years ago. What you do in the gym doesn't contribute to real life. It absolutely does. Why do you think MMA fighters train in the gym so much? You need speed, agility, endurance to be a good fighter. Size isn't always everything.
This guy is fucking delusional if he thinks AI will solve homelessness by the 2030s. If anything, there will be more homelessness from the mass unemployment caused by AI. This will not be like when the car replaced the horse-drawn carriage.
Being the most charitable to Mike's position possible, I think the point he's making is that AI could solve homelessness by 2030. Whether or not we actually want to implement policies that solve homelessness is a different question. Like, we could solve homelessness today by just building more homes, reducing, like, capping rent prices, enforcing rent limits and limits on housing prices. We could solve it today if we wanted to. So in 10 years, ChatGPT could be asked a question, how do you solve homelessness? Give us a concise, perfect plan to solve the homelessness problem that doesn't violate freedoms, doesn't crash the economy, crap like that. But whether or not we actually want to implement those changes and implement those policies is a different question. I think that's what Dr. Mike is saying. Given that states like California are already implementing some of these policies of having rent control, having buildings that are built specifically for unhoused people, it's relatively likely that you will see at least individual states or individual cities at the very least implement AI to solve the problem of homelessness. I would say it's likely, not a guarantee. That's what I'm getting from what Dr. Mike was saying. But yeah, I mean, we already have policymakers that are doing absolutely stupid shit. Like, this has been well known since the early 21st century that austerity measures after a depression actually lengthen an economic depression. The worst thing you can possibly do when you're in a depression is implement austerity measures. We still have politicians to this day that implement austerity measures after a depression. Like, perfect example of this is the UK. After the 2008 financial crisis, the UK government implemented austerity measures, and the UK economy hasn't bounced back. They're like in a permanent recession, essentially. So politicians do stupid shit all the fucking time, even though, you know, we know what the right thing to do is. So, could go either way. Thanks for the donation, Sanderbling. You need speed, agility, endurance to be a good fighter. Size isn't always everything. So size matters a whole heck of a fucking lot. If you're twice the size of somebody else, they can be a jiu-jitsu black belt or whatever. If you can just pick them up and smash them on their fucking head, they can't really fucking do anything. If they're not strong enough to hit you hard enough or, like, grab your body and manipulate your joints, if they're not strong enough to do that, they can't do shit. I'm way, way bigger and stronger than most fucking people, and I would absolutely annihilate the majority of people in a fight. Even, like, trained fighters, people with, like, black belts, if I'm twice their fucking size, they're gonna have a very hard problem fighting me just because I'm so much fucking larger. And I'm not saying I can take on, like, Khamzat Chimaev, just because I'm twice his size, but the idea that size and strength doesn't mean much in a fight is fucking retarded. There's weight classes for a reason. But I am planning on getting back into jiu-jitsu. My elbow is still healing. It's gotten a lot better. I broke my elbow and tore the tricep, but it's getting a lot better. Yeah, I would say chances are in the next 3-4 months, I'll probably be able to start doing jiu-jitsu again. Tainted Wisdom donated $2. What if concepts like heaven, hell, and God provide a foundation for understanding human morality and purpose? They don't. Yeah, they absolutely don't. And the concept of meaning is false. There is no meaning. The idea of there being meaning is a lie. So even if it does have some benefits, it's a lie, and I think it results in more problems than solutions. I think the majority of human suffering is actually caused by a delusion of meaning. The idea that there's this all-powerful God that provides meaning for your life is just fucking retarded. It makes no logical sense. Again, like, what is what do you get out of life knowing that there's an all-powerful God? Let's just assume, for the sake of argument, God exists, heaven and hell exist. What do you get out of that exactly? There's a big bully in the sky that deliberately, purely out of just malice and hatred, has caused the death of countless millions of people, has caused suffering, torture, children are getting raped because a big bully in the sky has created a situation where we're all fighting each other, torturing each other, killing each other. If you don't bend to his will, you're going to suffer in hell for all of eternity. You don't even know what this God wants. You could be doing things in your life that makes this God angry that you don't even know about, and through no fault of your own, you could suffer in hell for eternity, unending suffering and misery because you upset some big bully in the sky. Oh, but if you do everything right and you appease this God and bend to his knee, oh, you're going to go to heaven and live in eternal paradise. What meaning does that give you? Does that make your life any better? So everything you do is just a complete waste of time. It's fucking stupid. And you have to bend to you can't watch porn, you can't jerk off. You have to work a certain job. You have to pray a certain amount of times in the day. And then if I do all this stupid bullshit that really doesn't mean anything, it's just arbitrary fucking commandments from this big bully in the sky, then I'll actually be able to be happy. Like again, what the fuck does any of that do for you? It's stupid. God doesn't exist, and even if he did, all that really tells you is there's this malicious entity that is torturing people eternity for committing finite crimes and violating arbitrary values that this fucking psychopath created, and you have to bend to his will or else. Like this idea of God is just fucking stupid and pointless. Atheism doesn't sufficiently address the origins and intricacy of the world. Is there more to our universal pursuit of meaning than a nihilistic view? There is no meaning. Okay, like, get into... If you want me to open up Discord, I can debate this with you. Prove meaning. Prove it. If you want to prove meaning, it's very simple. Make a logical syllogism with a set of premises that use purely objective, descriptive facts that lead to a normative conclusion. You cannot do that. There are no descriptive facts about the world, about the universe we live in, that lead to a normative conclusion. All you have to do to prove meaning is prove that with a set of descriptive facts about the universe, you can come to a normative conclusion about meaning. You can't. It's impossible. So unless you can do that, like this whole conversation is just fucking stupid. There is no meaning. The only truth is nihilism. There is no meaning behind anything. Everything is stupid and pointless and meaningless. And if you try to find meaning, you are just always going to be disappointed and you are always going to suffer. If you accept that everything is meaningless and pointless and stupid, then you actually finally have the choice to either choose to be happy or to be miserable. If you are always looking for meaning, you're always going to be disappointed. You're never going to find that meaning, and you're always going to cause suffering for yourself. Like, I can open up the Discord right now and we can discuss this.
Are the good old days. I'll never say the L word ever again. I lulu lesbians. I love lesbians. You still my negus.
Let me take a look. Next. Thanks for that donation, dude.
Also, that last drawing was supposed to be one standing, one on all fours, one standing, one on all fours. How are 4 people supposed to eat ass and fuck ass while on all fours? Are you mental? It's okay. I forgive you. You still my negus. Lesbians.
You fucking assholes. Oh my god, this is the worst torture I've ever experienced. Oh, dear god. You fucking cunts are taking advantage of me. Yeah, the drawing requests are just so fucking insane. Thanks for the donation, less is more. Vegan Gains No Tellers, have you seen Mike's Full Day of Eating? That's what IFYM does to your brain. He literally eats like a 10-year-old child. Also, what do you think about Sam Harris?
It looks like you have barely touched your giant bags of cotton candy. Why did you buy so much if you're not going to eat it? Can you watch this?
I haven't eaten cotton candy in quite a while, but yeah, we can watch this. I think somebody has sent me this clip before, but we can watch it real quick. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Sam Harris is really brilliant when it comes to meditation and when it comes to like mindset training. He's a complete fucking retard when it comes to veganism. I've never seen somebody cope harder and just dodge these ethical questions when somebody claims to be an ethical philosopher. I also think he has this retarded mental block when it comes to the is-ought gap. Like again, this guy is a philosopher. He has to be a relatively intelligent person and is completely and utterly incapable of understanding the is-ought gap. So he has a lot of really smart ideas, but like he completely shits the bed on certain topics.
Dr. Mike, we need a full day of eating. And powder. Let's do it. I'm going to take pills and powders, and then I'm going to make a shake, and then we're going to go train. That'll be meal 1 is that shake, but meal 0 is pills, potions, and powders, because we all know bodybuilding has nothing to do with that. I got warm water. That's what I take my powders and pills with, because it's cold in the morning. It tastes great. That's why I do it. No, that's backwards. A nucleotide, it's up. So what I like to do is drink full-size clean machine dog detergent. So I take CBD every morning. That I'm on prep, and I'm currently on a test prep, so I'm not seeing how the body works. Taking the usual fun, not so daily AM pills, multivitamin, multimineral, some nootropics, blood pressure medication. You gotta take care of that shit when you're on tons of gear. Metformin for blood glucose. That don't take anything I'm taking. Take stuff that you need to take, and if you're not enhanced, don't take anything at all. I wish I was in that position, but I'm not. So basically, everything I take during my training, finish what I don't.
Okay.
This meal is supposed to be 60 protein post-workout, 15 fats, and 190 carbs. I have some breakfast cereal that I want to eat though, and it's lower in fat and higher in carb, which is actually good for a post-workout meal. So what I did is I manually adjusted the RP Diet Coach app. Still 60 protein, 10 fats, but 200 grams of carbs. So mine is it's a lot of cereal, protein, 200 carbs.
Okay, Cheerios and protein.
This next PM session workout, which means I need to, and it's basically the same meal. The macros are just nominally different carbs. And my lovely wife makes chicken thighs, and they're amazing because chicken thighs have like 6 grams of fat for every 25 grams of protein. And that's like 3 more grams of fat than regular chicken breast, but it makes it taste like 1 trillion times better. And also you need fats in your diet. So I've been eating a lot of chicken thighs
Yeah, that is not good for you.
lately, and a lot more carbs. 70. We do jiu-jitsu about 9.
Yeah, I would say Greg Doucette eats a much healthier diet compared to Mike. Seals are awesome donated dollars. Your new pet, how could you harm this? Also, do you watch House of the Dragon? I do not watch House of the Dragon. I haven't watched Game of Thrones either. Neither of them really appeal to me. But that is a very adorable seal. They're like water dogs. Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah, dude, seals are literally water dogs. Seals are really nice. Oh my god, that's a penguin. Oh my god. Dude, I gotta go to Antarctica one day and just hang out with penguins. I fucking love penguins, dude. When I win the lottery, I'll explore the world and I'll definitely go to Antarctica and
TikTok.
just hang out with penguins. Oh my god.
I was born today.
Oh my god. A little goat. I love goats. Goats are nice. Wow. That goat is munching. That's a good goat. Oh, that's a cat. Oh my god, the cow wants to be friends with the kitty. Dude, baby cows are just so fucking adorable. Oh my god, he's munching on the cow's tail. Or the cat's tail. Wow. Aw, what a sweet little baby cow. That's really cute. Thanks for the donation. Seals are awesome.
Hi VG. I hope that you are doing great tonight. So, my brother and I just got done packing up, signed the apartment lease, broke the news to our dad, who took it surprisingly well, and now I have to rent a U-Haul truck, call the electric company, get keys tomorrow.
Dope, dude. Hope you enjoy the new place. I'm sure the extra freedom in being away from your dad is going to be great. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Whose tag's on this car?
Been low 10 times.
Oh, man, I don't want to take you to jail, but if you're not going to be honest with me, man, you're going to go to jail.
No.
Okay? So why don't you be honest with me? Okay, is there any crack or cocaine in this car you need to tell me
No,
about?
sir.
Okay, then what's in that?
Whatever, I couldn't tell you there. I don't always have the truck.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, them are mine. I ain't gonna lie, I had them for weed.
Weed? There's nothing in them. I guess the white stuff I saw was like dust or something.
Yeah, I've been cutting wood for the last 3 months.
Have you ever used cocaine or anything?
When I was about 19 years old.
Okay, anything in your pockets?
Money. Making sure I...
Like, I mean, I don't know exactly why you'd assume this guy is on crack. He's a fat old white dude. Crack is more of a skinny black dude drug. Wizardly Rhino donated $2. Have you reacted to this?
Today, I'm going to show you how a doctor goes shopping. What you should buy in order to stay...
Might react to that later. Thanks for the donation, Wizardly Rhino. If not tonight, we can react to that like tomorrow.
I ain't got no pocket knife or nothing. Cigarette. I've been paying this every week.
Back in your pockets here. Looks like a Ruger 22.
The fuck is this shit? Why does he have a rope attached around a Ruger 22?
Yeah, there's your roach.
I told you I didn't lie about it.
No, you didn't. I knew I could smell it.
Wonder what that big scar on his arm is.
What kind of pipe is this?
Not a clue. I hadn't been in the truck.
That's a methamphetamine pipe, sir.
I've had 6 heart attacks. I ain't smoking no meth.
Well, it looks like you are. There's your weed. Listen, man, is there any meth in here? Just be real with me, brother.
I'm serious as a heart attack. No,
Listen, this is a meth pipe, okay?
Yeah.
There's methamphetamine in that, okay? So if you would just be honest with me, I will help you out. But if you do not be honest, man...
Never, ever, ever believe a cop when he says this sort of shit. Don't tell them anything. If a cop says, "Oh, if you're just honest with me, I'm gonna help you out. I won't necessarily charge you," and no, they're gonna use any statement you make to be used against you in court. Don't say shit, okay? When they find like meth or something in your car, say, "I don't know where that came from." Don't tell them fucking anything, and then you can talk with your lawyer about how, "Oh, well, you know, I let my friend use my truck sometimes, and it must have come from there." Never, ever fucking say that, "Oh, yeah, that's my meth. I'm sorry, officer." Like, you're just gonna incriminate yourself.
You're not! Using it. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, dude. That is clearly something that could explode. Why the fuck is he putting his face next to there?
Yeah, it's good. Whoa! What the fuck? I'm sorry. Put your hands behind your back. I don't know what the fuck that was, man. Fuck. Fucking lungs or something. Fucking, there's meth pipes and fucking baggies and shit. I don't fucking know, dude. I have, like, it's all.
That's pretty funny. Greg Doucette donated $2, back at it again.
Do you think this lady does steroids? Some people claim she does.
Let me take a look. She has a nice ass. She's only squatting 135. I'd be very fucking surprised if she was on steroids. Yeah, for a chick who's on steroids, she's not particularly strong. 135 for a woman is not a very strong squat.
Hey guys, here's what I ate in a day's Fit Girl Doesn't Cut Her Bulk. So for breakfast, I had an egg and cheese on an English muffin with 2 eggs and an oatmeal cappuccino from
I see, so she's a degenerate.
Timmy's, and then I had a bowl of dragon fruit and mango, and then after my workout, I went to the bakery and got myself a huge mango mochi, and then I had tilapia pico de gallo and rice for lunch, and then I had my matcha ghost greens. These are my favorite, all that. And
Nobody cares.
salad, passion fruit, that type of ice crackers, and then guys.
Yeah, she's lean, but I'd be very surprised if she was on steroids. like she's less jacked and weaker than lean beef patty. And lean beef patty's natty. Thanks for the donation, though, Sanderbling. So Greg Doucette says, back at it again. Stop hiding the truth about your
testosterone manufacturers to prove.
Oh, I've seen this video. He was basically calling out Derek from More Plates, More Dates, saying that he's not getting proper lab work done for his testosterone, and he's saying that he's the only one with a real testosterone supplement. This is just an advertisement for his testosterone.
Stop maxing out in the gym.
Mr. Beast should have kept me as his coach. Might react to that later. Thanks for the donation, Greg.
Because I have questions about exercise.
I might have answers.
Even though we got to the point where we're saying that exercise might not be a thing.
Yeah. For the next 10 years, it probably still will. So let's get at it.
For the majority of people who either have fallen off an exercise routine, me, I've been very bad in the last 6 months.
I'm judging you very heavily.
Please do. I warrant and welcome that judgment. For people who have never exercised and are sedentary, you're wanting to start. Where does one start in order to increase muscle mass? Because that is shown from an evidence-based perspective to get good health outcomes.
Yes. Well, go to rpstrength.com and buy our digital products. Shameless plug.
Give us the cheap free version for now.
That's it. So what I would start with is an understanding. Taking your earlier point of, before jumping in, let's sit back and give some thought. So first you have to learn how to exercise and understand what the parameters are there. So for example, how much exercise do I need? There are answers to this. Most people who begin to exercise with weights should be trying to get to the gym for between 2 and 4 times a week for between 30 minutes and an hour at a time. An understanding that you have to do more is illusory. It's just wrong. Some people do not adopt exercise because they're like, look, I'm not a bodybuilder, I'm not a pro. I don't have hours a week. They're like, oh, you actually don't need that. And they're like, really? So a lot of people can get unbelievable benefits working out twice a week for 30 minutes at a time. A workout you and I will do later in the gym, which hopefully you're going to be calling your family and telling them goodbye, et cetera, beforehand. It's going to take 30 minutes, the whole workout. You will be trashed. And you will not heal until, well, in your case, you haven't been training in a while, a week or so. But if you regularly do this twice a week for 30 minutes at a time, provides humongously robust benefits. So fact number one, you don't have to dedicate your life to the gym. Now all of a sudden people listening are like, okay, well, that's cool. I was going to stop listening if he said 5 hours a week. I was going to be like, another podcast, please. The next thing is, what kind of movements to do? And the answer is usually compound, large muscle mass, more or less whole body movements. Presses, pulls, upright rows, shoulder presses, squats, deadlifts, things like that. They train 3 or 4 muscles at a time, so they're insanely time efficient. They harden up your body for an insane amount of anti-injury resilience, because like if you can pick 200 pounds off the ground, unloading groceries is not going to pull out your back, chances are. They are also insanely metabolically costly, so they give you some cardiovascular benefits as well. They promote a huge degree of muscle mass accretion, and they give you a ton of not just injury resilience, but real world strength. They hugely modify how you look and how you feel. So instead of going there and going to the cable machine and doing like 1 arm side raises for the side delt, which is the size of 2 fingers and exerts a very minimal metabolic effect on the whole body, presses, pulls, leg exercises, full squats, lunges, these are the movements you want to cultivate. Another thing is, when you're beginning, don't be concerned so much about how much weight is on the bar. You're going to get adaptations no matter what. Us meatheads that have been doing this for 25 years, we're really concerned about how much weight is on the bar, to the point where we write entire apps to manage how much weight we need. For folks beginning, technique is the number one concern. You want to learn how to move your body, generally with free weights. Bodyweight exercises like push-ups and bodyweight squats, dumbbell exercises, and barbell exercises. You can totally use machines and they're totally fine, but there's something to learning how to move your body in free space. If I take someone in the first 2 years or a year, they've done mostly free weight exercises, they're going to be able to use any machine within like, hey, just do this, put it in the machine, no problem. You train someone to lift exclusively machines, they can do free weights, but it's still a little bit tough transition. So you have to shaking, balance, all this other weird stuff. So just twice a week for 30 minutes at a time, exercises that are compound whole body movements, sets of generally 5 to 10 repetitions. That's enough reps for your body to really learn how to do it. Because if you do 1 rep at a time, you're like, I'm not really getting practice with this. Someone's like, what's a squat? You're like, I don't know, I've done it 3 times ever. Not more than 10 reps usually, because fatigue kicks in, and new learners to technique, when fatigue kicks in, they start doing it wrong, and then you're learning how to do it wrong. So sets of 5 to 10. If you can do a set and it's just not challenging, like the weight is moving as fluidly in rep 1 as it is in rep 8, increase the weight on the bar gingerly. If the weight on the bar increases pretty tough and your technique's unstable, keep the weight the same for a few weeks until you feel you're in command of it again, and then move up and weight again. Progressing your weights over time, that is the foundation of how people should enter musculoskeletal fitness, in my opinion.
Most times, first of all, I love all the points that you mentioned, and they're all points I would share with my patients because I think they're very great, and you didn't even need my, obviously, stamp of approval for that, but I thought it was valuable to point out.
Thanks, Dr. Mike.
From a non-PhD person. The number one thing that I say to folks who are very focused on what exercise they're doing, what weights they're doing, what routine they're following, is do the one that you can be consistent with, because consistency and injury prevention are the 2 most important things when it comes to exercise. Do you feel like I'm making a valid point when I say that to my patients?
Insanely valid point, because consistency is the opening of the door that lets you into the benefits. if you don't open the door, it kind of doesn't matter. It's like not having the money to buy a BMW, but you're really concerned with what model you're going to get. It's like, but you don't have money. When you have the money, hey, you can buy whatever, then you can think about what model. So consistency is enormous, and there are so many things to say about how to leverage the consistency in your favor. One of them is don't overload yourself. If you give yourself a 5-day-a-week plan for an hour at a time, the boss is going to call, you're staying late at work, you're off your plan, you're done, you're out, you're flushed out. If it's 2 days a week, 30 minutes at a time, get your RPI hypertrophy app. It tells you what to do. You're good to go. Oh my God, you skip a day, no worries. You skip Wednesday, you go Thursday. You skip Thursday, you go Friday. No big deal. Another one is convenience. If you can get barbell and dumbbell set and a bench in your house, and that's what you do to stay consistent, amazing, unreal benefits. You don't have to go to the gym. If you like the social aspect of going to the gym, the routine aspect, amazing. But don't drive an hour away to go to the gym. Another one is people have this, like, what I call it, like a Rocky Balboa mentality, where they purposefully give themselves more difficult things to do. It's like, I need the challenge. Like, you're not good with challenge, Susie. You need to just get here. So instead of, there's like a time thing where people are like, okay, so I got to lift. I have a lot of conversations with people on airplanes when I travel. You know, sit next to someone that looks like me, and you start apologizing for not training. Like, I swear to God, everything's fine. I love you just like another human would. But they're like, you know, got to go in the morning, right? 6 a.m. And I'm like, no, my God, no. Who told you that? Like, but that's what everyone does. You drink the eggs and you go run. So schedule the time in the day to something that's convenient for you. And another one is try to look at your calendar and actually throw your lifting into the schedule. Hold yourself accountable to it. If you say, well, I'm going to work out twice a week this week, and someone's like, oh yeah, when are you going to do it? You're like, I don't know, maybe Thursday. You're done. You're just, it's like starting a sprint race and falling right away. Hold yourself accountable to the fact that you're going to go. Another one is try to get someone to go with you. Now, you know, force coworkers and stuff to go with you. But if someone's like, hey, I want to get into fitness too at your work, you're like, all right, Jim, let's go together. That's cool, because when you're not feeling it, Jim's going to text you. So be like, training today? You're like, damn it. Yes, send. See you at the gym. And then all of a sudden, you're there, he's there. Neither one of you really wanted to be there, but you kind of guilt-tripped yourself into doing it. That's an awesome thing. Another thing is, to your point of don't worry about the exact thing you're doing. Look, if it's a Zumba class, if it's Pilates, if it's yoga, if it's dance class, if it's lifting weights, if it's cardio machines, you like doing it, you're consistent with it, God bless you, go and do it. It's a little resistance, no big deal. You'll get to the heavy stuff later. Go to the gym, go get some activity, challenge yourself. If you just hate lifting barbells and dumbbells, but you like machines, my God, do machines. Try to make it as, not necessarily easier, but as convenient as possible for yourself to do.
Less barriers.
Fewer barriers, the better. And some people just set up artificial barriers for themselves.
Yeah, and they create like, oh, I need to take supplements and I need to do this. Like, whoa, relax. That's like the final points once you're at some like extreme
supplements
levels.
Have almost no effect. They have an effect, but it's very small. If you're trying to become a chiseled Adonis, which I was born into, of course, some of us
with $1 trillion.
I did inherit a significant amount of my choice. I don't like to discuss it because it you know, I like to think I earned it. But, so if you, there's just a lot to say for leaning in to what I don't want to say like to do, but I don't want to say can tolerate. It's somewhere between that for a lot of people. Because can tolerate doing is like, oh man, that's a negative way to put it. But like, I mean, look, you and I would be lying that if we told people, hey, you're going to go to the gym and you're going to love it. You know, like fitness fanatics, like the granola people, they're like, oh my God, I'm addicted to working out. Like, yeah, Susie, I get it. You are. But Jim at your office, he's not going to love the first time. Here's another one. When you start training with weights, expect it to suck. It's painful. It hurts. There is nothing confusing about it. That's part of it. Later, you'll experience the endorphin rush. You're going to love it. You will. It's not going to happen right away. I think people go to the gym. It's like people who start healthy eating. They go like, oh my God, I ate these salads and I feel so good. I ate a salad. I'm like, wait a minute. When the hell am I going to feel good? I feel like eating a piece of pizza. That's going to make me feel good. So I don't like to promise that's going to be amazing right away. You're an adult. Hold yourself to a standard. It's a very low standard. Twice a week, go lift weights. And get into the habit. Once you're in the habit, hey, it'll be smooth sailing. You might like it so much, you might do more of it. Supplements, they're great for advanced people that want to get the chiseled everything and be Adonis and all that stuff.
And they're not, it's not for advanced people because they got to where they're advanced from the supplements.
I wish.
It's like when you're at the 97th, 98th percentile and you're trying to get single digits of advancement.
Exactly. When you care about the minutia. It's like someone's like, hey, what kind of computer should I buy? But they talk to a gamer and they're like, you got to get the DGX. Like, do I really? Like, well, actually, no, you don't.
You're surfing Facebook.
100%. Like, what? I'm spending $9,000 on a computer. Like, do I have to do that? No way. So supplements is the ultimate example of we think it's a shortcut. She's like, well, I can take a creatine pill and it'll be great. Like, yeah, but you won't even notice that you're taking it. It's not the money. Supplements are cheap. It's just that whatever you think you're going to get out of it, you're not going to get out of it. And it's annoying to take them. It's just another BS thing you have to do in your day. Forget about it. Just go and exercise. And there's much to say on the eating realm, of course, for healthy eating. It's much the same way. When you're eating healthy, just big chunks first. Just anything that looks like BS junk food, eat a little less of it. That's my first go-to. Similar thing to lifting. Just go in there twice a week, get some exercise and move through a full range of motion, challenge your muscles, good technique. After a while, this stuff will kind of be second nature to you. And if you want more, oh my God, RP strength, we got all the science, we'll teach you how to be super advanced, but you might not want that. And lifting twice a week for the huge, vast majority of American adults is going to get so much muscularity on them, burn off so much fat, be so improving to their metabolisms, that's kind of all they need.
Why, when in the past, I don't really work with a trainer anymore, why, when you go first time with a trainer, their goal is to always kill you to show you how good they are? I feel like that's a fault. I feel like that's a bad move.
It's almost the same thing as we were talking about with social media. Mindless TikTok scrolling isn't great for young developing minds. But guess what they want the most in this world? Mindless TikTok. So they want it. So
people want to be crushed.
They want to be crushed. Why? They want to see that this is a real effect. I'm paying money.
But anyone can crush you.
Yeah, they don't. Most people
like
don't know
you make someone hold a wall sit for as long as they possibly.
Cubby Cubbington donated $2. Watch first off screen or not at all if squeamish. I'm assuming this elephant kills the person. Yeah, he probably deserved that. Well, that dude is getting crushed by an elephant. That has got to be a horrible, horrible death. Whoa, he's still alive. Oh my god. Dude, he is getting flattened like a fucking pancake. Okay, now I think he's dead. Jesus. Dude, he must have pissed off that elephant. Holy fuck. Yeah, good. Fuck those people.
They're on.
I am glad that elephant stood up for himself.
On my blog, but the basic case against free will is this. It's twofold. One is that, and again, it's the obverse of this sense of self. It's the other side of the coin, where you feel like you're a thinker of thoughts. You feel like you're the author of intentions. You feel like you are a subject, and commensurate with that feeling is the sense that you are in a position to do what it is you do, to decide to do. I can decide to lift my left hand, or I can decide to lift my right hand, and I can deliberate between the two, and I can have reasons for one or reasons for the other. And I'm in the driver's seat. I really am. And then if you and so that's where everyone's starting. The problem with that is, objectively, we know that everything that you're consciously aware of, all your thoughts and your intentions and your impulses to resist those impulses. I mean, whatever's coming up for you, we know that's all preceded by events in your nervous system of which you're not aware and which you didn't create. And the state of your brain in this moment, it's in every sense, is the product of variables that you are not responsible for. You didn't pick your parents. You didn't pick your genes. You didn't sculpt your genes. You didn't pick the environment in which your genome was going to be expressed. You didn't pick the way your interaction with the world and other people sculpted the microstructure of your brain so as to give you the brain you have. You didn't pick the number of receptors you have of every type at every synapse. You didn't pick all the charges that are currently in place in your brain at this moment. You haven't created your neurophysiology, and yet your neurophysiology is going to give rise to every next thought and intention that shows up for you. And and we know that if you do an experiment, like you put someone in a neuroimaging device, whether it's EEG or whether it's fMRI, and you image their neural activity in real time, and you give a very simple choice between pushing the left button or pushing the right button, we can predict before the person is aware of having committed to right or left whether they're going to go right or left. And we know that ability to predict is only going to become more fine-grained. So that if you take away, and again, someone like Dan Dennett has a story about why this doesn't matter.
So we were kind of discussing this yesterday. If somebody tells you that we predict in the future you're going to do this because we know the actions of every atom, or we know the chemistry in your brain, and we know you're going to pick this, if you can then choose to pick the other option. If you're told the prediction, you can change the outcome. So without knowing the outcome or the prediction, you can't change the outcome. So I think there is a case to be made for free will, but I think the degree to which we have free will is extremely limited.
Right, but and the truth is, it actually doesn't matter, because even if we couldn't predict, it matters in the sense that it's very persuasive to people that, if I can predict what you're going to do before you're aware of what you're going to do, well, then the basis for free will seems to go out the window.
Yeah, it's not a very compelling argument for the lack of free will, but thanks for the donation, Cubby.
Possibly can until they give out. They're going to be really sore.
Totally.
That doesn't mean
It doesn't
a great
mean anything.
workout. Yeah.
100%. Well, like it can even mean like you got a great workout, but maybe it's too great and
Yeah.
you won't be able to come back for a week and a
Yeah.
half. And you think like, okay, every time I need to kill myself, and if I don't, it's not working. That's definitely not true. But people have that same idea of they think they need the thing and they will pay a trainer to do it. And I used to be a personal trainer actually in New York City, and we would usually try to ease people in, and people would tell us like, well, that wasn't that bad. I'm like, Bob, if you come back tomorrow, you better bring crutches. How dare you? And they're like, all right. So we have to explain to them like, listen, don't you worry. This is going to start ramping up. It's similar to when people take various drugs. They want to feel the effects. If they don't, they're like, it's not working. Like metformin. If I take metformin or I don't, I can't feel anything. Just stop taking it. Like, trust me, it's doing really cool stuff. So a lot of it's just sometimes the trainer has illusions. Totally. But a lot of times it's really a supply and demand type of thing. That's what people want.
Can you speak a little bit what one can expect when they start an exercise program like that? Would they get newbie gains? Can you maybe talk about
Yeah,
that topic?
totally. So one of the first things that happens when you start lifting weights is the muscular system starts changing. You start growing muscle very rapidly, but your nervous system changes way faster. Your brain learns to coordinate its abilities better. You become actually tougher, such that normal pain would have made you stop, but now you're like, man, I've been here before, and it's really subconscious. You're like, I got a couple more reps. You're going to experience an insane increase in strength really, really early, and that's mostly nervous system based. But muscle is accreting as well. Within 6 months to 12 months of starting a beginner weight training program, you're going to notice visible gains in muscularity, really impressive strength gains, and depending on what you do with your diet, actually quite decent fat loss as well. So those are newbie gains. Most people will get them to some extent or another. Some people just have revolutionary newbie gains. Some people even struggle with newbie gains, but metabolically under the hood, a lot of really good things are happening. So what I'd say about newbie gains is just go in there and do your thing. Don't expect anything. Best case, you'll be very pleasantly surprised. Worst case, you'll be like, all right, I wasn't expecting anything. Well, sort of nothing happened. It's the consistency. It's doing the thing that's great. Another thing I would say about newbie gains is a lot of people get newbie gains, and after 2 years of lifting, they don't plateau, but it looks like a plateau because the gains start to come slowly and they get demotivated and they go, am I doing something wrong? No, that's just how things work. You'll still make incredible gains over a years-long timeline, but yeah, like, no, you won't be able to extrapolate. Oh, in 2 years, I'll weigh 300 pounds and have muscles out to here. That's not going to happen. So expect the newbie gains to kind of deflate in their growth over time. Expect that so that you're not shocked when you're like, I must be doing something wrong. No, it's a slower pace of gain from now on.
The people who are putting on some muscle, they want to be lean, but still put on muscle. Is it possible to put on muscle and be lean? Do you need to just gain weight in general and then potentially decrease fat? What is the order by which someone needs to get to a higher muscle state but still stay lean?
Great question. For beginners who have never lifted before, it is truly a massive recomposition effect. You can start out at whatever body fat, whatever body weight. Let's say you weigh 170 pounds. After 2 years of lifting weights, you went from 20% body fat to 12% body fat, having changed nothing else. You still weigh 170, but now you have abs where before you had, whatever it is you had above the abs, a couple spare tires, which come in handy for, various things. So recomposition is really a thing. If you become more advanced and you tend to be pretty lean and kind of a little skinny and you want to become significantly more muscular, you do have to eat more food than you're interested in eating. And then after spending a couple of months doing that, you get a little fatter, but you've gained a lot of muscle. You chill for a few weeks, let the body get used to things, reduce fatigue, and then you do a fat loss phase where you keep lifting weights, eat very well, but reduce your junks and snack food, take your carbs and fats, dial them down a little bit, keep your proteins high. After 8 to 12 weeks, you lose a lot of fat, essentially losing no muscle at all. You're way leaner. And then if you want to redo that cycle over and over to get more jacked, eventually you end up looking exactly like me. No, wait, I said that wrong. Something like more muscular and lean.
Thanks for the membership, Slim Court.
But for people just getting in, you don't have to bulk up. You don't have to buy weight gainers and protein powders. Just eat well. Try to eat a little bit. There's tons of nutritional recommendations I can give. I don't know if this is the time.
Well, from like a general protein guidance for someone who's looking to start an exercise program from scratch per pound of body weight.
If you don't increase your protein needs, you'll still grow phenomenal amounts of muscle as a beginner because weight training takes all the protein you're eating and redirects it to muscle mass, even if you don't have a lot of spare protein.
Dodo Donate Tellers, can you react to this one?
Let me ask you the last question. Without any serving it up, without any explanation, what is the meaning of life?
I think it's either the wrong question or that question is answered by paying sufficient attention to any present moment such that there's no basis upon which to pose.
The answer is there is no meaning.
That question. It's not answered in the usual way. It's not a matter of having more information. It's having more engagement with reality as it is in the present moment, or consciousness as it is in the present moment. You don't ask that question when you're most captivated by the most important thing you ever pay attention to. That question only gets asked when you're abstracted away from that experience, that peak experience, and you're left wondering, why are so many of my other experiences mediocre, right? Like, why am I repeating the same pleasures every day? Why is my Netflix queue just like, when's this going to run out? Like, I've seen so many shows like this. Am I really going to watch another one? Like, all of that, that's a moment where you're not actually having the beatific vision, right? You're not sunk into the present moment, and you're not truly in love. Like, you're in a relationship with somebody who you know, conceptually you love, right? This is the person you're living your life with, but you don't actually feel good together, right? Like, it's like it's in those moments of where attention hasn't found a good enough reason to truly sink into the present, so as to obviate any concern like that, right? And I mean, that's why meditation is this kind of superpower, because until you learn to meditate, you think the outside world or the circumstances of your life always have to get arranged so that the present moment can become good enough to demand your attention in a way that seems fulfilling, that makes you happy. And so if it's jujitsu, you think, okay, I got to get back on the mat. It's been months since I've trained. It's been over a year since I've trained. It's COVID. When am I going to be able to train again? That's the only place I feel great, right? Or I've got a ton of work to do. I'm not going to be able to feel good until I get all this work done, right? So I've got some deadline that's coming. You always think that your life has to change, the world has to change, so that you can finally have a good enough excuse to truly to just be here, and here is enough. Where the present moment becomes totally captivating. Meditation is meditation is another name for the discovery that you can actually just train yourself to do that on demand. So that just looking at a cup can be good enough in precisely that way, and any sense that it might not be is recognized to be a thought that is mysteriously unravels the moment you notice it, and you fall, and the moment expands and becomes more diaphanous, and then there's no evidence that this isn't the best moment of your life, right? Like this, it doesn't have to be pulling all the reins and levers of pleasure. It's not like, this tastes like chocolate. This is the most chocolatey moment of my life.
He's not really answering the question. He's talking about using mindfulness techniques to get rid of suffering. So again, there is no meaning. I don't think it's possible to cross the Azot gap. Nobody has. Until somebody can do that, like, again, there just is no meaning. At least in an objective sense. You can, personally find things meaningful, but the idea of there being objective meaning, there isn't. There's no meaning to life. There's no meaning in anything. And that is what leads you to this choice of, you can either choose to be sad or suffer, or you can just choose to be happy. And that's what he's kind of getting at here. These emotions that you feel, they are a choice, and you can just choose to be happy in whatever moment you're in. Or you can choose to think that, I don't like this, I'm suffering, I'm not happy, if I can get through this and get away from this, I can be finally happy or at peace. Again, I think that suffering comes from this delusion of meaning.
No, it's just the sense data don't have to change, but the sense that there is some kind of basis for doubt about the rightness of being in the world in this moment, that can evaporate when you pay attention. And that is the meaning. So the kind of meta answer to that question, the meaning of life for me is to live in that mode more and more, and to, whenever I notice I'm not in that mode, to recognize it and return, and to not be to cease more and more to take the reasons why not at face value, because we all have reasons why we can't be fulfilled in this moment. It's like I've got all these outstanding things that I'm worried about, right? It's like there's that thing that's happening later today that I'm anxious about. Whatever it is, we're constantly deferring our sense of this is it. This is not a dress rehearsal. This is the show. We keep deferring it, and we just have these moments on the calendar where we think, okay, this is where it's all going to land. Is that vacation I planned with my 5 best friends? We do this once every 3 years, and now we're going, and here we are on the beach together. Unless you have a mind that can really pay attention, really cut through the chatter, really sink into the present moment, you can't even enjoy those moments the way they should be enjoyed, the way you dreamed you would enjoy them when they arrive. So meditation in this sense is the great equalizer. It's like you don't have to live with the illusion anymore that you need a good enough reason, and that things are going to get better when you do have those good reasons. It's like there's just a mirage-like quality to every future attainment and every future breakthrough and every future.
Yeah, it's so funny. He's really getting at the point that I make, that there's no meaning behind anything. He's missing that important aspect. He's pointing out that there's nothing meaningful in anything. The only objective truth is nihilism. And you can either choose to have a state of mind that creates suffering, or you can have a state of mind that just enjoys things and appreciates things and is just in a state of happiness.
Your peak experience.
If you have this delusion of meaning, that means there are going to be certain things you do that are meaningless, that are pointless, that cause suffering, that you don't like being in because there's some sort of lack of meaning. And you're just going to cause suffering for yourself. If you just recognize everything is pointless, whether you going to work or going on vacation, it's all meaningless and pointless. And if you can't have a mindset that recognizes that it's all pointless, it's all meaningless, and the only thing that you're left to do is make the choice whether or not you want to be happy or be miserable, like that's what he's getting at, but he's not pointing out that important aspect.
That eventually you get the lesson that you never quite arrive, right? Like you don't arrive until you cease to step over the present moment in search of the next thing. I mean, we're stepping over the thing that we think we're seeking, in the act of seeking it. And so it is kind of a paradox. I mean, there's this paradox which, I mean, it sounds trite, but it's like you can't actually become happy. You can only be happy. And it's the illusion that it's the illusion that your future being happy.
Yeah, exactly.
It can be predicated on this act of becoming in any domain, and becoming includes this sort of, further scientific understanding on the questions that interest you, or, getting in better shape, or whatever the thing is, whatever the contingency of your dissatisfaction seems to be in any present moment. Real attention solves the koan, in a way that becomes a very different place from which to then make any further change. It's not that you just have to dissolve into a puddle of goo. I mean, you can still get in shape and you can still do all the things that, the superficial things that are obviously good to do. But the sense that your well-being is over there is really does diminish. And
your well-being is right here, right now, inside you, and you just have to recognize it.
Eventually, it just becomes a kind of non sequitur. So,
well, there's a sense in which, in this conversation.
Yeah, so Sam Harris made a good point there, but he's not a nihilist.
Protein, but generally speaking, something like close to a gram per pound a day isn't a good goal. Anything more than that is almost certainly superfluous. And significantly less than that, like 0.7 grams per pound per day, is totally fine for almost everyone. It's just like, I'm not smart enough to multiply things by 0.7 on the fly, so I just do a gram. So I weigh 230 pounds, it's 230 grams of protein per day. If you're like, what's 0.7 of that? I'm like, honestly, I just have no idea. So a gram per pound, what I would say is fist-sized portions of lean protein at the 3 or 4 meals you eat every day. You're golden. You have nothing to worry about. As a beginner getting into it, you'll get phenomenal results. And you don't have to think about that anymore. You don't even have to weigh stuff out. Not at all. Actually, shameless plug, but at RP, we have a product called the Simple Science Diet. It's literally something you paste on your fridge. It's 4 meals a day, and you use estimates of like your finger size and fist size to just put the portions together. No counting, nothing. That's how simple it has to be. And to your point earlier, it's the consistency that really gets you. You don't need a ton of science. Just do these simple things every day. But that's a problem because people are like, oh man, every day, most days.
6 months to 12 months until I see
where's my pill?
That's a long time.
It's a long time.
That is a long time. What do you think the biggest mistake folks are making when they're starting their routines? The number one thing.
I don't have an evidence-based ranked order list of mistakes, but I can give you a few hints at what it probably is. One is something we mentioned earlier, which is the all or nothing approach. Like if I'm not waking up at 6 in the morning, 6 days a week to crush out 2 hours of all this.
And logging all my meals and doing
everything, full send, right? That's how you get results. Yeah. So that's a huge, huge problem. Another one is failure to pay attention to technique. People will say like, do a deadlift. And what you see is kind of like a person getting reborn again, like question mark back. And you're like, man, you're a chiropractor.
Do you think newbies should do deadlifts?
Say that again?
Do you think newbies should do deadlifts?
Yeah.
Really?
With good technique.
Well,
yeah.
That's,
generally,
I'm saying real life application.
Real life application. Yeah, totally. Newbies actually have a phenomenally difficult
Bobby
time.
is watching or listening. Bobby doesn't have a trainer.
Deadlifts are probably the easiest exercise for a noob lifter to learn because you get a lot of practical preparation for deadlifts just in normal everyday life. Like people pick shit up and lift it off the ground. So it's probably the most easily adaptable lift just because you have like real life practice doing it. Other lifts like the squat, bench press, overhead press, they're very technical lifts, and you don't usually ever like put a weight on your back and then go into a deep squat. It's not something you really do every day.
He's going to go for the first time. You think he should deadlift?
Yeah, as long as he doesn't max out or something like that, totally fine. Deadlifts are very safe exercise if done with remotely decent technique. And if you're not doing maximal lifting, they're actually very safe, even if your technique is a giant question mark, literally and figuratively. So
why are some people in the fitness community anti-deadlift?
Mostly because they're just wrong. But the deadlift with insane poundages and insanely bad technique is leveraging your back in a way that can get you hurt. The thing is, beginners can't do insane. Most people are so weak, they're not strong enough to hurt themselves. Like, I'm going in there, I can put enough weight on the bar to really mess myself up. How many times in your medical practice have you dealt with untrained people getting full muscular evulsions? I imagine almost never. But in drug-assisted powerlifting, it's like a regular thing. Pecs pop off, hamstrings pop off. You just bicep. You just don't see it in housewives that start training for the first time. It's just the force transduction is just not there. Your tendons are pretty strong relative to your muscles when you start. Your connective tissue is just way stronger than your muscles. And if you have puny little muscles, your tendons are like, what? We're lifting? They didn't even got the message. They're totally fine. Deadlifts are totally fine to do for beginners. Now, all you got to do is go to YouTube and type in good deadlift technique. You watch a 30-second video where the guy's like, make sure to have a flat back. You just do that. It's not rocket science. If your idea of a deadlift is coming up, getting in the gym, the bros are around, you're like, I've never done this before, but put 3 plates on. And then you jerk up like crazy, your butt shoots up and you get to your knees and it's not moving. You feel your back kind of going and you're like, people are watching and you're, okay, that's bad. Yeah. That's not what most people hopefully do. Sure. So deadlifts are totally fine. And here's the thing about deadlift, especially if you pay attention to good technique and give yourself time to put weight on the bar, yes, they're acutely slightly more injurious than other lifts potentially.
When are you going to make the technique lifting videos? Probably going to start doing it soon. Tainted Wisdom donated $2. Viewer of God ignores teachings on love, justice, human responsibility for suffering. Atheism fails to explain fine-tuning moral values and spiritual experiences. There is a whole branch of philosophy that tackles moral questions that has nothing to do with the existence of God that existed before Christianity. Every single moral value in Christianity has some root in ancient Greek philosophy. The idea of the golden rule, treating other people how you would want to be treated, that originated from Greek philosophy. And again, it's a moral principle that was created with that had absolutely nothing to do with God. That was just a logical conclusion that somebody came to. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Atheism doesn't explain fine-tuning moral values. I don't even think you understand what atheism is. Atheism isn't a philosophy. It's just a lack of belief in God. Nihilism overlooks universe's design, human choice, not divine creation, shapes suffering. I don't know what the fuck you even mean by that. So, Dummy, I offered to discuss or debate these topics with you in Discord. I don't know why you're wasting your time giving me these stupid fucking responses on Streamlabs that make absolutely no fucking sense. If you want to debate these issues, just say so. I can open up the Discord and we can discuss all of this, unless you're afraid of looking like a fucking idiot because nothing you say makes sense. Are your beliefs in God so flimsy and stupid you're worried about your dumbass religious beliefs being deflated by somebody who's smarter than you? Like, if you're getting wisdom from fucking God, an all-powerful, all-knowing being, and you're right, why are you so afraid of debating me? If you're getting wisdom from an all-knowing, all-powerful fucking being, you should be able to prove these things pretty fucking easily, right? Thanks for the donation, jackass.
But there's a yin and yang there. If you deadlift with good technique for long enough, you develop an insane resistance to injury. I mean, my God, if I can pick up 315 pounds from the ground, how the hell am I going to get hurt hiking with my friends? What the hell out there weighs 315? No way. People pick up their children. Here's another thing that I'm sure you can appreciate a lot. In the real world, untrained people, which is what sports scientists call regular people, they get hurt doing the darndest things. Like, my toddler wants uppies. I go like this, I pull up my back. Like, if you can deadlift 250 pounds, which for most adult males is a very realistic thing you can deadlift after a few years of training, how the hell is your toddler going to hurt you? It's a non-starter. So deadlifts...
I would say most people can deadlift 250 before a year of training.
Are something to be mindful of technique-wise, although very overvalued how injurious they really are. But as you get stronger on them, your probability of getting hurt in daily life with your back, I mean, exponentially lower.
What age did you start working out? Lifting-wise?
14, 15.
If you were to go back, what's something you would tell yourself or change?
Oh, I just punched myself through a wall. Just for the variety of stupid things I did as a kid.
What's one thing?
Technique.
So what did you do wrong? Like rushing to put too much weight on too fast?
Too much weight too fast, bouncing weights off the ground, not even having an understanding of what technique I'm doing. Like if someone asked me, like, what's a deadlift? I'd be like, you pick the weight up off the ground. Like, what goes up first, the hips or the chest? Like, so anyway, I just pick the weight up. Like, hey, thanks, Mike, that's great. Technique, a pre-planned progression of loads. Like this week I lift 100 pounds. Next week I lift 105. Ooh, but I feel like going to 115. Nope, shut up, go to 105. Short-sightedness, discipline. Short-sightedness is a terrible problem in resistance training. I want to be my maximum strength about 2 weeks after I start. I mean, is that too much to ask? So when people feel great, they go crazy weight on the bar. If you just let the weights feel easy for a while and slowly, gently put weight on the bar, your probability of injury goes down to almost zero. Your technique solidifies like crazy. And from sub-maximal lifting where you're not going crazy to failure or pushing crazy poundages, put slabs of muscle on your body. Eventually, you get so strong, you'll barely be able to put 5 pounds on the bar a week. You're going to reach that point at basically the same time anyway, except earlier because you won't get hurt and have to take 6 months off.
What about women who want to start working out, but they're like, I don't want to do weights because I don't want to get bulky? What's the message to them?
And this is a terrible problem in America. Women have been turning into Arnold Schwarzenegger at an alarming rate, and this, Mike, is something we have to stop. I mean, my mom started lifting. She had a 25-inch muscular arm. The next day, she couldn't even brush her hair because the bicep got in the way.
Creatine supplement.
And she took creatine. Then she weighed 800 pounds, veins in her quads. We couldn't even understand what she was saying. She was like, please make sense. The FBI had to put her down, actually. Very sad story. With cannons. The real guns didn't work at that point. So all of that humor to reflect a fundamental reality, especially women in general, and older women particularly, and older Caucasian women more particularly.
Vegans who don't drive electric are hypocrites. If you don't hop into Discord to debate me, I'm banning you. The idea that you can't be vegan and drive a sorry, I think I gave the wrong link. Here we go. Click the second link. If you don't hop into Discord to debate me on it being a requirement to drive electric cars if you're vegan, then I'm banning you. What you're saying is just monstrously fucking stupid and you don't know what you're talking about. I'll give you a couple minutes. If you don't debate me in Discord, you're banned.
Is like the least muscle growth prone genetic and epigenetic person you could find. You're going to have to claw and scratch for muscle gains. You will not blow up and become an insane looking bodybuilder. I'm 99.999% sure that won't happen. Now, every now and again you get a freak with total crazy genetics, but then just do fewer sets. 1 set of deadlift. Glutes are getting too big, just 1 set. Glutes aren't big enough, 3 or 4 sets. It's that easy to manage the volume to make sure you don't get too crazy of a muscle. Here's the thing.
Okay, Hello God's in here. Are you the guy who says you need to drive electric? Hello? Is your mic on push to talk? I don't know who the fuck that is. Who the fuck is this? I don't know who the fuck that is. Make sure your microphone settings are correct. Go into your voice settings. Make sure the microphone isn't on default. Because most people on a phone or a laptop or something, there's like multiple microphones, and if it's on default, it just won't work. So just make sure you choose the audio device. Maybe it's on my end. It looks like you're talking, but I can't hear you. Output device, headphones. Why in the fuck am I not hearing you? Speak again. Can you hear me? Hello, hello? His mic is made of plastic from petrochemicals? Yeah. I don't know what the fuck that was. I'll restart Discord. Just in case. Why the fuck does everybody have a fucking problem with, speaking on fucking Discord? Alright, try again. Okay, heard you that time. Hello.
Okay, sweet, it's working. Hello again.
So you're the guy in chat that's saying you need to drive electric or else you're not vegan?
No, I'm not saying you're not vegan. I'm just saying it's a bit hypocritical.
What's the point of hypocrisy?
I think I've said the definition before, debating you. It's something that contradicts your wants or beliefs.
Like what?
I would say it's a contradiction, wanting to give animals human rights, and then infringing on said rights by, going against their consent to sanctity of their future, and you don't quite get consent from them to impose your harmful chemicals that your vehicles spew onto them. But I'm not here to judge. I take the bus and shit. So
okay, you were saying shit in chat like let me see. Keep making excuses like carnitards. Did they consent to inhale toxic chemicals? You're exploiting the future of animals for your selfish want for cool transportation.
yeah, because we have different transportation, right? We have electric now. I guess I was kind of judging. My apologies. That was hypocritical on my end, but
Okay, so I don't understand what the point of hypocrisy is. So what's the point of hypocrisy?
it's just contradicts your wants or beliefs. So it's like your belief.
What's the want or belief?
The belief is veganism, and by your definition,
Right.
that you've
So
given
point
me
out.
before,
So okay. So my definition of veganism is to grant animals the same rights as humans if they are trade equalized. So what's the contradiction with that and driving a internal combustion engine?
I don't know. I guess we don't really have the right ourselves to choose if we want. Well, I guess we kind of have the right to choose not to be around those chemicals and stuff. I'm just saying, like, every time you drive past a farm or something with toxic chemicals and stuff like that, every time you drive past a dog, you're infringing on their rights by making them inhale toxic chemicals, or the future of the planet. Like, we already start to see all the damage that we've caused with global warming and stuff, whether you choose to believe in that or not. It's very apparent with the evidence shown that you're destroying the future for their future home. Like,
Okay,
what
well,
does it matter if
the
they
only
don't have a
way,
home and-
okay, so the only way to actually get rid of carbon emissions from transportation is to electrify the transportation system or use hydrogen power, which is technically electric still. So how in the hell is me personally going from driving an internal combustion engine car to driving a Tesla going to do anything?
I don't think, I mean, it's not going to do a lot, but neither is going vegan, in my opinion.
Well, it does. You're actually preventing animals from being killed. How many animals are you preventing from being killed by driving an electric versus an internal combustion engine?
Pretty much. Well, again, it's not like you're not going to stop the meat trade just by one person going vegan.
I'm not
but if
saying
enough
you're going to stop
people-
the meat trade. I'm saying there is a equatable amount of deaths that you're preventing by going vegan. I think on average, going from a normal meat eater to a vegan, you're saving around 100 animals per year that would otherwise be killed. How many animals are you saving from switching to an internal combustion engine to an electric?
On a daily basis, probably a lot, by not putting toxic chemicals in the air and giving animals
Okay,
cancer.
so care to
probably.
show me the amount of animal lives you're saving from personally switching from a internal combustion engine to a electric vehicle?
How many animals die from cancer a year?
Okay, so no, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you specifically, if I personally were to make the decision to trade in my Kia for a Tesla, how many animals would that save?
Every animal currently alive on the planet for another year or however long that the less carbon emissions keep our planet alive for.
Yeah, okay, so that doesn't answer my questions. My question. Oh, like we can also we can calculate this over the life of the vehicle. How many animals die from using an internal combustion engine versus an electric vehicle?
It's no immediate deaths, I don't think.
Okay, so
I
you're
mean,
not saving a single animal. You admit that.
I mean, you're not listening to me though. You're saving the planet Earth. You know, their future home. You're saving the future animals.
Well, you're not. You personally choosing not to use a gasoline-powered vehicle isn't going to do absolute dick for the planet.
Oh, I might keep it alive for an extra hour. I'd say that's good enough.
No, it's not.
I mean, it's something. It's something. It definitely, you know, doesn't I'm not saying drive electric either. I'm just trying to get the least amount of damage possible. I'm also saying, like, I fucking walk. Like, I take electric buses. Like, it's, you know, public transportation. So.
Okay,
I'd
so
say, like, you know, that
you
probably does more,
claimed
yeah.
so you claimed that driving a internal combustion engine is contradictory to vegan values. You've admitted that switching from an internal combustion engine to an electric vehicle would not save a single animal, and you've kind of dodged this point.
I
but
didn't say that. No, I said that it would save the planet and, you know, all the future animals, you know, as long.
So you're saying,
start the
okay, so you're
movement,
saying
right?
if I started driving a Tesla, that would fix global warming and that would save the planet if I just personally switched to an electric vehicle?
Save the planet for a bit longer, yeah.
Okay, care to show me a study showing that if I started driving a Tesla, the planet would live for longer?
Well, you have quite a bit of followers, and you know you're a vegan activist, so you know people would listen to you and stuff like that. Probably.
We're talking about
you know?
we're talking about personal choices that somebody could make that would actually have any impact. So, care to show me the study that shows me one single person switching to an electric vehicle would have any impact whatsoever?
Would I'm just looking it up real quick.
Oh, is this the retard who fucking was complaining that I drew a picture of him sucking some dude's dick?
Oh yeah, no, I also, you know, it was, yeah. And by the way, if you use my face or my name, I would have been able to charge you with defamation.
Okay,
just
that's
because you were
great.
using my online name, that doesn't, you know, you're still a hypocrite. But would one person changing to electric have any impact?
Okay, so this guy is just retarded. All right, take care, dude.
No.
Arguing with my idiot carny friend about crop deaths, he says more small animals are killed from vegans. Do you have an article?
Yeah, so that's not true. Number of animals killed to produce 1 million... 404 not found. The fucking, Why is that down? That is weird. Okay, they must not have paid their hosting or something. I'm assuming he's just reading some random article that's citing Archer Davies. Dr. Avi in his Discord has a link in his Discord that debunks that whole argument. It's just based off of a miscalculation from a bad researcher. So just take a look at Dr. Avi's Discord. He has a link on his research Discord that debunks it. Thanks for the donation, Alan.
If you become a little too muscular, do less or just stop lifting weights. Your shoulders get too jacked, work on lower body. Here's another thing. It's very difficult to become enormous if you don't increase your body weight. So people say, why don't we get too bulky? And I'm like, all right, Karen, what's on your plate? What you eating? And she's like, well, kind of everything. Like, So that's how you get to 250 pounds. It's not through lifting weights. The vast majority of women that are aware of their diet and lift weights, you can't tell that they lift weights until their t-shirt comes off and you're like, oh, damn, what's up, girl? Otherwise, they just look like a normal person. I mean, there's tons of women walking around in New York City right now who regularly lift weights in their jackets. You can't tell. They're just like a 120-pound person.
Mike donated $2. Do you think there's a good chance that Donald Trump suffers from narcissistic personality disorder? He almost certainly suffers from narcissism. Almost certainly. Especially with his delusional, grandiose behavior. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
Now, she gets a pump in the gym, she takes her shirt off, tank top only, you're like, all right, she's got some chisel there, but for a woman to gain just unreal amounts of bulky muscle mass, especially in the upper body. So in the lower body, women have a slight proclivity for muscle gain, not comparable to men, but close to. In the upper body, it's literally true that women very much struggle. And what a lot of women are saying, I don't want to get too bulky. Like, okay, so you don't want your glutes to be too muscular? Like, no, actually, that's exactly what I want. I just don't want big delts. Find me the girl with big delts, and I'll tell you someone who has been lifting for a long time, who has unbelievable, very unlikely genetics, and usually is using anabolic steroids on top of that. So it's just one of these concerns where it's almost all total paranoia. It's like, enrolling.
Will you please draw a pic of that dude getting bookaked by chat? The guy you were just debating.
Yeah, sure. I can do that for you. Thanks for the donation, dude. I like this picture that I drew. That was a good one.
In a course for mathematics at high school and be like, hey, listen, I'm really worried about this. Like, why not? Like, I just don't want Isaac Newton's life. Like, you're not going to become Isaac Newton. Like, are you sure? Like, no, but it's highly unlikely.
You mentioned anabolic steroids. What are your thoughts on people using either anabolic steroids or testosterone? To give you some background, I had a...
Tainted Wisdom, donate $2. Debate tomorrow. Atheism doesn't explain universe's capacity to function. Nihilism can't address questions about existence and morality, underscores its limitations. You're a fucking retard, dude. You don't even know what atheism or nihilism is. Saying religion as stupid oversimplifies centuries of philosophy, discourse, deeper origin. No, it doesn't. Religion is fucking stupid. Religion steals ideas that have come from philosophy, and it creates stupid, arbitrary rules that are based on superstition. Thanks for the donation, Tainted Wisdom.
A popular influencer, and he's a reality TV show star, that I asked him, are you on TRT? And he said, yes. I asked, well, why are you on TRT? Did you get your levels checked? He goes, oh yeah, I checked. My levels were fine before, but I thought that I could get them even higher and become jacked and ripped. So suddenly that's no longer TRT, because TRT is for a medical issue when someone has low testosterone.
The replacement thing.
Yeah, the replacement thing ended right there. So I talked to him about the risks of doing supra-physiological levels of testosterone. And he said no doctor has ever even discussed that with him. They're prescribing it. I thought that was interesting. And then when I posted that clip on social media, people were very upset that I was saying risks that they felt were not attributed to TRT. They're right. If you have low testosterone and you replace the testosterone, you will not have those risks of excess heart disease, fertility issues, because you're low. So we're fixing a condition. But when you're taking superphysiological amounts of testosterone, that's no longer TRT. Do you feel like A, that's a fair assessment, and B, what's your take on the overall situation?
Very fair assessment. Anytime you replace endogenous testosterone production with exogenous, you get full shutdown, kind of no matter the dose. The fertility issues will be a thing no matter what dose you take. TRT is a funny thing. Your body on average produces something like 75 nanograms per deciliter of testosterone per week for you. TRT, generally the conversation starts around 100. And you get ester weight in there to calculate out, but a lot of guys are doing 200 to 300 milligrams a week, and that's TRT, and a lot of doctors will prescribe it. But that's TRT if you have like top 1% genetics for natural testosterone production, which by the way, is technically in the physiological range in a sense, it's just extreme end. And there, for many people, the benefits greatly outweigh the costs. Better muscularity, better mood.
For people who are low.
For people who are anything. If you were normal and went to high normal, generally many people have a great response to that. You get much higher than that, and it starts to be a 50-50 trade-off. You get much higher than that, it starts to be a way trade-off in the other direction, where your desire for extreme muscularity has to be like the number one thing in your life, because everything else becomes perilous. Now, I don't want to overstate the risk. We had enough of the 1980s thinking, one shot of steroids, you're just going to walk 3 feet and drop dead. That doesn't happen. But it will take years off of your life. Approximately, it can increase anxiety. It can approximately decrease your intelligence. It can radically decrease your emotional intelligence. It can make you apt
Jerry Dooney Tillers, Candace Owens is literally Nazi confirmed, unbelievable proof. Let me see. Candace Owens says people think the greatest mass murderer was Adolf Hitler. She says Bolsheviks murdered tens of millions of Christians under the lead of a Russian Jew. Fact we were never taught. Yeah, we already seen this clip. She's basically claiming Jews are evil and they're trying to murder Christians. She's a fucking retard. Thanks for the donation, Jerry.
To be abnormally aggressive, take things in a very, very wrong way from which they were intended. It can do really unfortunate things to your blood work. It can long-term increase your risk of heart disease. Short-term, it can make your blood work, heart disease markers go really, really south. And all of that's a really, really bad deal. So for people who have a certain testosterone production, my best advice to them, we do have a video on the RP Strength channel addressing exactly this thing. I think it's called do you need TRT? And the number one point of the video is if your TRT is clinically low, you may be a candidate. And by the way, here are a couple of symptoms of low testosterone. Also, you have to ask yourself, how sensitive am I to androgens? Because you could have, the average range is somewhere between 300 and 900, right? Anything below 300 is in most cases considered suboptimal. Well, so let's say you come out at 287. Okay, how's your sex drive? Pretty sweet. How's your muscularity? Pretty good. Everything's great. Do you need to be injecting steroids into your body every week to do a little better than that? Nah, F that. They don't do it. Whereas you could have a level of 350 and you're not so androgen sensitive in your peripheral tissues. And all of a sudden, you have every single symptom of low testosterone. And yeah, injecting double the testosterone can radically transform your life for the better. So it's not just blood values. It's also symptomology. That's a big deal people miss. And another thing is a lot of people are on TRT. Let me tell you something I will tell us because whatever. I'm on TRT is true for many people who say it. But for many people in the fitness industry, it's a sweet way to tell people that you're not on steroids, where you're just on steroids. Because they'll get a legal TRT prescription from the doctor, their dealer fills in the rest, and they go through, normally they're on TRT, but they go through multiple month phases during the year where they go on super physiological doses. So you see their profile, they have 50 abs, they're eating cheeseburgers, amazing. It's TRT. No, it's not. That's primobolan at 600 milligrams a week additional to that. That's how they got that stuff. The TRT keeps that stuff around after they get off, but they go on and off and on and off. And they'll tell you TRT. And there's so many people saying that. It's easy because TRT is legal and considered ethical in most cases and indicated for men over their 40s. It's a very easy way to be like, oh yeah, I'm on TRT. Where in reality, some of the people on TRT they're on TRT right now when you talk to them. But.
Well, that's why the symptomology is very subjective and can be open to not just interpretation, but also to corruption. So I have patients that come in that have been spoken to by other experts, or maybe they heard someone online that present some of the issues of what low T could look like, even if you have normal levels, like subclinical, let's say, symptoms, or sub-lab levels. Clinically, they're not feeling well. They're just depressed. And they're thinking that testosterone is going to get them out of that depression. Or they're having another medical condition. They have heart disease that's leading them to feel negatively, not have a vascular issue. They have erectile dysfunction because their hemoglobin A1C is through the roof. Your hemoglobin A1C is through the roof?
Oh, it was erectile dysfunction. I was pointing out.
Got it, okay. But you see what I'm saying? It's very easy to take a patient coming in who's struggling for a whole wide variety of reasons and show them TRT as the answer to their problems.
100%. And a lot of times it's one of those where they come in and what they want is a transformation.
Right.
They want one thing that's going to make them more and everything better and pull up in the Ferrari and flash my abs and the hot girls get in and I drive off. And they think TRT is it because a lot of the testimonials you get about TRT are the good ones.
Right.
I mean, who goes on the internet and goes, I did TRT and it was like...
Okay, here's that retard I was debating in chat getting bukkakied by everybody else in chat. There's the drawing. Hope you enjoyed that.
And then I have inflamed injection sites and I stopped shooting. Very few people say that. When they do say that, those videos didn't get looked at a lot. People, in many cases, they have a problem. And so when they look for solutions, they're going to look for the best cases of the solution. And thus all that social media wise gets uploaded, etc. And you'd be like, the guy comes to the doctor like you and he says, hey, doc, I want TRT. And you're like, hold on a sec, Frank. Let's take a look at blood levels. Let's do a proper analysis. This isn't always the case, but one thing I'd like to say is just low sex drive. TRT is not in the first top 10 differential diagnoses of what's going to fix you. Just depressive effects. I mean, almost everyone statistically that has depression has no problem with testosterone. But if you have the agglomeration of 4 or 5 low T symptoms and you have lab values of low T, there's a conversation. But a lot of people come in with just the one problem. They're like, testosterone, right? And I've had close friends of mine ask me if they were candidates for TRT because they were struggling with 1 or 2 of these problems. So I take them through the whole list and we get to through 6 problems. They have 1 or 2. And I'm like, TRT ain't it, man. And because quite frankly, I am on anabolic steroids. Absolutely. It would be pointless to lie at this point looking like this. I know the dark sides very well. And I know the regimen you have to take of injecting yourself all the time. You go on a trip. You inject twice a week to keep stable blood levels. You go on a trip to France for 2 weeks. What the hell do you do? Do you pack your needles? You're going to explain to the French TSA what the hell that is? You get your scripts with you. It's annoying. You run out of alcohol swabs. The whole thing is a giant. Exogenously doing something your body already does for you is not fun. And so when you decide, do I want TRT? What I would say to people is there better be a meat and potatoes reason for it. If it's just a lot of people have this thing where they're kind of playing around with things, but some of the things they're playing around with are real serious things. It's kind of like, when you're a younger person, let's say in your 20s, and you're like, I'm going to try a marijuana. It's a kind of thing that it's okay to try. You get a couple brownies, you sit with your friends, you lock all the doors, you watch TV, fine. But you don't simply try heroin or meth. That's real serious stuff. And most people know that. should be understood that TRT, because the injection of anabolic steroids into your body, is a big thing that'll affect a ton of other things. It's a huge responsibility and a burden. That's how you should see it versus like, ooh, that's a good thing I can try. TRT is not like you walk by the office M&M's thing, you're like, ooh, I love the blue ones. That's not how it works. And a lot of people think like, well, because I saw a YouTube video of people talking about it and they live in Dubai and they have abs, I want TRT. It's not, one does not simply.
Yeah. You mentioned from personal experience being aware of the dark side of anabolic use. What is that?
How long do you have? You're like, actually 30 seconds, so get to it. I mean, you have to check your blood work all the time. I have been gifted with like, you know, like the Jewish people that are 98, but they're still alive for some reason. I've got that whole thing in my family, so my blood work's actually phenomenal. I actually got my blood work done yesterday. I have a total, I weigh 235 pounds, and I'm 4 years old, and I have a total cholesterol of 76. It's like, you know, I eat super healthy. I exercise all the time, really low body fat, but like, damn, you can't earn that. You just have to have it. So luckily on the blood work side, I've been pretty good, but it's something you have to watch all the time. People can just assume that if you're living a healthy lifestyle and the blood work is typically good, that it'll continue to be typically good for years on end. You cannot assume that with anabolics. You are doing something to your body that's very artificial and very bad for it. You're messing with the machine. So you have to have a constant level of awareness. That's no fun to anyone. Another thing is, I mean, obviously the long-term side effects, like I know that if the singularity doesn't come and save me by around 2045, I'm not going to live as long as I was supposed to live. That's a messed up thing to think about. Acute risks of stroke and embolism, they're always there. Any given injection of steroids, the oil goes into the wrong place, and pulmonary embolism, you're dead. Is it a very small risk? Yeah, but every time it's an extent risk. It's like driving 90 miles an hour on the freeway. You'll probably be fine, but if you're not fine, you're going to be really not fine really, really quick. For me, the most proximate problems in my own personal life are like,
how do you meet women as you get older? I'm in my mid-20s and the only social interaction I really get is when I'm at work, and the rest of my free time I just either go to the gym or just chill at home. It's kind of harder when you're not in grade school.
Well, that's why online dating is a thing. And when you're out in public, you can just talk to girls. You can just go up and talk to women. That's pretty easy. But yeah, that's why online dating is a thing. Thanks for the donation, Luke Skywalker. Appreciate it. Hope that helps.
Psychiatric problems, anxiety, like you would not believe. Every day that I'm on high doses, I wake up in the morning afraid of the rest of my day. Why? I'm insanely competent at what I do. That's not how I feel about it. When I wake up in the morning, I just want to keep sleeping. But I can't sleep because I'm fight or flight already from also the steroids. Aggression, perceiving conflicts between people as personal slights. Like someone on the street, you're walking by and they're like, hey, you're like, oh, hello. If I'm on a lot of gear and someone says, hey, now, externally, I'm like, hello. But internally, I'm like, say something. Let's get this party started. I don't want to live like that. It's terrible. What's that called? Intrusive thoughts. I think about violence all the time. Well, if your testosterone is 25 times what it's supposed to be, what the hell do you think it's going to make you think about? If you jack up your estrogen and jack down your testosterone, you're just going to want to hug every panda bear in the world. The opposite is just war all the time in my brain. Another one is a marked proximate reduction of IQ. Like right now, as I talk to you, I'm on contest prep. I'm on a considerable dose of anabolics. Various questions you asked me earlier, I could have answered in a more fluid point-by-point manner, remembering all the points. But my short-term memory is significantly contracted because I'm on an extreme dose. I'm usually a lot smarter. I'm not as smart right now, and I can feel it. It's this fog that lifts. Oh, it lifts when you get off of steroids. You're like, oh my God, I'm brilliant. And then delusionally brilliant, of course. But then when I'm on, it's like, just mark it. Another one is an inability to perceive a broad spectrum of positive human emotion. Like I live in a really beautiful area in Michigan, and I walk out and there's this pond and these trees, and I know that I like looking at them, but it's a memory to me. I go work out every morning and I look at the pond and the trees, and I'm like all I feel is rage and frustration and anger and anxiety, and it's just scream in my head all the time. And like, look at how beautiful the world is. And I know it's beautiful and I know I like it, but I only like it when I come off of drugs. When I'm on drugs, I can't even hardly perceive beauty at all. That's my daily life. It sucks. To me, it's worth a trade-off because I'm on this glorious purpose, low-key style journey to like try to get super jacked and lean for God knows what childhood demons. But it makes sense to me. But it's one of these things where if anyone young is watching this, like, oh, steroids, that seems cool. It's a real rocket ride, and it's not a fun rocket ride. You look dope, but you only really appreciate how you look when you're pumped in the gym for about 15 minutes at the end of your workout. The rest of the time, it just feels like total crap.
I think we just filmed the next Dare commercial.
The next what?
Dare commercial. Remember that?
Hey, kids. Yeah, we got to get like a talking dog in here to really bolster the message.
Let's get Ribbon here. Although he might just lower that.
He doesn't seem very daring.
Exactly. I think we hit everything. I think we solved fitness.
Yahoo. Well, hopefully the machines will solve it for us. I think.
Well, it sounds like based off this conversation, I'm definitely never going to use steroids. I'm going to yearn for the day we're going to stop exercising because the pills do it for us. Our genetics are going to make us no longer anxious and depressed, and AI is going to take over the world.
In 10 years, I'm either going to send you an email and be like, ha, I told you so.
What's an email? You're going to just think it and it's going to come.
I'm going to be retro.
Oh,
I'm
going analog.
Oh, yeah, I'm not. I take that back. I misspoke. I am going to deliver a 3.5-inch floppy disk to you in person.
Where do you want people to go to watch the rest of your content, learn more about
After this interview, probably nowhere.
No, come on.
Is no one tuned in?
No, tell them there's a lot of people.
Oh, my God. RP Strength on YouTube, and you'll know you have typed it incorrectly when you see my gigantic, ugly face. Click on some videos, learn some things, subscribe.
And watch our video of you destroying me in the gym.
Oh, yeah, that'll be up there. Hopefully it goes well for you, but no promises.
It won't. But I'm okay with that challenge.
And that's it. Accepting the pain is a great recommendation for people entering fitness or re-entering.
Thanks for the membership, Eric. Appreciate it.
Fitness. It won't be fun at first, but hey, that's life.
I will say this conversation did inspire me to A, think with a more open mind about the future problems of tomorrow, and B, maybe kickstart my lifting journey at 30 minutes twice a week.
We'll be kickstarting it in 30 minutes.
Yeah. Right, good stuff.
Awesome.
Click here.
All right, that was a good interview. I've got to get going now. I was planning on playing Alan Wake and shit, but I've got to get going. Hope you guys had fun. I will be streaming tomorrow around the same time, so I'll see you all then. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And sweet dreams.